Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome in, everyone, to episode 13 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French resistance campaign. I hope you are all doing really well today, because today is our final solo episode for the season. And we get one of my favorite peoples as our soloist for today. But first, I've got to tell you about the support. There are ways to support us if you like. There are many different ways to do so. The first and most important way to support us is to be here live, or just watch us on YouTube if you like. Leave a comment, Being here with us is the best thing because we do this show for you all. So having you here is very meaningful. The second thing you could do is you could tell your friends also to be here. You can retweet our live tweet. You can tell your friends about us. You can tell them in Morse code, although I don't know if they'd understand it, so maybe that's not the best. But, it's possible. So those are possibilities. Other things you can do if you like. We have a Patreon, which is at Patreon.com/Academic Foxhole, and that Patreon goes to support the cast and our graphic designer, basically it goes to help pay for the show, and so that everyone gets paid for their labor. And if you would like to support us, you can certainly do that. You can also give us tips and bits. There's a tips and bit button probably down here somewhere. And if you do, we will read out your tips and bits messages at the intermission and at the end. Also, you can join our Discord. We have two different channels there. We have a regular channel and also a spoilers channel that the cast cannot see if you want to talk about stuff the cast doesn't need to see. And so you can join our Discord if you like. And then I suppose you can follow, subscribe here. You can also go to Dot's channel, and we're going to introduce in a second, and you can, follow and subscribe over at her channel as well. And there's one other thing you can do to support us, as a matter of fact. There is one other thing. The one other thing is, in this game, you use fate points to do exciting things. And I am stingy with fate points, and I just don't give them lots. Although, I think they're fine. Maybe they're not fine. I feel like they don't think they're fine. But you can use your support to give them fate points by using the extra credit points for our channel. They call them channel points, but we call them extra credit points, to give them support. And we have two different forms of support open for today. Normally, we have support from London, but this is a solo session, so you get letters from home, letters of support for the soloist. And then also our communists are in a bit of trouble, and they used a lot of their fate points last time to go and help out the crew, and they only have 2 left, which is their current refresh. And you can also give them some fate points under Vive la Revolution. And it turns out that all 4 of those points have been redeemed. And I would like to bring us over to our map so that we can see this happening in live moment. So I would like to thank, from the Red Tailors, Mother Courage and her Red Tailors, I would like to thank Krellin and also Courier 3 for some points for the communists. And in case you're wondering what these are, by the way, these tokens actually come from Bluebeard's Bride, which is a super cool horror game, and I recommend it. And then we also get 2 letters from home, one from Courier 3 and one from Rissa. And I'm going to ask you a question about these letters from home, dearest Dot, but only once we start. But note, the question is coming. There's going to be a question. And at this moment, I have 1 fate point because there's only 1 player today. And so I only get 1 to start. And also, our dearest Dot also has 1 fate point to start. So I would like to introduce our lovely player for today, the one who's in the firing line and all alone, but more than capable of doing so. Last time she had her solo session, she murdered her dad, so that was cool. And And who knows?
I also had a date.
You did
on that episode. I killed my father, and I had a date.
It's
so
true.
It was...
It's the extremes. It's the extremes. So, if you would, I would like to introduce my play partner for this evening, who is one of my fave role players, one of my fave peoples, a great GM, a great player, a great person, hard worker. Also, I think like an international woman of mystery, has done many things, like all of the things, just mysteriously. Yeah. So I'm gonna introduce my fave and perhaps also yours.
Wow.
Right? Little Red Dot. Tell us who you are.
Well, I will never introduce myself as anything other than an international woman of mystery. I am Little Red Dot, the international woman of mystery. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm Dot. I roll dice and play ridiculous characters and tell stories with amazing people on the internet. That's what I'm doing here tonight.
Who are you playing?
Yeah. I'm playing Regina, who is a troubled German struggling in Paris, undercover, double undercover.
Sometimes maybe triple undercover.
Sometimes triple undercover, depending on who she's trying to set up to take the fall for her, what she's up to. And that's what I know. That's what most of us know. She keeps a lot of secrets. She's kind of a disaster lesbian, and she's a bit perturbed.
Is she?
And yeah, she's a bit perturbed, and she's feeling a bit she's feeling a lot of guilt because had all of them not gone to this art show and invited all these people back, there wouldn't be 7 dead artists and a lover of Oscar. So it's of Oscar, which is a whole other.
Although I'm going to say that I feel like some of that is not your fault. You did not invite those people back to your club, and you were also.
No, if I remember correctly, Regina said,
"This is a
don't
bad idea."
do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, that's right.
I specifically said, do not make that move. And I remember being bombarded with optimism from Tango. It was like, just believe, it'll be fine.
Wasn't it Tango who was the one who shot Crazy Pete in the neck, which caused Crazy Pete to start shooting immediately? Yes, it was. It was Tango who did that. I remember. Because he was. Yeah. It's cool. I have a question for you.
Always.
So here's my question. On solo sessions, you don't get support from London, you get letters from home. And letters from home are sort of symbolic of the kind of support that you get closer to home, right? It doesn't actually have to be from a foreign country, right? It could, like, what is the support that you get closer from home? So I'm going to ask this question about Regina that I would love for you to answer before we start. Where does she get her support close from home? Who supports Regina? Like when she needs support, either financial or emotional or logistical or whatever, where does that support come from?
Well, everything that was her support system is now gone.
Tell me more about that.
Has been gone for a really long time. So I would say that mantle passed to London, technically, because when she turned to London to start feeding information on Germany was kind of the moment she cut ties with everything that she had. So I'd say that's one. Ophelia is at the core of that, but the distance makes that obviously difficult. And then I mean, she doesn't really have a support system. She's always just taking care of herself. That's kind of scary. I don't know that there is one.
Interesting. All right. So, shall we begin? So, when last we left off on August the 12th. Monday night, August the 11th of 1941. Well, I need to bring up my weather in case somebody wants to know what the weather's like on this date, because I have that information in case you want to know what the weather's like. You know, I'm keeping track. Hey, Hawkeye. So on that night of the 11th, a number of things happened. We learned that just a couple days earlier, Friday the 8th, that Jewish people were no longer allowed to be doctors in France, and that night, after a lot going on, the crew went to a secret art gallery showing at the Louvre, and the Louvre is super empty. Like, the front part where you enter and you walk in is actually full of questionable art brought in from Germany so that it doesn't look empty, because that's embarrassing. But the rest of it is pretty empty. And a woman named Rose Valland, who is an art historian and is currently the overseer and cataloger for all of the art that the Germans are stealing and shipping back to Germany, has the keys. And she let them all in. And there was a wonderful art showing, which also involved some of Regina's avant-garde photography. And then Sylvie invited everybody back to the club, which had Josephine Baker, had all these amazing people. And there was this big after party after curfew. Everything was great until the French Gestapo showed up, the Carlignou, who wanted to have a discussion with the group about the ownership of the club. However, that conversation didn't really get started because Tango shot Crazy Pete in the face like a couple days earlier, and Crazy Pete decided to shoot back, so any kind of negotiations stopped immediately, and there was a huge bloodbath that involved 30 people dying inside the club, and including Oscar's lover from back in the college days. And Sylvie got shot in the throat. Tango got shot in the bicep. And so a lot of the team got injured. The place was sort of messed up. The transformer box for the club has been destroyed by Oscar to give them all advantage in the dark. It was a rough Monday night, Tuesday morning. And the Carlignou had called in reinforcements, and a number of these French Gestapo were on their way in trucks. But Hannah, who was sent home before this fight started, didn't go straight home. She went to find the Red Tailors, who she knew about from Regina, and she also knew that they had guns. And so she was like, "You have to come and help." And they did. They came out, and they engaged in a pitched battle with the reinforcements and took the reinforcements out. And instead of going home, they all went and spent time in the club on that Tuesday the 12th cleaning. Just calling the cleaners, who are another criminal organization, to get rid of those bodies, to start cleaning up. It's just been, they put up an under renovation sign. They spent quite a bit of that whole day sort of cleaning. But after sort of an interesting and, how do you call it? A sort of a dancing around each other kind of a conversation between Regina and Oscar, Regina realized that Tuesdays are the days that Colette is supposed to come visit. And Colette was not there the last week. The last time she was there was like 2 weeks earlier. And she said, "You really need to go kill this guy for me." Marc Calvet. And in the last 2 weeks, they have not done so. And this was the day she was supposed to show up. I believe Wednesdays is when Regina's supposed to meet up with Falstaff in the library. But Tuesdays is when she's supposed to meet up with Colette, who doesn't show. And Regina realizes that Colette has not shown up. And Regina is Colette is a kind of a person who does show up for things. She's fairly punctual and efficient that way, but she did not show up. And it is in this moment when we're going to begin, more or less, we can sort of, this sort of Tuesday is a little bit tricky because everybody is sort of going to dissipate and clean. There's a bit of it's a bit of a day, and everyone is sort of sticking around to clean, or they're going home to sort of change their clothes. Everybody's sort of in a bit of a transition moment here on Tuesday, the 12th. And I would like to ask you, it is the 12th. It is probably at this point in time late morning or so is what I would probably say, maybe getting closer towards noon. The transformer box has been shot. There is no electricity. Oh, I should just probably let everybody know. Bricktops has and I did change that on our overlay. Bricktops has a negative consequence as a group, and it was that they were paying outrageous protection. That is no longer their consequence, their mild consequence. It is now lights out. They do not have electricity in their club. So that is their current situation. Don't forget what Oscar said as well. Wait, what one? I remember that Regina said, "Don't break my heart." I remember that's what happened. And there was a whole discussion about, she's like, "Who are?" And he's like, "Well, who do you think I am?" And she's like, "That was not what I asked." Like this whole, your head, your heart. Yeah. And of course, all the artists at the club scrambled up. They got them in these trucks. They got them out of there. Yeah. So it was, yeah. So what does Regina do in this moment? And I'm going to find my weather for the day.
Okay, so here's what goes
Oh,
down.
yes, I'm so sorry. Yes. Sorry. That was our big cliffhanger, I should say. And we had a little bit of epilogue. So we know that some kind of time has passed between the end of this session and our next session, because we got an epilogue where, Oscar went to go and bury Mel.
Right.
And we have the demolition of the coat check room, which has not been used in years. Like everybody had sort of like a kind of a moment. So we know that a couple of days are going to pass before we actually pick up our next session, session 14, just because we know that demolition was happening. So we know that's happening. But one of the last things that Oscar said was, he said, "Oh yeah, by the way, about Colette, I think that she's working to overthrow the Reich," was the...
oh, right. Yeah, she's worked. Oh, yeah.
That's what he says. That's what he says.
Okay, right.
So this is where we find you. And while I'm looking that up, I'm just going to check to see what the weather is like for today, because, we might want to know.
So, while you do that, I imagine that Regina stays up all night after this event and cleans and scrubs floors.
Everybody's right. Like the whole crew stayed, and the whole crew stayed. Nobody left. Everybody stayed between Monday and Tuesday. Well, really, it was like Tuesday, early Tuesday morning, like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
Everybody stayed and just cleaned, because they are,
And then I think Regina will, like, at a certain point, get up, looking around at probably like the last of burning candles after all of these hours of scrubbing wooden floors, blood out of wooden floors, after crumbling this wall.
Yeah.
And
although that wall might be crumbled the next day. Could be tomorrow.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. The renovation can happen tomorrow, the day after.
That's true. She does put the sign on the door that says closed for renovation, because that's not a lie. We are closed for renovation, technically, as long as we take that wall down.
Yes.
And then...
Well, I will note that Coldrake says that Oscar told Regina that Marc was a triple agent, right? That he was working for Gestapo's Melite?
It was a triple threat, and the triple threat was like, what?
What? Yeah.
Okay. So after staying up all night scrubbing, she'll go downstairs or find a sink and like clean all the soapy, bloody water off of her hands. And she will grab what I imagine is a very small set of tools. We've got to have a small set of backstage tools, like a C wrench and some basics.
Without a doubt.
And she's got to go figure what the hell Oscar did to our electricity. She's like, she's done with this scrubbing on her hands and knees in the dark. She did not come all the way from Germany here to not have electricity. So she's like, I'll just have to fix it myself. The whole time she's like, I should have just let him kill the guys and then I could have taken out the electricity. But no, I had to lay on the ground in my dress. It's fine. And she like climbs what I imagine is like a ladder on the back of the building to the top to where this transformer box is.
So when you look at it, it has been, how do I say, shot with a lot of bullets very expertly to destroy everything. It is wrecked. It's wrecked. Super wrecked. You can put it in recovery. However, because this is a faction level consequence, it's going to be a +4 to the difficulty. So the normally the difficulty would be at 2, but you're going to need to roll a 6 on your electronics to start assessing this and working out what you might need to do.
Okay. Well, she looks at it and is like, she kind of opens up what I imagine is like a front cover to this box that like all but falls off.
Yeah, it's he's very good at what he does, apparently. He wrecked it.
You know, and she begins like plucking the wires that are like not useful anymore. So I'll try to make an electronics roll to put this into recovery for our bar.
And for factions, the recovery takes much longer. It's going to be about a month for the electricity to be back. And we can talk about why that is once you make that roll.
Oh, that sucks a lot.
Factions are slower. They're bigger. Your
First roll of the game, y'all.
Yep,
really don't want to botch this. Fantastic.
That's a tie.
Okay.
That's a tie.
Okay. Well, Regina, after Regina like plucks all the wires and she looks at it and she's like,
so you have a question. I have a question for you. Would you like to succeed at a minor cost, or would you like to fail but gain a boost, or would you like to partially succeed? Your choice.
A minor cost, you say? I really don't want to end up electrocuted on the roof of this bar.
It's just a minor cost. It's not a major cost. It's just minor.
Okay. All right. Fine. Okay. Yeah, I will succeed. Regina needs to get this handled. She's got a lot of other stuff on her mind now. There's a man named Pete who definitely deserves a piece of lead. So like she's on a bit of a mission at this point. So she fixes it. That she has no time for pomp and circumstance in this matter. She does what she has to do, and she'll begin the process and maybe take an inventory of what else is needed for them to like fully correct this.
You do get electrocuted a little bit. Some of your tools are a bit off, right? There's some strip, like it's a little bit much. Just take some stress for me if you don't mind.
Okay. Just physical stress.
Yes, please.
Just a one physical stress.
Just give me a physical stress. That's all I need from you. That is all I need.
Yeah.
It's not much. Like it's pretty minor, right? But like it's gonna just, that's just a little frustrating.
And fine.
And I don't know, maybe you were a little distracted while you were doing it.
She cleans up all the evidence, the face plating, the bullet casings, which she knows Oscar did not pick up because he's Gestapo and he's sloppy. And she cleans up the rooftop. When she's satisfied.
Sorry, yes, you were shocked a little bit, just a little shocked, not electrocuted. I will note, as you're looking through this, there are a couple things you note about what happened here and your transformer. One, this club is old. right? This is not a new building. This building is probably from like the 1880s or 1890s. So your electricity is not the newest or the best. This transformer box has not been very well maintained. The pieces, the things you have in there are old, and to get them replaced will be, at the best of times, a little bit difficult. However, it is not the best of times. It is the best of times. It is the worst of times. Right now, it's the worst of times. And you're in occupied Paris, and everything of value is being requisitioned by the Germans. The Germans are taking everything. It is hard to get gas, rubber, leather, food, eggs, meat, and certainly getting electronics is going to be difficult. It's going to take a while, right? It's probably going to take a bunch of you all a little bit of time to finagle and get those pieces, the things you need to sort of fix it. It's going to take a while. Like, you need parts, and those parts are going to be hard to get.
Not if we take them.
You'd have to take them. You'd have to get the right kind. You have to find them, get the right kind, and then take them.
Couldn't we just replace the whole box?
Yes, but it's occupied Paris. It's going to take a while. That's the problem. Like, if you could, to redo the entire electrical system would also take a while, because...
Oh, no, Regina ain't got time to do the...
Yeah.
She's not an electrician.
No.
She could, but she's not.
Yeah. I'm just going to say it'll take a while. It'll take you a while. You're going to probably be spending the next couple of weeks slowly but surely getting the pieces that you need.
Getting the pieces for this. Okay, yeah. Well, I do what I can. I clean up the evidence. I look around. Regina goes back inside, and she... Oh, there's so much to do. She writes a note to Tango, leaves it face down on the bar. Is Hannah still here?
She is, because she was also helping to clean, right? And so there's she had not left yet, because she was Here's the thing. You all had an amazingly wonderful, sprung, polished dance floor. You know what I mean? It was this really nice wooden dance floor that was very, very nice. And there was 30 bodies worth of blood all over this place. So it's a lot of cleaning. Now, the cleaners are going to come back because they are helpful that way. But they've gone. They've left with all the bodies. They're going to come back a little bit later to help with this cleaning because it's a lot of blood. And there are probably a couple more bodies still left they have to sort of pick up in a second round. So yeah, there's a lot of cleaning going on at this point in time. I imagine people are sort of moving on their way out, but Hannah's still there. She has not left yet. She's
okay. Regina comes in the back door. She burst open whatever door into the main space, and she slaps down a bag of tools. And I look at the entire room and I go, "I'm tired. I'm going home. This stained floor is going to be just as stained tomorrow." And Regina turns and walks out the back.
Hannah will come with you. It is a bit of a trek. I'm going to show you two things, if you don't mind.
I'm here for it.
Two things. One, I thought I should let you know what she looks like. I described her, but I found a photo of her. If you, yeah. I found a photo of her. If you would be interested in seeing, and I actually technically have two photographs of her. Let me get our. Here we go. So we have.
That is exactly how I pictured Colette.
Really?
That is exactly how I pictured Colette.
So we have some of our what would you call them? Usual suspects. We have Colette, who is missing right now. We have Marc Calvet, who they've been following for some time. We have Luke, who's currently...
He's so handsome. Look at him.
Who sadly has been very busy being a good boy. This is Falstaff before the war, if you kind of get a sense of what he looks like. And here's Hannah now. But if you wanted to see her back when she was in medical school... that's what she was like in medical school when she was younger. But that is our crew. So there's our Hannah. But I do have one other thing to show you, and this is a present that I promised Dot personally, and this present is on its way. I'm very excited about this, and it represents a little bit too much, too little sleep, but you know, that is also what it is. You're gonna have to, Dot. You're gonna have to see this on the stream overlay, is what I think. So, folks, I've been working on a website for the show. It is not live yet. I'm going to give it to the players before I give it to y'all, but then I'm going to give it to you all. And on our website, we have this map that I've been working on. And the question was, where is the bunker where Regina and Hannah and Oscar and sometimes Luke stay? This was difficult. I had to find the perfect location. And again, there is something wrong with me that I spend too much time thinking about this, but I do, because I needed a bunker that was a place that was once a brewery, that was turned into a place to live, that was close enough to the Seine that people could go from the Seine through the sewers into the basement of this place. And it also needed to be far enough away that getting from Bricktops to this place would not be a simple thing. So I found it. The problem, of course, is that most of the places along the Seine are right in central Paris, where all of the everything is, right? So it can't be like in number one, the first arrondissement, which is where the Louvre is, because like none of this stuff here is good. And I didn't want it this far away. So where it is here in the 12th arrondissement.
Wait, I can't see it.
You have to look at the Twitch. That's
oh,
go look at Twitch.
Well, you gotta tell me that.
Go look at Twitch.
Okay, I'm here. I'm on Twitch now.
So here we go. Let me go in there. So because this is this present that I know that is going to tickle Dot to no end. So it's in the 12th, and let me get to our map for the 12th, so I can show you exactly where it is. Here it is. The 12th. The 12th is. I also, sorry, in order to get this right, I actually had to look at old maps and do some historical backtracking because things have changed. So this is the 12th, and nowadays this whole area right here, the Bercy area, has been made into a park. So it's this beautiful, beautiful park, and it's like really nice and fancy, and it's become very gentrified. Like 1941 Paris is very different from 2020 Paris. Many things that were there then do not exist now, and vice versa. Now it's this beautiful place. But what it was then, this right here, the Entrepôt de Bercy, these were all warehouses. This whole area was full of wineries. Well, basically, it was this was all these warehouses where they had wineries and where they would store all of these sort of like big, huge barrels of wine, and people would then basically use the Seine to sort of ship wine back and forth to all these places. I thought, right here in this sort of basically super grungy warehouse district, where there are all of these sort of wineries, huge sort of like warehouses, would be where they stay, because it's right close to the Seine.
This is perfect, because the last one shot we saw them dive into the Seine and take the sewers back into the brewery. So that's right. Really perfect.
But here's the most perfect part that I feel like you're not ready for.
Oh no!
This is the present that I just want to give you. Guess what street it's on?
What street?
It's on Coriolis Street.
No way.
Yes, it is. It's on Rue Coriolis. Rue Coriolis. And I know that you are in an RPG called...
I am.
Coriolis.
I'm running one.
You are. And I thought that was just perfect.
That's very apropos.
I thought so, but it is, however, quite the distance from... Like it's a bit of a travel, is what I'm trying to tell you. But this is, where your bohemian friends are hanging out, and where Sylvie's bohemian friends were hanging out. But that is where. So if you are right, if Bricktops is actually right about here.
Okay.
And then you are traveling down about here. Oh, actually, there's the park. So you're traveling about here. So that's where you're headed.
That's the full length of the city.
From there to about there. Yeah. That's your
It's a long trip.
It's a long
Regina
trip.
doesn't stop. She keeps moving.
Yeah. And Hannah catches up with you, sort of to follow along, because it's a little bit safer to travel in groups rather than to travel singularly.
It's true.
It is true. It is. It's almost noon. It's August. It's about. It's overcast. It's about in the 60s. It's overcast. It's in the 60s. And as you travel across Paris, you see the signs of occupation. You see very few cars on the road, just a couple here and there. But people who are driving are either German military, or maybe French military, French government, or people who are really rich, or sometimes, depending, some people who have some kind of, or people who are able to get gas in some kind of a way. You can also see people who are taking bicycles, a lot of bicycles. You've started seeing some people with horses and buggies again. So some people are using horses, but there's a bit of a horse shortage after World War I, but there are people using horses. And there's also people, there are some cars that have been retrofitted to use things other than gas. So like you see some cars with like tanks on them that have got that are holding like basically natural gas. You've got some cars that have been sort of Franken built to have like use coal. It's very strange. There's like okay. people are trying to find ways to sort of maneuver in this place. You also do see one of these brand new cars that have just come out of Peugeot last month, which are these electric cars. They're these really small two-seaters that are electric cars, and they were built by Peugeot so that people, mostly doctors or postmen, things like that, can get around, because basically you can't get gas without connections, and civilians still need to, like some civilians need to get around. And so they've just started, it's a brand new vehicle that is basically the first of its kind. Nobody really yet besides Peugeot has been really interested in.
I imagine Regina kind of watches it with like one eyebrow up as it kind of like, what I imagine like putters down the street.
Yeah. Goes about 20 miles an hour. About 20 miles an hour.
Question. Mm-hmm. Where on the way home do I cross either of the following two locations? Mm-hmm. The Cleaners or the Red Tailors? The Cleaners, yes, because you're walking towards less good parts of town, and the actually both, right? Because you have to get to your place, you've got to pass by where the Cleaners would be. Okay.
But not the Cleaners, the Red Tailors. You have to pass by the Red Tailors, but you are not actually 100% certain where the Cleaners are. A little bit south, I believe, because they're closer.
Okay, I'll figure that out in due time. Yeah. Regina will figure the Cleaners out. If we're gonna pass the Red Tailors, we're stopping through. I promised her we would be back. Then was not the time for it. Now is. And I kind of look over at Hannah, and I say, you are well acquainted with the Red Tailors.
Well, I'm not well acquainted. I just met them once.
They came running, and you had only met them once?
I told them that I was with you.
Regina hates that so much, and she can't express that to Hannah. We're going to stop in.
They wouldn't come running if for no reason.
Yes, that I have no doubt. Though the weight that my name carries begins to worry me more and more.
Oh, well, I think I assumed it's only because you all have helped each other and gave them radios and.
Yes, we are comrades, as some would call it. I need to speak with them.
Well, And Hannah has her bag. I will go in case they have any need of aid. Although it's been a few hours, but I can do my best.
Regina nods. She knows that will be helpful because Regina's not a very
personable
person. And she knows that. Yeah. Okay. So, no chat, no soup. There will be no soup.
You're going to the Red Tailors. There may be soup. Yeah.
And Regina will probably walk the rest of the way, kind of contemplating. She doesn't really think this through, contemplating this visit to the communists. She kind of met Mother Courage.
She saw her at the night of the attack. Her. Yeah, they sort of.
That was just last night.
That was just last night. None of you have slept. It's not been long.
Okay. Yeah, Regina will then. Yeah, that's what she'll do. She'll get up and kind of pick up pace and head towards the Red Tailors.
And as you're walking this way, it's the middle of the day. There are German soldiers everywhere. Everywhere. Many of them are not actually soldiering. They're just like walking around doing tourist stuff. There's like sightseeing. You can tell they've got little tourist maps. And they're like pointing at things. And like they have cameras and they're snapping photographs of themselves smiling in front of sites. And of course you have checkpoints and guards. But it's a sort of, and you see young women arm in arm with these soldiers. You see, sometimes you see some of the V, and those are being painted over by police. There's a bit of a sort of a tense. It's this kind of weird sense of it being both tense, but also everything is normal. But that normal,
right? They want it to look normal, but it's like kind of simmering.
Yeah, it's simmering, and like you just see, like you can see the city in front of you, and you see like kids who are undernourished, and like German soldiers giving them candy and smiling, and like there's clearly this kind of like charm offensive going on, and they're all very, very polite. But you also see people who are. Because your neighborhood is not the best neighborhood, but you see people who are, it's kind of a red light district, who are homeless sitting on the street, right? You see the signs. I
imagine as
war.
We're walking, Regina is like clicking the brooch that she got the camera. She takes a few shots of probably well-populated areas of like these German tourists, of the starving children, those kinds of things.
And you see also these things that you've seen so many times, that so many parts of Paris have been changed. The street signs are now in German, using this sort of the German font. All of a sudden, like you pass by a movie theater, and the movie theater is now a Soldatenkino, which is only for German soldiers. Right. So numerous things that were once open for the public are now only for German soldiers. So there are these cafes only for German soldiers, movie theaters only for German soldiers, brothels only for German soldiers. So quite a bit of the city has been made off limits for people who are not German soldiers. And as you're walking through the city, like you see these things, and you make your way down to the Cornflower Blue Tailors, which is like a little tailor shop. It's not particularly big. It's in one of these sort of large sort of Haussmann buildings, right, where it's like these six-story apartment complexes where the bottom floor are all shops, and that basically almost all of Paris looks like this. Some parts don't, like because there was like a big urban renewal like in the 1880s or whatever it was, right? And to get new housing and all that, and so they're in one of these sort of bottom spots, and it's this sort of like very plain, not the best neighborhood, but when you walk in, there's like these nice sort of windows, like a big open sort of like window space, but there's sort of curtains that sort of basically close it off from view. It doesn't look suspicious. It just kind of looks like, it's kind of a tense city. So a lot of things are just a little bit more reserved. But when you walk in, the bell rings, and you are confronted with like a little open space. It's a tailor shop, a counter. There's a little door on the counter on the side that you could go in through the back, but of course it's closed. It's one of those kind of like swinging wooden doors. And behind the counter, there's like a little sort of spot. This is sort of more rectangular, so like it's not long. It's sort of wide.
Yeah.
But in the back, there is, besides the wall, there's a curtain and a doorway with a curtain that leads to the back. And you can hear, it's kind of loud. The shop is a little bit loud.
Yeah.
You can hear two things quite strongly. You can hear washing machines, like the sounds of washing. There's clearly, this is Taylor, also clearly laundry as well. Mm-hmm. And also sewing machines going. Like you can hear some sewing machines going. They sound perhaps like serious sewing machines. Some sewing machines and some wash. So there's quite a bit of a din outside. And up front, you see this woman. She's mid to late 20s, although she looks a little bit more tired. She does not look... she looks tired.
Yes, she looks like she's been working.
She looks like she's been working. And she is dressed simply, like a dark blue dress. She's got her hair is sort of pulled back in a bun, and you have never seen her before. You don't know her. And when you walk in, she smiles at you both, and she doesn't seem to recognize you, but she does recognize Hannah, and she goes. When you walk in, she goes, "Oh, bonjour," and then she sees Hannah, and she goes, "Oh, how may I help you both?"
I kind of cut eyes at Hannah and I go, "I come bearing a thank you, words of appreciation. I was hoping to speak to Mother Courage."
She just sort of clears her throat as if that was a little awkward, and she goes, like,
Regina's like she's not budging. She has, she's afraid of nothing.
Yep. She pauses with the sort of the oddness about this, and she says, she's got like her hair sort of auburn. She's got these brown eyes. And she says, you are friends with Tango.
Yes.
And she smiles and she says, tell him hello from Yvette. Is he? And she stops for a moment. I hope he's all right after last night.
He continues to consume sandwiches, so yes.
Good. And she was like, you can tell that she maybe wants to ask you questions, but she's been given a mission, so she goes into the back of the room.
I look over at Hannah. It's like a bit squirrely, aren't they?
She says, well, it was a bit,
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
They seem rather shook.
I don't know. And after a moment, Elodie steps out. And she smiles at Hannah. Give me an empathy roll.
Can't be.
Give me an empathy roll if you would.
That's not even gonna happen.
Okay, that's great.
It's mediocre.
Right. Okay, that's cool. I'm average. It seems to you, unless you want to do anything about it, she seems warm enough, right? Like she smiles at Hannah. You can't read her particularly well, right? I mean, that's you're not certain if that what emotionally she's feeling as she sort of responds to Hannah, and then she looks at you and she smiles at you as well. Her eyes are not smiling though, right? Like she's smiling because we're in a pleasant space, but there's just that kind of look of recognition from one predator to another. There's just like a look. there's just a look between you that she gives you. It's not hostile. It's just she sees you a little bit, and that's it. You know, it's not particularly friendly. It's not particularly unfriendly. It's a little.
Oh,
weird.
Regina could be really mean. She won't be. It's fine.
She says, it is good to see you both. We should come to the back. Come with me.
After you to Hannah.
Hannah comes through the side.
Hannah first.
Yep. And Elodie sort of opens the curtain for you both to sort of go in, and she gives Yvette a couple of sort of slightly harsh toned whispers. You can't really hear what she says, but she seems to like give, it's a bit of a sharp something to Yvette. Perhaps a little bit of a, I don't know, like a little bit of a, like you did something not so great at that moment. And so she takes you into the back, and when you come into the back, it's actually quite long. The back space is actually quite expansive. And there are 2 rows of sewing machines. There are about 6 or so of them, sort of like large industrial sewing machines. And in the back, there are all of these, there's like a number of washing machines, and these sort of like big, round industrial washing machines of the 40s that are actually sort of quite loud.
Right.
Yeah. And then, of course, there's also chastising is the word I was looking for, Jer. It was just a bit of a chastise. And then they've got like racks and racks of clothes, sort of like these sort of things that have been tailored. Ironing boards. Now, what's interesting is that visibility in this room is actually quite bad because all of these racks of clothes that are sort of set up there mean that you can't necessarily see the back of the room, and there are lots of bits of the room that are not particularly visible when you just walk through the curtain, which meant that, you know, if somebody needed to hide, there'd be a lot of hiding spaces, or if they wanted to ambush people, there'd be a lot of ambush spots, right? So it's sort of set up, it looks very, very it looks very normal. It looks very average, but from a security eye, it's set up in a way to look very unsuspicious, but there's a lot of space in here for them to hide things, get away with things, sort of maneuver if they need to. Yes. And so she starts walking you back past the sewing machines, and I will note that there's a woman sewing.
Okay.
There is a young man who is quite beefy. Like he's very, very sort of large and broad, and he's sort of standing near one of the washing machines. He has a look of danger about him, is I suppose the best way I could sort of frame it. He's not that he is, again, not that he's threatening you, because he's not threatening you, but simply that he's clearly not a tailor is what I think how I would frame it. He is someone who, you know, looks like he could be really good in a fight. That sort of person. You have so like he's like sort of a big sort of tough guy, and then you have also another young man who's also sort of lurking. Once you get past these sort of the racks of clothes, there's another young man sort of back there, and he has been bandaged a little bit. Like you can tell that he's been injured, but he's also up here. There is, I would say, like there's a total of 2 women up front sewing, and there are these 2 men, one right by the washing machines you can see, one on the other side of the clothes and the back. Both of them look a little bit capable of doing violence. And once you get past all of these racks of clothes, there's an office in the back at the very, very end, and out of the office steps this woman, Mother Courage, who you saw the night before in the midst of this battle. And she steps out, and she looks at you both, and she smiles. And she smiles sort of warmly. She is not young. She is early 50s, late 40s, like around that sort of realm. No makeup, of course. Clearly a working woman. She's worked all of her life. Sturdy, right? You kind of know the type. Oh, well, you grew up with a lot of money, but you then moved. You've met this type of like sort of real sort of working class woman, and she sees you both and she smiles, and there's a bit of a twinkle in her eye when she looks at you, Regina, and she goes, "Huh, I am pleased to see you all." And Hannah just sort of steps forward and she goes, "Pardon me, is there anyone who needs help? I brought my bag." And Mother Courage smiles. She says, "Oui. Sylvain," she calls out, and the really huge, beefy fellow from the front sort of comes from the front. And she goes, "Sylvain, will you take our good doctor downstairs?" And he nods, and he goes, "Yes, mother." And he walks over, and there's like a bit of a pause, and everybody kind of stops and listens for a moment. And then he goes to one of these washing machines, and he moves it. It's actually on sort of like rollers, and he moves this like large washing machine out, and he sort of pulls up a trap door that's underneath. And once the trap door opens, you can hear the sounds of like a small printing press. And he sort of gestures for Hannah to sort of step down, and there's like a sort of wooden stairway that goes down to this sort of basement, sort of hidden basement. And she heads down, and he goes down in there with her. And he shuts the door, and the other fellow goes and like pulls the washing machine back. Yeah, pulls it back. And she goes, Mother Courage looks at you. She goes, "We have, I think, things to discuss. First off, protocol. When you come in, you should not ask for me by my code name. That is not a good idea. What you should do is that, it is your first time here, so all right. You should say that you are here to pick up your wash that you dropped off on a Monday, and that it is late."
Of course.
So, I'm glad you're here. We have much to discuss. Shall we go to my office?
Sure.
And she looks at one of the young lads, and she goes, "Louis, get us some food." And he's like, and she takes you into her office, which is there's like a desk, a lot of papers. It's mostly fairly clean. There are rags, there's some tools. And when you step in, if you look around, so there are more obvious and less obvious things. And you can always make a discover action, but I'll say the obvious things is that they're like photographs on the wall, like, some like photographs set up, some posters. It looks pretty lived in as a place. So would you like to make an awareness discover, if you would?
Yeah, I would. I mean, she showed me a whole lot very openly, so
you can actually don't have to use awareness for your discover. You can use anything you want for your discover. It's up to you.
Can I do investigate instead? It's better than my awareness.
Investigate is slow. Investigate is for when you have time to do research.
Okay, then I'll just take the awareness. That's okay. Mm-hmm. We'll just get what we get. I got it too.
Sure. You get one question.
Okay.
What would you like to know? Oh, let me tell you something first, and then you can tell me what you want to know. The photographs that you see seem mostly to be of her, some man, probably her husband, it looks like, right? It's probably. And you see photographs of her husband, and 4 children at various ages. 2 of them are those men that you saw, and one of them is Elodie. And then there's another man that you don't know. So like 3 boys and a girl. And one of them is clearly Elodie, and 2 of them are those fellows that are up there as well. So it's like kind of like family photographs of them sort of about Paris. So you may ask any question you would like.
How many people strong is her operation?
Here in this building? So you know from at least what you saw last night, she has way more people than are here in this space. This space is not the only, like from what you saw, comparing what you saw last night when they were assaulting some Gestapo trucks to this space here, you are certain this is not where all of their people are, because they clearly had more people last night than they have here. But looking at this place and thinking about it, you don't know how big the basement is, but if the basement is as big as the floor itself, they could have a huge number of people here, but that would probably be a little bit suspicious, that many people sort of coming in and out. It looks like they're set up to have plausibly at least 5 people doing tailoring stuff, right? Tailoring and washing. They could probably get away with another 2 or 3. So you're looking at maybe maximum plausible for this shop. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 10 people could plausibly come in and out of this shop without it being too suspicious. Probably closer to the 8 side. So it's a slightly large cell that's here, but depending, right? They could but you suspect they could have more people here if they needed to.
Yeah, and I imagine there's some below, because that's where Hannah went. So there's definitely more. So,
but upstairs, you've only seen one. You've seen Yvette. You've seen 2 people at the Tailors. 2 women at the Tailors. You've seen Elodie. That's 4. You've seen Mother Courage. That's 5. You've seen 2 men. That's 7. And clearly, there are people who are injured downstairs. So there are at least 7 people here, at least right now.
Okay.
Probably 8, right, or more.
Do you see the radio?
You do not.
The barrel that I set the radio in.
There is a barrel here. No, it wouldn't be up here. You wouldn't see any of it up here.
Okay, great, good. That is the hope. Okay, that's the question. I follow her in very nonchalantly,
and she said, she sort of offers you a chair. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, you are Regina.
Oui.
Berger.
Oui.
I'm Nicoline Michaud. So, it is a pleasure to meet you. My daughter has said many things about you.
I can only imagine.
But I want to thank you for delivering both of those radios. It is much appreciated. I'm sorry, my manners are terrible. Did you have many losses last night?
Yes, there were many lost.
I'm very sorry. We lost 2 of ours, and we have a few more injured. But they gave their lives for the cause, and it was our pleasure to come to your aid, because
that is why I'm here. I wanted to say thank you.
If I may, should I call you Mademoiselle Berger? Should I call you, what would you like me to call you?
Regina is fine.
Good. And you may call me Nicoline, or if you want, you can call me Mother. But I wanted to tell you that things are difficult in Paris right now, but we appreciate more than you can know your aid. It has been difficult since we started the last month or so. We have had great growth, but our growth is always limited because we do not have the connections that you have.
Well, then we both have something the other needs. I don't have as much kind of, maybe even squeak the door open a little bit, strapping muscle
Well,
as you.
We did get that impression about you. But we also get the impression that you are, you have your own unique advantages that we also do not have. We are very impressed by your cell. You have a certain boldness about you that we appreciate. You're less...
Says the woman printing flyers and leaving them on the street.
Well, in this moment, it is important to let the people of Paris know they cannot just sit and let the Bosch walk through our streets and take our children and do what they will.
I do not disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. I simply make the point that as bold as you think we may be, your antics have not gone unnoticed.
No, they have not. But we are careful not to let it bring back to where we sleep. We want people to know that we are here. I just don't want them to know that we are here. But your cabaret is ingenious. It's very smart. And people can come in and out. You can meet people all the time without it being particularly suspicious. Something quite useful about that.
It has its disadvantages as well.
I could imagine. So, have you spoken to London? Have they agreed to be more open to working with us?
I have a feeling, and my feelings never fail me, that London finds your antics also bold. And in boldness is also great risk.
There is also risk in doing nothing. We are resistance, after all. We are here to do something. I do not
disagree with you. I'm saying that London needs to see your value beyond being loud.
London is... The problem with us is not that we are loud. The problem with us is that we are communists. That is their problem with us. They fear us, de Gaulle, and all of them in hiding. They want... And you can see just for a moment a flash of anger. Like it flashes and dissipates almost immediately. But it was there for a moment. They want to keep their empire. They want to keep Algeria and Martinique and all these places that they oppress. They may not like the Nazis, but they do love... Well, they are not friends of the working man so much, so they will always have a bit of a problem. But I was hoping that your man Tango, your cell leader, might have been able to convince them that we need to work together now in this place, and I meant to understand that you are their radio operator, and I would then assume that you have had word back from them in this time?
We have been, as they say, lying low. So no, I have not gotten word out, but I will add it to my mini list of things to send to London.
Well, I hope that we can come to some sort of agreement. It is difficult getting supplies, food. Many things are difficult out here. We do have some connections. We have some ways to get food.
Nicolette, I like put a hand up. She's talking. Regina is a woman of... Nicolene, I'm sorry. Nicolene. Regina is a woman of very few words, and she is clearly not. She's spilling all the beans, which is good, but also very risky. And she says just...
But it's very clear to you that this is a means to pull you in.
Yes, yeah. And I know Regina gets kind of what she's doing, and she kind of puts her hand up and she says, I understand that you had the opportunity to meet Tango first. I imagine that your daughter then also told you some of the struggles after his setting up of our meeting.
She did. She had many colorful things to say about the evening.
That being said...
She said that you pulled a gun on her, on my only daughter.
I did. It worked.
Well, she did not shoot you back, which is much restraint on her part.
Then we were both struggling.
She knew I would not have approved, because we are to be allies, so there should be no shooting between allies.
I will start again. I'm here to say thank you for your efforts. I recognize that you, for whatever reason, seek London's help. For good reason. And I kind of gesture knowing the situation, understanding the gravity of the neighborhood, having walked through it and these kinds of things. And I did not get here or there, meaning Bricktops, by waiting for London. London is full of, as you so clearly put it. Regina seeks her words very carefully.
Mother Courage smiles. Like, she finds you're struggling to find the right words. Your struggle to be diplomatic?
Yes.
Charming. She finds it charming.
Not.
Yeah.
They are oblivious to what it actually means.
Yes.
Which is why it is significantly easier for me to simply ask for an apology once I've done what needs to be done. So, instead of you waiting around for London to give you what you need, what if I help you get what you need? Because unfortunately, as much as Tango has charmed you with his American sway, he is not the cell leader and has not as much pull as you'd like to think. In fact, I feel that you have swayed him.
This is interesting because our intelligence tells us that he's the newest member of your, that you all were there at the cabaret before he was. It made us think that perhaps he was the London point of contact.
He did drop out of the sky.
Interesting. So...
I say that because I feel that you misunderstand the dynamic of our cell.
We each
hold a very specific balance. To say there is a single leader seems rather trite.
All right. So...
If you would like London's approval, I promise if it comes from me, it will be weighted.
Also, what is happening with you and your cell with the calling you, the French Gestapo? What is happening?
Happening?
Well, we were called in last night by your doctor friend for a reason.
Well, it seems that our great cell leader has a little bit of a happy trigger finger. Unfortunately, for whatever reason.
Boldness must be done intelligently. You can't just be bold wildly. You must strike with purpose.
Yes, unfortunately, Tango is still learning. So, let's say that he put an extra hole inside of Pete's face. One that does not eat pie.
Pete.
There is some French gangster. It seems that Gestapo has direct interest in funding and supporting these French mobsters. And they have selected us to their own dismay as the hot to trot spot.
Do you need security of some sort?
Actually, I came for a different reason. As much as security would be nice, it seems that we are going to stay dark for a while. Give us some cover and we shall lie low. But I have a feeling that we can help each other with something else that we both need.
Excellent. I had a similar thought.
I imagine that without London's support, that radio that I gave you is going rather unused.
We have made a few. We have made a few calls outside of Paris, not too far. Actually, you know them, Elodie tells me, to our friends out in the countryside for coordination.
Yes. Does she... Out of game. Does she mean...
Where the landing strip
Hannah's
is.
parents?
No.
Hannah's parents? Oh, the farmers at the landing strip? Interesting.
Up north. Hannah's parents are in Vichy, France. They're actually by Lyon. They're actually quite far south. So the place you rode up to, like northeast, where the landing strip was. There was that barn that you all stayed at. Yeah.
Yep.
You know, all those armed men up there.
Regina,
where you left one of the radios.
Yes. Well, I imagine that some proper training would not hurt your efforts.
It would not. It would not.
And considering the fact that London trained me, I suggest it is just as good.
That would be good. Yes, we would appreciate that. Also, we might need your help for an operation. I think coordinating is better.
Well, I come offering my brains for your brawn.
This is what we need. You have connections we do not have. Tango told me that you all are working as double agents for the German military intelligence, which is interesting indeed. It explains so much about how you can have so much resources in an occupied city. We were worried about you, as a matter of fact, that perhaps you might not have been on our side, but Tango was very charming indeed. But if you have connections with military intelligence and with the German government, that means you can get information for us.
What kind of information?
Well, we would like to know, we need targets. We want to do something a little bit bold. We want to hit them. They killed 100 French, they killed 100 comrades. And such things will not go unpunished. So we are looking for places to hit, security details. We're looking for something that will be symbolic, something that will be safe. We certainly cannot hit any of the main hotels. That would be too difficult. But we were hoping that perhaps, since you have connections, you might know where perhaps some of their officers, perhaps more important officers, frequent brothels, cabarets, some sort of collaborationist space where important, or as important as possible, German officers might frequent, that we might...
Do I know of any places that what's the name of that brothel?
The Little Bird.
Little Bird. Okay.
But that, of course, is Tango and Sigmund's place?
Tango told them we were double undercover, so his brothel could suck it, especially if it helps the situation.
Of course.
And I don't like his buddy anyways.
It's fair.
He's a skeezy a-hole.
He's super skeezy. He really is. This is true.
Regina may be helping Tango out. Okay.
So we're looking for some kind of good target for something explosive. And we know that you have better eyes than we have. So we're looking for something... That's what we're looking for.
Let me see what I can dig up.
Mm-hmm.
If you are looking for something a little less explosive and more helpful, I can tell you where...
I think killing Nazis is always helpful. But go on.
Regina kind of tips her head and she simply says, I guess it's how you prioritize things. I would think feeding the people and putting shoes on children's feet is significantly more important.
They are. That is also very important.
What if I told you that I can tell you where there are a few Nazi storehouses? Ones that are housing food, clothing, supplies.
Interesting.
As much as I'd like to see more dead Nazis, and I have a feeling there will be plenty of time for it. Tango seemed to hint at the fact that you had a bit of a bleeding heart.
This is true. If you could point us to rail shipments of food, storehouses, things like this, probably would be easier to get them on trains. Trains are less guarded. We could disrupt the tracks. We could then loot the trains.
Still with an explosion. Well, however you see fit to party, but I can provide you a location.
Please, that would be excellent. That would be very helpful indeed. Thank you.
Exchange for this. And I will hand it over to whoever you like in 3 days' time. I need a group of strapping young men.
2 days' time.
2 days' time. I need a group of strapping young men to meet me at the Louvre, the back door.
What for?
Let's say there is a rather important shipment of rare items that my cell holds at deep importance. We will not be moving anything off-site, but we will be moving things rather quickly, and we must do it quietly.
All right.
When all is said and done, everybody goes home, and nobody needs to store anything.
See? All right. This we can do. Some of our people are injured, but we can bring people in from outside. We have farmers. It's all right. We can do this. I would appreciate. I would appreciate your intelligence. You have access to files and schedules I imagine we do not have. Let me ask you this. Not too long ago, someone killed the head of German military intelligence.
I heard over the radio.
Yes, and you are double agents working for military intelligence, so do you know who did it? Was it one of your cells? Was it London? Was it it wasn't us. But
Does it make a difference who it is?
Yes, it does. Makes a large difference.
Unfortunately, I don't have that information. I feel a bit differently. He is dead, and it has disrupted quite a lot. So whoever it is, I thank them.
I would also like to thank them. Regina, let me be very clear with you about something. France right now is a collection of disorganized cells. People who are working on their own. They're not coordinating larger, they're not dreaming bigger. I want us to do bigger things. We cannot stop the Nazis with just one or two small things. We have to do bigger things. And the only way we can do bigger things is if we work together. If there's a cell out there who's done this, it is not some sort of one-off, then that is a cell I want to reach out to and find. If de Gaulle want to do it, if London want to do it, then I will do it. We will make an army. We will take back this place, and we will make it very difficult for the Germans. But we need coordination. Just small groups by themselves with no sort of connection is not going to get us freedom. It will not give us liberation. And so, this is the beginning of something bigger. They've been here only a year or so, and they will not be here longer. We will get them out.
There is a difference between you and I. You were desperately preparing for war, and I am desperately preparing it from trying to happen.
We are
There are
already
different
at war.
outcomes. We are on the cusp. Their invasion is not in total, as you said. And the fact of the matter is, our ways are different.
That's why we must work together.
But you do not think I got as far as I have by working with people. You and I both know that.
Coordination is a strength.
It can also be a great weakness.
When my group came to your aid last night, that coordination was not a weakness. It saved you.
It did.
This...
And I greatly appreciate it, as I have said. And I am here to attempt to pay back such a kind gesture.
I understand. I'm not saying that you need to have tea with me. And at that point in time, one of her sons comes in with a tray that has got fake coffee on it, and also like 2 small bowls of borscht, and sort of sits them over. Please.
Thank you. I have heard wonderful things about your soup.
It is homemade. Listen, this is important for me. I think that we have a lot we could do to help each other. And I respect your work, and I respect your methods and your strength. She's going to make a rapport on you, my friend. That's what she's going to do.
Damn it.
Will?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's by 3. Anything you want to do about that?
Okay, I have a new faction. That I aspect that I've not really cashed in on yet. I'm gonna spend how many fate points do I have? I have 5. Even then, it won't bring it up enough, and I shouldn't really re-roll.
You're 3 down.
Don't have a way to win this roll because I don't want to spend 2. Fine. Regina accepts. Fine. She wants to sit there and flatter Regina. She doesn't have a problem with that.
She's going to put an advantage on you. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the advantage that she's just put on you with 2 free invokes. I want us to work this out together because, you know, we're both here. She is trying to make you sympathetic and willing to work with them. She wants to give you, she wants to make you emotionally more on their side a bit. So I feel
like telling her where the warehouses is was Regina's way of being emotionally open to her. Her sympathy. That was sympathy. For Regina.
So I would like us to name this this advantage she has on you. I would like, because I feel like you know Regina quite well. When she is moved, and I'm going to give you a couple of things you can think about. She clearly is more cagey than you thought she was, right? I.e. that she's not Team Chaos, right? It might seem like Team Chaos, but she's not. She's actually quite organized. You can tell that quite a lot of things that she's done has been deliberately done. She is a tough woman. She's clearly she's clearly friendly for a reason, but she's also not unfriendly. Like she's clearly working the situation, but in a way that I think would speak to her skill and to her I don't know, like she's not a person that you would let me put it this way. I do not think that she would come off to Regina as a person who's super dangerous, like in terms of like She's going to walk down the street there. So tell me, what kind of a positive emotional aspect do you think that Regina would get from this situation? How would you name it? Because I want to give this. I want to give this to you because you know her. I'm going to note that you do have the aspect a ladies' lady.
That was the one I was gonna cash in on, was ladies' lady, which means like you can't get one up on the ladies' lady. Like you can't.
Or you are more sympathetic to ladies is also a situation.
Okay. Regina just doesn't really do sympathy. And she's not suffering currently from sympathy.
But maybe she is now.
Yeah, Regina, but she didn't drink the soup.
Have some. It's delicious.
No, absolutely not. No. Regina does not take food from people she does not know. Do you think that that's how she got this far without being poisoned? Fuck no. Yeah, okay. I'm thinking, so we need an advantage.
One that makes you more willing to see them sympathetically in some kind of a way.
She does see them sympathetically.
Yeah. So what can we name it?
She does, though.
What can we name it?
I don't know.
How about something like maybe respect for the mother, or
no, it's not respect, because she doesn't respect anything about how this woman goes about her business.
It's fair.
Blowing things up is not how Regina does her business. She has zero respect for that. She has zero respect for you luring a man in with soup and getting all the information on our cell out of him. She has zero respect for that.
I feel like maybe you should have respect for that, because that was pretty well done. Maybe,
but Regina recognizes it as the fact she took advantage of Tango's ignorance. Regina has zero respect for that. I guess maybe business respect, but she has no personal sympathetic respect for that.
How about
it's more like they're having to wear the same shoes. These two women wear the same shoes. They do things differently, but they wear the burden of the same pair of shoes.
I like, how about same shoes? Same shoes.
Different path.
Same shoes, different path. Yeah. I like it. I think it's good. I'm in it. I'm into it. And that's going to be, Regina, you have that aspect on you. Same shoes, different path. And Mother Courage has got 2 free invokes on it. Please, have some. I made it myself. It is with fresh beets from the countryside.
Thank you very much for your kindness and your hospitality, but again, I didn't get this far from taking food from strangers. And as much as that may work on Tango's...
She takes a spoon of your soup and she eats it. And now you may have some. It is not poisoned. Do not reject my hospitality.
Under one condition.
All right.
If anybody asks, I did not drink the soup.
All right. That is fine.
I'll pick it up and like a little bit, like set it down.
It's really good.
Great, perfect, wonderful.
It's probably some of it's tricky because you're at Bricktop, so you've got some connects to some good illegal food, but this is fresh from farms, right? And she has some.
Well done.
So, 3 days.
Back to business. Yes, 3 days back of the Louvre. I will provide one of whoever of your men with information, probably a file of some kind with a couple locations you will find interest in.
We have a bit of a problem. You said your club was shut down.
The electricity is in repair.
This is difficult. This means our people cannot come to your club as often for a handoff, so we'll have to have another location.
Handoff?
You said you had information for us, yes?
Yes,
Okay.
I will bring it in 2 days' time.
Yeah, all right.
To the Louvre.
Ah.
It will be the exchange for the work of your men.
Perfect. And then you will, that will be for the buildings with the food, and we will distribute that. Also, you perhaps can tell us a little bit more information about the inner workings of military intelligence so that we might. And here's the most convenient part. Since we and you are not actually the same cell, if we hit them, it will not blow back on you. So.
Who would have thought?
So, we can help take down those people with your information, and it will not come to you, and we can help you as well. I think this will be excellent for us both.
That remains to be seen.
Tell me, Regina, how do you feel about Karl Marx?
You would like to talk about Karl Marx?
Briefly, yes. You are here, not there. Marx was a great thinker, had many great ideas to think about the role of labor and exploitation. So, what do you think?
As much as I would love to have a chat, I have been scrubbing floors all night, and I have a few more stops to make in my day. Our cell is not quite as established as yours, not as many hands.
Fair. If you need anything from us, you may contact us. And say hello to that Tango for me. It is he is somewhat charming. A little bit lost though. Will you just make sure he's all right? He's I was a little distressed when I saw him last. I would say this though. He did save your lives, so you may thank him for that.
There's always a first for everything, isn't there? I stand and push a still very full bowl of soup to the side. Thank you for your hospitality and for the cavalry.
Anytime. And remember, if you need anything, if you need a place to hide, we have places outside of the city that are available always. And I assume if we need a place to hide, we can come to you, although we probably won't need it. But
never say never.
Never say never. We hope. But if we do need your special skills, we will call on them again. But please, if you could... I don't know if you can find this. We can't. We know that Laval and Pétain are going to be coming to Paris soon. It was announced on that stupid radio that we... the radio. That is currently not broadcasting, that they will be making their way here for they're making some sort of unit of volunteers who are going to go off and fight against the communists out east, and Pétain and Laval, and that Laval is the worst. Such a Nazi. They're going to be here to oversee the troops. We were looking for false papers. You have your Tango is quite good with forgery, we understand, and if you could perhaps get a copy of what these sort of identification paperwork for this group might be, this new military group, and perhaps give us paperwork that might allow us to slip in, that would be very good indeed. So. And she hands you a photograph of her son, one of her sons. If you could make paperwork with his photograph, we could slip him into the event.
"2 days.
All right. It is Laval and Pétain will be here in Paris. soon.
Regina kind of watches her. She makes her uneasy. That budding eagerness for war and the death of things is what drives the Nazis. And Regina knows that it does not come from a place of love and care. This idea of like blowing things up and exploding them. And there's a reason why Regina's not a soldier. She's a spy. And it makes her uneasy because we're deeply tied to them, and she's dangerous and not necessarily in a very safe way.
And Mother Courage stands up to escort you out. And she says, she just sort of says, almost more to herself than she says to you, she says, I wish I knew who it was that killed that head of intelligence, because that person, someone. And like you can tell that there's like this respect for this assassin out there that she would like to know. She's like, if you can find out who did it. And then she has this idea. She has an idea.
I can find. Oh, go ahead.
She goes, listen, if you find out who did it, that means that they might find out who did it. Military intelligence. If you find out who did it, we can give them shelter. We could use whoever that was. So if they're in danger and you find out through your contacts, we will be their safe house.
If I can find out who did it. They're not very good at what they did.
She smiles and she says, do not underestimate your abilities. I do not.
It's good. You shouldn't.
No, you are very tricky to track down, but it is doable. And as you walk out of the office, Hannah's there, wiping off her hands. Hannah's clearly come back up. And Mother Courage says, I hope you enjoy wine. And she just smiles as she goes back into her office.
I kind of grab Hannah. Are you ready to go?
And Hannah has like a kind of weird look with that comment about the wine. She thought that was weird. And she will walk out with you. And Elodie just kind of gives you a bit of a stink eye the entire time. Just like,
I give her stink eye back.
Yeah, that's a little harsh. She.
Oh, I could be so mean. Should I be mean?
Maybe. You have the soul of a killer.
Her mother did get an advantage on me. Might as well get an advantage on her daughter.
It
would be a nice little exchange. Oh. What kind of advantage does Regina want to set up on Elodie?
Yeah, because she's not happy with you. Like, it is clear she's irritated with you. You also know, yeah. You know her trouble aspect, though.
Do I? What is it?
That she carries a torch for Jax, the smuggling pilot.
No, I need to dig deeper than that. Okay. As Regina walks by, she kind of taps on the table wherever she's like sitting. She goes, "You really should smile, Elodie. You have everything, including a mother to run to and tell all your secrets." And I kind of clap a little bit and like make a little kind of quaint jab at her.
I think that's provoke, isn't it?
And I do finger guns like.
I believe that's provoke. I believe you're trying to.
I believe it is provoke.
I believe it is.
This is not a very good thing for.
Yep.
That's okay. Screw it. It's fun anyways. Nope. I didn't do very well.
Well, let me roll her will, which is only fair for her. Oh no, she rolled very well. She looks at you. I assume you're going to just take the fail on that one, yeah?
Oh, yeah, I'm just going to take the fail. Maybe
Okay.
it doesn't get to her, but Regina gets to say it anyways.
And she looks at you and she goes, yes, I am lucky that I have a mother who takes care of me and who takes care of all of us.
Regina kind of, she smiles, a very cheeky smile, and she goes, a lot to lose. A lot to lose.
Ooh, I have a question for you. Would you like a fate point?
Yes, I would.
Would you?
Yes, I would. Yes.
Are you sure?
I
can tell you what it's for.
Yeah, can you tell me what it's for before
Sure.
I take it?
So, I feel like this would provoke our Elodie, perhaps, a little bit too much. And I think that this might cause a little bit of problem between you two of a slightly violent nature. And that would cause a lot of troubles if that happened right now. Would you like Elodie to get mad enough to start some trouble? Physical trouble
I would.
right now. And it's going to go badly for you because getting into a fight with Elodie right now.
I mean, I'm not throwing first punch, so
no, it's not going to matter though because it's not going to work well if you get into a fight with her. But I feel like if you want a fate point, I will have her go off on you in a physical way because she's upset right now about it. I'll give you one. Yeah?
Fuck it. Regina doesn't have anything to lose.
Sure.
Plus, it only makes her look bad.
No, because it's a compel, so it's going to make you look bad. That's the point.
Why?
Because it's a compel.
I don't understand.
It's the compel.
But I didn't do anything. She's attacking me, right?
Yeah, but if you compelled me, then it would work out well for you. But I'm compelling you.
Oh, then I don't want your fate point. Because Regina, unless it makes her look bad, Regina has no business being in a fight with her. She don't need the fate point that bad.
All right then. I'm just saying that that's why it's a compel, because it's going to make you look bad. But
Regina doesn't want to look bad. She has zero need to look bad. If I was out of fate points, I would say yes, but she's not.
Then it's good.
She's not, and
fine.
she can let that simmer.
All right,
it's fine. She got a lot to lose.
You make it out of this place and you start walking back towards your the brewery in the wine district where you stay. And as you're walking out there, it's a bit of a walk, and you and Hannah are walking side by side. It's a little quiet a bit, it's a long walk. And she has her hands in the pockets of her jacket that she's wearing. And in her, she's carrying her doctor bag, and she's clearly got thoughts on her mind, but she's not saying them yet, but she's clearly thinking. It's been a day.
Regina's head is elsewhere.
Yeah. Are you all right?
That's a loaded question.
I know. It's been a long day, long night. Neither one of us has slept. Are you all right?
Yes. I have other things that I must attend to, though. I wanted to ensure you got back safely.
It's not the same. It's not what I asked.
I'm sorry. My mind is elsewhere. Ask again.
I'll wait till we get to the bunker. Maybe you don't like speaking on the streets.
No, I don't like speaking most of the time, period, so.
I'll wait. And she will wait till you actually get back to the bunker before she says anything else. Unless Regina says something.
Regina's like mulling over things. Yeah. How badly she just wants to use Tango like a punching bag for spilling all the beans to them. Oh, so bad. So bad. She's so angry at him right now. And thinking about a lot of other things.
Once you get in, she pulls out a chair.
I don't have time to sit.
Please.
I have things to... Regina was just asked to sit by another woman who felt the need to talk at her. She has a seat and she kind of looks a bit like time's ticking.
Hannah sits down across from you. I know you always have things to do, and I understand I don't want to take too much of your time, but I don't know if you'll come back. There's always that danger, so I thought we should have this conversation now. Because I know it's coming, and I know it's been coming for a couple of days, so... Is it all right to have it now?
Well, you seem to have more information than I do.
I hope that last night was something nice. Not the way it ended, but...
It was, for a while, as most things usually are in my life.
I have to ask you a question.
Okay.
I thought you would say it, but you haven't done, so I suppose I thought I'd just ask you myself, then bring it up.
Okay.
Everyone else has brought it up. I just thought it was a bit of a time before you did as well.
Okay.
Are you going to ask me to leave?
I want you to make your own choices. Do I want you to leave? No. Do I want you to leave? Yes. You worry about me, but you should be more worried about yourself, Hannah. And you know why. Do you want to leave?
No.
You know that you will eventually. Maybe not today or tomorrow or next week. But they're not going to stop. And I will burn this city to the ground before they take you. So, for everybody's sake,
Regina, I will not go under my own power. If I have any choice in the matter, I won't go. If I would... I would not leave you of my own choice.
I wish you would stop worrying about me.
I don't. That's not what it is. I'm not worried about you in that way. I mean, of course I worry about you. I worry about all of them, right? I mean, I worry about Sylvie, of course. I worry about Tango and Jules. I mean, I worry about all of you, of course. I worry about a lot of people, but it's not worry that keeps me here.
Please don't.
No, I know.
Can I ask you a question?
Me?
What difference does it make if they drag you away against your own free will? And they do to you what they have done to so many others. What difference does it make if you are here now with me? If you can't be with me when it's all done?
Well, I don't know if you know this about me, but I have a secret.
Oh, well.
Mm-hmm. I know a dashing and beautiful and smart and dangerous member of the resistance, and she has very secret hiding places, and I know that if I'm in those places, they won't be able to find me, and so they will not drag me out anywhere because I'm not. I won't. Last night was the last time that I will go out and about. I understand that you are worried. I'm worried. I mean, I still think that I can make it here or there. I think I can. I still think I can do things, but
I have an idea. You're far too hard-headed for me to be able to ask you to leave. And if you would choose to stay in, this bunker, it is connected to the sewers and thus the catacombs under this city. You can no longer go to them. Your patients must come to you. I believe that we could set up a series of systems, locations inside of the catacombs. Switch it every few days. And we can share the information as to where people can find you.
all right. Regina, if we can't be doctors anymore, that means all of that community, not just Jews, but also Roma, so many people will not be able to get help when they need it. And look, the truth is, I am staying here also for you. This is true. But I'm not only staying here for you, I'm also staying here because there are people who...
I know that.
I'm staying here also for me. I can't go off to the farm and be with my parents and not see your very grumpy face in the morning.
It's not that grumpy.
It's a little grumpy.
It's not that grumpy.
Sometimes it's a little grumpy. I'm sorry if I was too bold last night.
No. No apologies necessary. It seems that there was a lot of bold activity happening last night.
I know that you said before that you only needed friends, and I agree. And so I apologize for kissing you. I was emotional. I thought you might die. So
if I were to possibly die more often?
Well, I would prefer you not to die, but if I were frightened of you dying more often, then, I mean, who knows what would happen?
Well, that is something to keep in mind.
I know you have work to do, and I'm sure the boys will be back in tonight, so
I get up while she's like talking, and I go over to probably just like, I don't know, Regina probably has some small tool chest or like hodgepodge mess of stuff, and she pulls out 2 pieces of chalk and she hands them over to her, and she says, there has been a lot of bloodshed on the streets over the last 24 hours. I know that you want to be out there helping, but you have helped as many as you can. Today, you're going to go out that exit into the sewers, and you're going to carve a path for yourself wherever you want to set up. You're going to need light, and this chalk can be used on the walls to mark the way.
All right. Also supplies. I'll need supplies. I still have some for now, but
we will figure out the supplies. I have a feeling that our new comrades are going to acquire quite a lot, which, if we work with them, they will share.
Also, I do apologize for going to them. I know that you're very private, and there was a lot of shooting, and
It's okay. She was right, as much as I dislike it. Had they not shown, we would have been in much, much worse trouble than we are now.
She takes your hand, and she just puts it to her cheek. You're, I think you're bad for me, she says. And she just, like, kisses your hand a little bit. You know why?
You're going to tell me.
Because I don't get to be the very hard and feelingless doctor that I normally am when you're around. You just, I am teasing a little.
I couldn't tell.
Look, I want you to know that I am not going to die in this war. And when this war is over, you and I are going to do amazing things, in my opinion.
Regina stands and she looks at Hannah and she says, "You're the second woman that's told me that."
Oh, do I need to get into a fist fight with someone? Not a very good fighter, but...
Smiles. She says, "No, that woman has long since broke that promise. My heart. Don't be like her, Hannah."
I could never.
And Regina will stand, her life always on a repeat. The same words from people always, and people always break their promises to her. Always. Always. And she gets up and she says, "I have a very busy day. And much of it must take place before
I know.
the sun goes down. In fact, I have a mail truck to beat."
Of course. I do love you, though. You don't have to say it. It's all right. But I want you to know that I do. And, I just want you to know it. When you go out there, you should know that I do. And I have for a while, and I have never loved you more than I did last night.
Thank you for trying to make a good evening of it.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant when you ran off, back towards Bricktops.
I know what you meant.
Oh.
I know what you meant.
Do you know that I'm proud of you? I don't know if anyone's told you that recently, but I am. I'm proud to know you, and I'm lucky. And I'm afraid this feels like the last time I'm going to see you for a while, and I hope not, because I think you're pretty amazing. You are. Okay, go. I will see you later. Sorry.
You talk a lot.
I know. I just feel like you're not hearing me. I'm not explaining it right. So,
if it is how you feel, there is no right or wrong. I guess. cannot say that I disapprove of these feelings or disagree with them. I simply haven't had a chance to really contemplate that.
Well, all right. I am going to stay here,
Right.
and I'll. And she lets go of your hand. I'm. Well, I will see you tonight. If you need anything, you know how to find me. It was it was a very nice kiss.
Nice.
Well,
You're all out of words when you get to that part.
no, well, I mean,
Don't.
she blushes bright red. It's like
Regina knows she caught her. There will be other chances. But you're right. I may be gone for a few days.
Well, I will be here.
Promise?
Yes, I do.
And Regina begins to do a flurry of things. She begins to pack a day bag to put at her side with a few things, extra clips. She's out of ammo. She checks her gun. She gets a change of clothes. She puts on her boots. Okay, what else does she need? All right, I wrote all this down. She's gonna need her lockpicking tools, just kind of the works. Hannah gets to see her she has her Batman moment. She suits up basically, which is pretty chill. And then you see her pack
roll resources.
A bag. Oh. I don't have any resources.
Okay.
Okay.
That is an advantage.
Oh, on the resources in case I need something? Okay.
And we'll just call it loaded for bear?
Yeah.
Loaded for bear?
Loaded for bear. That's perfect. Loaded for bear. Okay. She, then she says, I imagine she's crossing T's and dotting I's, so she's not even noticing Hannah. This is Regina's own mode. She packs another bag, a backpack. You see, there's a military tent on it. She probably drags it out from what under, somewhere she's hidden it. She drags out a large case, hard case that goes along with it. She lays that out on the table and checks everything that she needs is there. She fills her canteen, and then she grabs. Let me see if there's anything else. Oh, she goes over to a trunk and she's like, there was something. Yes, I saw it when we first moved in. And she starts going back through the trunk of the people that lived here before. She's pretty sure she saw a leather journal.
Yes.
An empty leather journal, let's say.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll say she finds an empty leather journal and she finds it at the bottom and she's like,
it probably isn't completely empty though, to be fair.
That's okay.
It's probably maybe the first 20 or so pages are probably sketches, illustrations, sort of sketches. It's a look at this.
Yeah, like a sketchbook. I rip the sketches out very tenderly. I take the sketches from the book. I want this one empty. And I rebind it with the coil or whatever, the leather coil that's on it. And I put that in the bag as well. Okay. Prep the radio. Camera is on my person. I have my brooch. And then Regina stops as she maybe goes to get her jacket or her hat, and she sees the kind of pile of her father's things. She's not ready for the journal, but she doesn't forget her family's pin.
Yeah.
The family crest.
Yeah.
She pins that on too. Maybe onto her beret. And she turns around to Hannah and she says, if you see Luke, tell him to stay right here.
All right, he's not been around too much, but
he'll be back. Tomorrow is his birthday.
What? You didn't tell me.
Regina turns to
and you walk out. And before we go to break, let me ask you, where do you go? Where are you headed with all of your bags and all of your stuff?
Well, okay, I leave the camping gear. The camping gear I'm coming back for, but right now it's just like side bag, camera strap. Like she's out for a day, and I imagine she takes one of the bikes because she needs to get around a little bit quicker, and she's on her own, so she can do it a lot stealthier.
Yeah.
Okay. First things first is she needs to visit the cleaners, and I think she's going to very quickly head to go find the cleaners. On the way, she will drop by. We probably see her like swing into the back alley of Bricktops and like toss, maybe even slot the book with a note attached to it through the mail slot, with Sylvie's name like on it. There's definitely a handwritten note that goes with it, and then she kind of takes off again. There's no reason to like stop, I guess you could say. And she pitters off. She's pretty sure
she could even drop it off at Sylvie's house.
That's true. Yeah. That would work too. Like maybe she like puts it, maybe we hear like a tap knock, but like she leaves it for Sylvie, and she will head to the cleaners. She thinks she knows where the cleaners are. She has a very specific thing she wants to do, and she's on a tight time frame because she's got to catch the mail truck.
Oh, I think I know what you want to ask, and I think we'll stop after you ask the question. Yeah, we're gonna do a break after you ask. Yeah, we're gonna do a break after you ask the question, because I have a suspicion what that question is, and I bet it's bad.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah. It is.
You make your way out, and you sort of head down towards closer to the sand, and so it's all this like warehouse district, and there's like a garage, like a mechanic's garage, which is tricky because people aren't driving a lot right now, but there's this mechanic's garage.
Right.
And it's sort of sandwiched between these warehouses, and you have to knock to get in.
Of course. I rap tap. Regina has no fear. She fears nothing. She walks right up there. It's like, tack, 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 tack.
There's a bit, right? And the door opens, and there's a man. Let's call him a mechanic. Let's call him that. Sure.
He dresses like a mechanic.
Yeah.
Okay.
His outfit has no grease on it though, and but it does have some dark stains. But he looks at you and he goes, and he just opens the door for you to walk in.
Regina likes him a lot better than the communists. They don't talk near as much.
And he goes, the Duke is up there. And there's like it's one of these sort of like really, it used to be a warehouse, so it's got like that catwalk like on the second floor, and there's like, those warehouses that will have like the office on the second floor, but everything is like, but there's like really no second
railing,
floor.
Open railing. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. So Regina, she ignores everything in here. Maybe her eyes don't ignore things. Like she scans and like takes information in, but she doesn't stop to talk to anyone.
What skill would you like to roll for your discover? You have many options.
Well, I can't really do investigation.
Investigation is like long term. Like that's long term research. Like
I do have a mechanics.
You could do that,
but it's the same as awareness, so it doesn't really.
It will give you different information you'll get.
I just want to know, just like I did with her, I really just want to know information about like the overall operation here. Like I know they take bodies.
So that would probably be awareness. But if you want to know more about the mechanics, that would be mechanics. Like you could also ask okay.
No, we'll do a 4-grade awareness. I want to know all about their operation.
You have 2 questions or a question and a boost. Those are your choices. Your first question. You see basically there's a lot of cars about. There are a lot of tools. It's very, very open. Lots of crates. There are a lot of like tarps blocking off parts of the large warehouse area for storage, I suppose. Is
bodies.
Does it? There's also an incinerator here as well. Just there happens to be an incinerator also here that is hot and currently
burning.
It is currently burning.
How many strong is their operation? The cleaners.
This is big. Again, you're only going to be able to estimate, but they have got at least 20 to 30 people here. You will notice, however, they have quite a few young men. you can kind of notice a hierarchy in the sense that there are people who are Luke's age, right? There are a number of like 15, 16-year-old.
And we found out that Luke was working for them, which is how we got Luke in the end.
Yeah. So we've got a bunch of like 15, 16-year-olds who are basically kind of just hanging out, not doing much, like, sort of sitting around smoking, not doing much. This is clearly so they've got like what you probably would imagine are runners. You know what I mean? Like these kids are probably runners of some sort, like who like are running things back and forth or lookout spotters. Then you've got a bunch of super burly guys who clearly are muscle. There's an incinerator. You also sort of notice there's some trucks in here that are not being worked on, but could carry a lot of stuff and probably have. So it looks to you like this is also maybe a fence. Like this is probably a place where they're fencing things. Thank you for that raid, Polished Cryptid.
Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders.
Yeah, but it looks to you like they probably get like 20, 30 people. It's like a pretty good sized organization.
Okay, Regina walks through like she freaking owns the place.
And you also have a second question or a boost.
Okay.
You get to choose whenever you want.
I'm going to take a boost because I've got a conversation coming up and Regina wants this. She wants this. She has plans for old Pete.
Okay, I'm ready. You make your way up that catwalk and in the office, you see the Duke, the cleaner, and he's in his office and he's smoking a big fat cigar and he's got a bottle of wine and he's got like a baguette with some cold cuts and cheese. He's having his lunch.
Sandwich, man. Oh, I'm surrounded by them.
It's not a sandwich though. They're separate. It's bread and cheese and cold cuts. It's not in a sandwich. And he is, he's got the sandwich that he's eating and he also has got a knife, not a sandwich knife, like a brutal knife.
Like a boot knife?
A little bit bigger, actually. I would say it's like, one of those. And
like a hunting knife.
Yeah. And he's cleaning blood off of it. He's got like a rag and he's just sort of cleaning blood off of it. And he sees you and he goes, mademoiselle, come in. How may I help you?
Hate to disturb your lunch.
Nothing disturbs my lunch, he says, as he like tosses the knife onto the tabletop and it kind of sticks. And where it lands, you just notice a finger, just a finger. And he sort of picks up some cold cuts, rips off a piece of the bread, puts it on, sort of eats it. Then he kind of looks at his hands and he's like, oh. And then he like wipes off the excess blood he has. And he goes, so how may I help you?
I have a very special request.
Mm-hmm.
It is only out of the kindness of your heart. You have gone out of your way to help clean up a very large mess.
Mm-hmm.
I would like something very specific. Regina kind of smiles for the first time today. It is a hopefully not too odd of a request, considering your demeanor.
He looks to check to make sure there's no blood on him, and there isn't. And so he's a little confused.
She gestures to the finger.
Oh, that was someone was problematic.
Well, the good news is we got rid of a problematic person yesterday when you came to pick up their remains.
We're still working on those,
Yes, I hoped to alleviate a small portion of that off your plate. There's a man. You know him. You seemed rather interested in him. Lafont. I'd like his head, please. In a box, preferably. I'm sorry, did I miss the joke? Was my dialect wrong?
No. You want his... this is not a metaphor. You want his actual head in a box.
I did not stutter.
No.
I suspected a man of your adventurous nature, once again gesturing to the finger, would be pleased to know that it deserves to be returned to Gestapo headquarters. More importantly, I have direct interest in assuring that, well, old Pete takes the blame.
Ooh. Huh. Give me a rapport, as you are not lying at all.
Nope, I am being very upfront with him. Nope. I mean, it is what it is. She put herself out there, so.
You do have that boost.
Oh, I have a boost on him, so I could bring it up to 1. I could bring it up to 1. And
4. You can succeed at a cost. It would be a major cost.
Can't really make this one right. I'd have to spend 2 fate points to do it. I could also just re-roll it.
Would you roll?
Because I have the boost regardless.
You do?
I know, chat, you're freaking out. Y'all hate that I re-roll it.
Yeah.
I like to re-roll stuff.
Spend your fate point.
I will.
Tell me what the aspect is.
Regina is... She has the soul of a killer. She's being really genuine with him right now. And I imagine somebody that is that blunt about openly taking a man's head and delivering it to the doorstep of Gestapo is not blinking or moving or fucking with him in any way. And I imagine that is... I'm going to try again on a rapport, y'all. I feel like I can I can do better. I can do better. Yes! A 3! Okay.
3 versus 4. You have to spend that fate point.
Here, I'm going to spend my personal one to start. I'm going to save the other 4 because, y'all, we're not even done yet. Let's buckle up for that. Yeah, let's buckle up for after the break. Okay.
So let me ask you, you're down by 1. Do you want to spend another fate point to make it above, or do you want to succeed at a minor cost?
I guess I'll succeed at a minor cost.
Excellent. He looks at you and he says, you want this man's head, and you want to give it to Gestapo.
I don't want to give it to Gestapo. But a cleverly placed mail drop is not harming anyone. Except for Pete, of course.
You know, we have runners who could drop it off if you wanted us to.
Do you want to?
I wouldn't mind. Depends on you.
What do you mean?
Come with me.
Regina stands.
Picks up the bowie knife, and he walks you down out, and behind one of these sort of big tarps, and there's like a door to like the warehouse next door. He unlocks it because it was padlocked, opens it up.
Oh, I see.
Coming in, and you walk in, and it's cold. It's like a freezing sort of place.
Yeah, it's like an ice box.
Yes, and there are bodies everywhere in here because they picked up a whole bunch of bodies, although not all of them are yours. And he says, "Come with me, young lady."
Do I see anyone I know?
What do you mean by that?
Do I recognize any of the dead bodies other than the ones we gave them?
Would you like to give me a fate point for somebody in particular?
Do you have somebody in particular in mind? I'm more interested to know if there's somebody there. There's nobody in particular I want to see there, if that makes sense.
I'm just wondering if there's people you want to see there.
No. Regina's more interested, like, because if somebody else went down, she might be able to tie another cell to this cleaner. Like, she's putting pieces together, I guess.
Most of the people here are not people that you know. They look to you like a lot of dudes. I would say there are no women in here at all. And they're mostly young. right? They're sort of like mostly young men. You don't know what they're doing here, but these are probably rivals of some sort. Probably.
Okay. She doesn't care. That's fine. This is his operation. He can, if he wants to literally hang it from the ceilings, he can.
Yeah. So he walks you over to one of this sort of stack of bodies, and he's looking around, and he goes, "There you go. And there is Monsieur Lafont," and he hands you the Bowie knife.
She takes it gracefully. Thank you very much. She walks over.
And he just watches you.
Grabs it by the head and like probably pulls the body out. Like one boot on his chest, one boot on his.
You're gonna have to take some stress on this one.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
She has the soul of a killer, though. Does
I know.
she really have to take stress?
Yes.
Damn it. Okay. Yeah, but she will. She'll just work through.
And he watches you the entire time.
Works through getting his head off.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
Okay.
I'm gonna use fight for this one. Is what I'm gonna do.
Great.
If you'd like to hide where you're at, you can give me a deceive.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
This does not faze Regina, or at least she's not going to let him know that.
Okay, so let me think.
That was 4 pluses, y'all, on taking this guy's head.
So what this means is that he was trying to do a discover action on you. You can ask a question about him in return.
Interesting. He was trying to do a discover action on me.
He was watching you hack this person's head off, and he was trying to figure out things about you. However, you beat him. So, and I don't want to spend my one fate point. So you get to, and when you fail a discover, you can ask me in return instead.
Yeah, I imagine she gets through like all the meat, and the last thing she does is she kind of
he
jams.
Just watches your technique. He's just like checking it out.
I don't know how much of a technique there really is, but she like cuts through the meat, and then she jams the end of the Bowie knife right into kind of the
roll fight,
the spine, the neck. Yes, fight.
Let's see what your technique is like. Let's just see.
It's not good. It's not good.
I don't know.
It's not good.
Yeah, it's pretty messy.
Fighting is not what she does. It's very. I imagine it's very messy. She like hacks through the meat.
Yeah, and this is it's just like physically really stressful, right?
Stressful.
Like, to do all this, like it's getting through a neck is actually really really hard.
I was about to say, and then she probably gets down to the bone, right? The actual spine.
Yeah.
She kind of like hacks the knife like point into it, and then she kind of turns it and then cracks it off the neck because she's not strong enough to usually do this. Where's Oscar when you need him?
By the way, before you start this, he would give you a smock because he's polite.
Okay, Regina appreciates that.
Just so you know, this will be another physical stress, by the way, and that's your cost.
Another physical stress.
Yep. Because you have a soul of a killer, so it's not emotional.
That's true. Man, that's all my physical stress gone down. I guess I could. No, wait. Oh no, I already used that boost on him, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Do I have any other boosts? I don't have one on him.
You do have some boosts, though.
I know. That's what I'm thinking. I think I could get that up so I don't have to take the.
Oh no, this was from the last roll. This was remember when you wanted to get
fight?
when you wanted to get the head, and you succeeded at a cost. This is the cost. The cost of getting the head is you have to cut it off yourself, and that'll just cause you a little bit of stress.
A little bit of physical stress.
And because it does not seem to me like this would be emotionally stressful for you, unless you think it would be. Would this be emotionally stressful for her? I
imagine it is. That's why she rolled the deceive. I imagine it is extremely emotionally distressful.
Okay.
She just doesn't want him to know it.
Okay.
Then she's not like a serial killer level of like no empathy at all. She just doesn't like people to know she has it.
Yeah.
Any of it at all.
Yeah. You can take the emotional. That's cool. I'll
take the one mental stress, I think, on this one. That makes a lot more sense to me for Regina. Even she hit it, but it's there.
So what's the question you'd like to ask of him as he sits there watching you hack this guy's head off and struggle with like the end parts?
But not stopping. Regina does not stop. She's here on a mission. What do I want to ask of him? This is a lot of bodies.
There are a lot of bodies. And it's not like a million, but it's
it's a lot of bodies, which means he cleans up for a lot of people. And he's got like 20 or 30 people here in this cell, so like this is not a small operation. Regina, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
This Regina wants to know.
Tell me.
She's standing there. She needs to distract herself to keep all this, and she needs him to think that she's cool as a cucumber.
And by the way, the skill he was using was fight to sort of figure out where you're at. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I'm like hacking through this head, pulling tendons, and I gotta turn around.
And he's not grinning. He's not impressed or not impressed. It's a weird look. It's like he seems to be having a pleasant time. Like he's not like overjoyed or not overjoyed. This seems like he seems to be having a pleasant time.
Yeah. He was not expecting this today.
No, he wasn't. He was like, oh, like, well, this is all right, you know.
She turns around over her shoulder. She's like sawing through this man's head, and she says, so whose finger was it?
The finger. That's an interesting question. And he says this, and he says it with this grin where he's clearly poking at you, but in a kind of a friendly way. It may not, what he's about to say may not come off as friendly, but he clearly means it in a friendly way. He goes, I don't know if you could handle hearing the brutal and grisly details about whose finger it was.
She's like boot of her heel in this guy's like spine, trying to get it to crack, you know. She goes, well, if it is too gory for you
it might be
retell.
There is a man, and he knows some of the places where our Crazy Pete likes to frequent. And I did not know those places where Crazy Pete likes to frequent, and he did. And I wanted him to tell me. He did not want to tell me. He told me.
Well, now that is well worth a finger.
I thought so. He did not last more than 2 fingers.
You know, Crazy Pete and LaFont. Now I imagine this time she like pulls the head clean and she kind of holds him up by the top of his hair and she says, LaFont, they were at odds of how to handle the situation in the club.
That's interesting.
Crazy Pete seems, how do you say, crazy. And I imagine that Gestapo. No, she doesn't. She says, I know Gestapo does not take well to crazy. I imagine that this could reflect very poorly on Crazy Pete if we could find a way to say, blame him for such a decapitation.
I need you to give me a roll. This is going to be a discover, and it should be provoke or empathy or fight or shoot. One of those 4, I think, would work.
Okay, I'll do a shoot.
Or contact. One of those 5.
I don't have that either. Okay, I have a fair shoot that time around. Fair.
He looks at you. He says, well, do you want to spend a fate point?
For what?
For 2 questions rather than 1 on your discover.
No, 1 is fine.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay.
This is, look, if Crazy Pete, if he doesn't want to help me with this, Regina's got plans to drop this head anyway. She doesn't need his help. Clearly.
He says, no, it's tricky, because basically you're going to reveal an aspect on Crazy Pete because the cleaner knows them.
Okay.
So the question is if you want 1 or 2 aspects.
No, 1 aspect is good. What do I know about Crazy Pete? I know he likes ladies. Didn't we find out he has a thing for ladies?
Yeah, he kidnapped one. Yeah.
That was Crazy Pete. The kidnapped
that was Crazy Pete who kidnapped somebody. Yep.
Yeah. Oh man, Does Regina want to be kidnapped today? No, not today. We'll save it for a different day. Crazy Pete, I'm gonna ruin his life. He fucked with mine. Yeah, she'll take the 1. 1 is good. 1 is good. 1 is better than none.
Yes, well, the thing about Crazy Pete is that Pierrot Le Fou is that He is very connected with not the head of the Gestapo, but there's a man there who is in charge of how do you say this? How do they say it? They say the Jewish question. There's a man who has been sent from Berlin who is technically below the head of the Gestapo, but he's connected to Himmler directly. And this man is good friends with Crazy Pete, and so Crazy Pete has got protection. He's yes, so convincing the man he works with more directly that he is a danger.
Who is the man?
His name is
Does he have a
Knochen.
name?
Yes, his name is Knochen. Mr. Bones, they call him. He's
Mr. Bones.
He and Crazy Pete are similar, shall we say.
Interesting. Well, you seem like a businessman.
I am.
I am probably like shucking the smock at this point, like cleaning his knife for him very
And he picks up the head and he starts wrapping it up for you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It's very
Of course.
kind of you.
You know, I was a butcher before all of this.
Oh, I could not tell by the giant freezer next door.
Your technique leaves something to be desired, but I like your spirit.
You do not need technique when you have a purpose.
Yes, he's got
So
some
what
friends.
you're saying is true. Crazy Pete is, how you say, connected. He's well liked by this Mr. Bones.
Yes, who's not the head of everything.
But as a businessman and one that has many people working under them, I imagine we share a similar outlook in that those that are working for us can still make mistakes.
Yes.
And I imagine that losing 25 men along with Lafont in an attack is and does not bode well, considering the fact you were the only one who walked away.
My advice to you would be not to go after his boss. They're too tight. I think you might want to go perhaps I would say either the actual head of the French Gestapo himself might be interesting, or because he might be a little bit more pliable, or perhaps the actual head of the Gestapo, but that will be tricky because from my understanding, this Mr. Bones and this Hassel is this fellow's name.
Yes, Tristan. He is...
the head of the Gestapo, he and Mr. Bones have some trickiness between them. So I wouldn't go.
So what you're saying is Tristan Hassel could use an extra push.
Perhaps.
Perfect. He will be the man who gets delivered such a glorious present.
But this Hassel, his power is not as great as it could be, not as great as it was. So I don't know how much he can do at the moment. We'll see. He might make some sort of power play. I don't know.
Honestly, I would just like to shake them in their shoes.
So, who would you like me to deliver this to? French Gestapo headquarters or German Gestapo headquarters?
Let us send it to German. They are working and heading up French. Let's go to Tristan Hassel, personally.
Then that is where I will send it. I will have a boy do it.
That's very kind of you. I was going to catch the mail truck.
Oh, this is what we do all the time. If you need messages sent, we have people who send them.
Yes, but I imagine they do not come in the shape of a box with a head in it.
Depends.
And do not get delivered to the Gestapo's doorstep.
That usually not. Sometimes heads. You would be surprised.
I gesture for them. I imagine he's like finished wrapping the box in like brown paper and he's like tied a bow.
Yeah. He actually wraps really well. It's actually very, very almost dainty. Like it's this, like the bow is perfect. It's this
perfect. Yeah. That's exactly what I want. I want it to look so unassuming. And Regina says, "What good is it to have a delivery address if you have no cinder?"
And he starts thinking. You can see he's ticking through.
Yeah, Regina is too. I imagine
Yeah.
they're standing.
Like they're both
staring at
standing
this
there.
box with a head in it. Like, who should it come from? Who's the perfect person?
Well, it depends on what sort of trouble we want.
It is true. You know, I like your demeanor.
Oh, I like yours. I noticed you in the club. You were funny.
Waiting tables, yes.
Oh, funny. You have a sense of humor about you. And he looks at the body again, like as if...
I was about to say, that's the first time Regina chooses. Well, most people don't understand my humor.
Oh, I like it. You know, so here's what I'm thinking. If you've killed this man, you don't want to use any of our families because that will just start a mob war we're not ready for.
No, this needs to break their spirits. This is about a metaphor.
A metaphor?
Yes, something like something else. Regina tries to explain it to him.
And he goes, I have a return address.
Oh.
What do you think about Miss Guillotine?
Oh.
It's a bit mysterious. It's historical. It brings forth perhaps the terror. You may wonder who the Robespierre is. This threatening.
You know, out of character, it is Gestapo that's taking the heads of all these people, right? Or taking the lives of all these people.
Yeah, and they're the ones who are behind all these orders. Now, technically, it's tricky because technically, military command's the one who actually has to do it.
Has to do it, but it's being ordered by Gestapo.
From what you've heard, they're the ones who are putting the pressure on, right? That it's coming from the military administration, but from what you've heard, this is most likely coming from Gestapo.
She says, you know, there's nothing like the ghosts of those you kill to haunt you.
Mm-hmm.
Return to Cinder should be Berlin, Germany. The Cinder, I feel like, is just the ghost of Paris. Let the people of Paris scare Gestapo.
What do you think about making it the head of the Gestapo back over there in Germany? What do you think about that? They get a package from their boss, huh? And then it's the head of, right? What do you think? It seems funny to me. Huh?
All right. I like your joke.
I will send it. You can come anytime you want. We have... Pardon it. Forgive my lack of manners. Come with me. And he moves you not the main way, but towards like the back of this frozen locker. Opens a door, padlock, moves through, and you're in the rest of the warehouse, and it is full of stuff. Lots of stuff. And he walks over, and he looks around, and he opens up one of these sort of crates, pulls out a new pack of fresh cigarettes with no tax stamp on them. And he goes, and he hands you this pack of cigarettes.
Regina takes that with a big smile. And she says, your kindness. Well, it's not what I expected. And she'll pocket that. She says, thank you very much.
Please tell your man Jules to come. And he promised he owes us a favor.
Yes, about this favor. Jules is indisposed at the moment. We are a busy cell, as you might imagine. I gestured to 25 bodies. But that being said, he's working hard. As soon as he returns, I promise to share your message. But if it is something that is of short time, I am happy to...
We are going to need someone who's a good driver and can drive a very fast car.
Interesting.
Through roadblocks. And I know he can do that.
Yes, he's very good at driving through roadblocks.
So we have things that will not get past through inspection.
Okay. Well, I will see that he gets the message, and quickly. I'm sorry to ask for more. It is now my rudeness that is showing. We're in need of some parts.
What kind of parts?
Parts for an electrical box on the top of the club. It was damaged in the attack.
This is not easy in Paris, but and he just looks at his crates, which clearly have been stolen off of German shipments, all places.
You all seem rather savvy with tools and mechanics.
We are.
If you happen to come across any of these items, and maybe she'll make him a list or something like that, it would be extremely helpful to get the club back up and running, which at the moment is closed for renovation.
Well, Mademoiselle, I think I should tell you something.
Well, I have bared all.
I have been doing some research since this last morning. I have found out something you might find interesting, or maybe not you. Maybe this Sylvie Moreau, your singer, might find this interesting.
Oh?
Yes. I thought it was, this attack was interesting to me. I wanted to find out if it would be anything with my business, you know? If he was planning on coming to my places next, or other places of my associates. What was this about? That's my question. So I did some asking. And he smiles, looks at the knife, and you think maybe the finger was probably related to this question that he was asking as well? You have a target on your back. Or the Sylvie woman, she has a target on her back.
Who has put it there?
There's a woman. Charlotte Dubois is her name. She's a rich woman, you know. She's one of these socialites, very big in Paris before the occupation. She's how do I say this? The only daughter of a rich industrialist.
Is this the one that Jules loved?
No.
Okay.
Jules, that is not the woman. Although you have not actually seen her in a while. You've not actually sort of hung out with her for a bit.
No, she's got a house full of Nazis.
She does. Who often have parties there. She was... you know, there are some women who are rich, spoiled, have everything. They have a father who gives them everything, but not love. And then these women, they act out. They do things they should not do. They rather than go to the ball, they go to the brothel. They go to the opium den.
Is there a point to this?
Yes, there is. This woman is a rich woman, and she is I don't really understand what is up with her, except that perhaps she hates her father, but she is interested in criminality is the best way to put this. And she, I have been told, wants and by the way, you know this woman's name. She's the one who vouched for you being a lady of the evening.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying to get him to get to his point, because Regina knows this could be bad.
She wants this club of yours. And my understanding is that Henri Lafont was her boyfriend. She likes dating the gangsters. So she likes the bad boys. And my understanding is that she's been wanting this club for a long time, and now was a good moment for her to make her move. She did not get it, but she's still out there. It
sounds to me like we know exactly who's at Lafont's head.
Maybe.
The address of her brothel, do you know it?
No, my understanding is that she wants a brothel, and she wants Bricktops to be that brothel.
No. Everybody wants brick tops.
No, but she does.
Says under her breath.
But she does. She does own a brothel. She has one. It's it's close to this city center. I can give you the information if you want. If it is
she
useful.
Serves, I'm guessing, then many German officers.
Oh, she does.
I would very much like the name.
Of course.
This place. More importantly, if you have the address, it would be the ideal sending address, maybe? From Lady Liberty herself.
All right. I will tell you that this is, yes, it's distasteful. And you don't know what about the whole thing is distasteful to him, but he sort of writes out, and it's like the El Dorado, right? It's really close to city center. He writes you out this address. This is her. She's in bed with them, and she finally got a brothel, but she apparently has been asking around about Sylvie, Miss Moreau, and how the club is doing, and...
nothing like mailing your boyfriend's head to their boss to assure that your business may find a rough end.
You see,
Thank you.
Miss Berger, you should not underestimate the greed of the Nazis and their financial difficulty in this moment. It's one of the reasons I need Jules. What you may not... I don't know if you know this, but they are having problems getting money, the Reich. Part of all of this, what they're doing, is for money. And if these criminals bring them money, they will look the other way. They are... I think...
Do you know how to intercept these funds?
It's tricky. They have fences.
But you know where they are.
Some. They do auctions, they do.
You and I are similar. We manage our dealings similarly. Behind closed doors.
Yes.
There are others that I know who are a bit bolder. Who relish in the idea of, say, attacking places like this. I'm not saying that it has to be us, but I'm saying with the right information, it can be somebody else. With the exact same outcome, of course. Why risk it ourselves when we can put others on the front line?
Yes. This is smart. You just must know that the problem is as something... they have connected themselves with organized, the other families. The French connection, they have a lot of money with heroin. A lot of money. It's big. But I have a name of a fence that is getting things for them. You know, the embargoes, the blockades. The Allies are stopping the Germans from getting hardly anything. So they are working through criminals, not like us, but criminals with no honor. And that's difficult for us. They are unbalancing things here. I will send this for you. Think on it. I will send by someone, one of our runners.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate that. And like I said, your company has been unexpectedly welcome.
One thing. You may keep the knife. For only one reason. You earned it.
She kind of smiles. She says, well, I'm glad that you see it that way. Many others would not.
Yeah. Other people are a little bit too cowardly. And he smiles. As you walk
Some
out.
of us just have a hardened heart.
And that is where we do our break. As you head off, probably somewhere very bad.
Yeah. I mean, if that package is on the way, great. Regina's headed somewhere very specific. It's time to cash in on... It's time to pay somebody a visit.
Yep. All right. We're going to go on break, everybody. We got a 10-minute. When we come back, Regina's gonna do stuff.
This morning was just warming up. Just warmed up.
Yep. Oh gosh.
Just warmed up. That's why I've been saving these points.
Yeah.
I've not been saving my fate points for no reason, y'all. This is it.
Okay. And I would like to thank Rissa for our donation of 500 bits, who says, "Good luck, Regina," as our stop off. So we're going, everybody. Break. I will see you all in 10. Stretch your legs, get something to drink, and enjoy the audio.
Good evening. Once again, 130 million Americans unite in the celebration of Labor Day. But this time, more than ever before, the celebration of this typically American holiday transcends its national significance and becomes the focal point of worldwide interest. And it is indeed a very peculiarly divided world that watches a free people, the citizens of the strongest democracy on earth, celebrate a traditional holiday with traditional liberty of action, thought, and worship. In the rest of the world, traditions and liberties have been shattered to bits or destroyed. And so one part of that world, chained to the chariot of a triumphant conqueror, is going to look with anxious and hopeful eyes upon the people of the United States as their saviors. Another part of the globe, where bloody battles are still being fought in order to decide the destiny of countries and people, will look with divided sentiments upon America. One side, of course, expecting material aid from the people of America, will receive new hope and find new incentives in their valiant stand against the aggressor, while the other side, formed by the avowed arch enemy of liberty and democracy, will look with ill-disguised hatred and perhaps a slight undertone of fear at this free people celebrating and enjoying their freedom. And last but not least, there are a number of nations, for one reason or another, undecided about which side to join, that may find America's Labor Day celebration a deciding factor. And since there is so much importance attached to this year's Labor Day, it might not be a bad idea to see what happened on last Labor Day, the one before that, and the one before that, because it is almost exactly 4 years ago since the first clouds of warfare began to darken the horizon of the civilized world. What has happened during those 4 years is now a matter of record on the pages of history. And if human customs are any criterion, the recorders of our deeds must have used up plenty of red ink, for most of the history of the past 4 years was written by human hands with human blood. Though sometimes referred to as the most precious liquid to be found, it was spilled so carelessly and wantonly as if it were just so much dirty water. Chinamen were sacrificed in veritable hecatombs. Spaniards decimated in wholesale lots. Czechs, Poles, Austrians, Frenchmen, Dutch, Serbs, and Greeks were killed in numbers that would stagger anyone's imagination. And now, the Russian people are dying in the defense of their own country. At times I wonder what our earthly doings look like, seen from way up there where the offices of history are located. Whether we do look as grown-up human beings or whether we look more like crazy ants performing funny antiques without rhyme or reason. According to the laws of perspective, it seems more likely that we look more like ants, white ones, red ones, and black ones, all mixed together and living in an enormous evergreen garden, but somehow managing to get into each other's way constantly until a merry free-for-all starts. Truly, if there were any brains in that bunch of ants, it should have occurred to them a long time ago that the garden is really big enough for all, contains food enough for all, and that every blessed one of those little creatures could live merrily and happily, if they only try to live with each other instead of each other. But obviously ants are like that and without brains. Once as a youngster, I tried to reason with some red ants, and the result was that I ran screaming back to Mother, my hands and legs swarming with those little devils, which kept on biting in the same measure as I kept on yelling. Human experiences, such as this one, are essentially valuable. We live to experience life, its trials and labors, until we experience death. And so, perforce, the experiences of the past 4 years must contain a great value if we only take the trouble to find it. History as a science would be pretty worthless. Hardly more than a pastime for the student of the abstract if it were not for the inherent value of human experiences. And so, history, which records those human experiences in chronological order, applied as a practical science, shows the present in the light of the past, with a definite clue to the future. And with that incomparable help, humanity ought to be able to determine far in advance whither it is headed. But human temperament, emotional upheavals, social ills, and many other all too human features usually play havoc with cool and deliberate logic. We are very fortunate today in having at our disposal very accurate records of the events that took place in this world of ours, records which embrace thousands of years of world history, including the social, political, and economic evolution of mankind ever since the days of the dim past. And we have not only accurate accounts of the events, but we also have exact analyses of their underlying causes and motive forces. We know exactly what happened to the Greek and Roman empires, and we know what caused it to happen. We know how Hannibal and Attila the Hun came and ended. We know how the great Spanish realm crumbled into ruins. We know the destruction of the French aristocracy, the advent and adventures of Napoleon Bonaparte. And in our modern times, we know all about the collapse of the First German Reich, the floundering of the Second, and the creation of the Third Reich, dominated by that monstrous menace which is Hitlerism. Exactly 4 years to the day, I commented on the current situation as follows, and I quote, "It is a very pleasurable feeling indeed to know that the vast expanse of the Atlantic lies between ourselves and the old world, where, right now, storm clouds are gathering around the tops of the Sudeten Mountains. Little known to the outside world only a few weeks ago, and having but scant contacts with it, this segregated region suddenly has become a keg of dynamite, likely to explode any minute and tear the flimsy piece of Europe to shreds and envelop the entire world with a blanket of flames. This danger of an explosion is much more of a reality than most of us here in the United States are apt to realize. Despite the Anglo-French proposal, things do not look any too bright for Europe's peace at the moment. But until tomorrow, the world can breathe easy. Until tomorrow, peace is assured because Hitler and Chamberlain will keep their rendezvous on the Rhine before anything will or can happen. What a tragedy to have the peace of the world measured in terms of 24 hours. Right after that prediction, things happened and happened fast. The Sudetenland, Czechoslovakia, Austria were raped by the Teutonic juggernaut in quick succession, and then Adolf Hitler, the head of that Nazi monster, announced, "Germany has no more claims. Germany wants peace." Now let us see what the Hitler-wanted peace looked like on Labor Day 1939. At that day in Moscow, the Supreme Soviet, which is the Russian version of a parliament, unanimously ratified the non-aggression pact between Germany and the Soviet Union. And at that time, I wrote, and I quote again, "Hitler has perpetrated the greatest fraud in history. He has definitely challenged the democratic world by securing his eastern borders against unexpected Russian intervention, and that, in the light of his previous assurances that his foremost aim was the destruction of the Bolshevist regime, an assurance which had brought him the benevolent and silent report of the Western powers in his rearmament program, well, in the light of those assurances, it could no longer be doubted that he was going to settle with France and England, and, in case of a Nazi victory, Russia's turn would be next." Only 2 days after this article was published, the tired voice of Britain's premier announced to the world that his country was now at war with Germany. Another year passed. It had seen the destruction of Poland's liberty by the full fury of Nazism's ruthlessness. And under the dateline of September 2nd, 1940, I find the following copy of a broadcast. "Can England hold out? Will Hitler win? What is going to happen next? Those and many similar questions come to your correspondent from all sides, by mail, by telephone, and in personal interviews. France, whose military power was reputedly the largest in the world, and England, whose sea power had no peer. Well, those two nations would certainly stop the madmen of Europe. At least, that's what the world thought at the time. But then came Norway, the invasion of the Low Countries, and finally the tragic collapse of France, and Great Britain was left alone to continue the fight against the Nazis. Hitler had visions of a final and quick victory. He announced that his powerful aerial armada would destroy Britain's defenses within a few weeks at the most, and then his soldiers would accomplish what no other man's army had been able to do in modern times, namely, to invade the British Isles and to crush the British Empire. As it looked then, his words did not sound too exaggerated. How could anyone expect England alone to withstand an attack that had crushed, within a few short weeks, an army of some 8 million men and had taken, almost without firing a shot, a line of fortifications that was considered to be impregnable against any attack? No, indeed, the British did not seem to have the proverbial Chinaman's chance. But the miracle happened. Britain withstood all onslaughts, and the Royal Air Force is growing in strength. Democracy was saved because it was not defeated at a time when its defenses were weakest. And today, on September 1st, 1941, the fourth Labor Day since the now memorable Sudeten incident, Hitler has conquered all of Europe, except the British Isles, and he is at war with the Soviet Union, a war which may easily turn out to be the beginning of the end for Nazism. It cannot be denied that, strategically speaking, Hitler is making certain progress on the Eastern Front. But for the first time since he embarked upon his career as a would-be conqueror of the world, Hitler is paying a terrific price in men and materials for each step he takes. And since the Russian armies do not show any indication of moral or physical disintegration, it can be anticipated that Hitler will have a long way to go yet before he can reap any harvest from his conquests on the Eastern Front. And that, of course, must weaken him in the long run. That is the significance of Labor Day 1941. The whole world looks at a free people, united in thought and action, with the last remnants of a badly battered hope for help. A conqueror whose motto is, "We are better people than the rest of you, and we, therefore, are the world's rulers." That conqueror must be destroyed in order to make sure, for now and all times to come, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Au revoir.
Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? Welcome to the second part of City of Light and Shadow. We were just chatting about Hannah and Regina in the break, and also then Regina's first love, who I just saw a photo of, and she clearly has trouble written all over her face. It's like I was like, oh no. Saw the photo and I thought, like, yeah.
Disaster lesbians, you have to know where they come from, because they usually don't start as disasters. They usually don't start that way. So actually, you know what, chat? I'll post it for you in the Discord.
Oh yeah. I'm just gonna say, if you look at this picture of Regina's first love, all I can think is like, ooh, wow, that's a heartbreaker. Trouble. It's like, oh no. So I'm just like, okay, so this is Regina's first love. She fell head over heels, I'm 100% certain, was just like completely in love. And I bet this other woman was not as completely in love. And like, I'm sure, yeah. We have the box being sent to, oh, by the way, chat, I have to make a correction. The person who the cleaner was talking about was not Knochen, who is the head of the SS and the SD. He's the head of everything right now. It's Theodore Daniker was the name that he gave. I mixed up my name. It was Theodore Daniker, who is basically from Eichmann to Himmler. So like he's a subordinate to Tristan Hassel, but was placed there by people who are in charge of everything. So he's kind of running his own stuff. But the gang doesn't know too much about him. They just know that he exists and he's buddy, or he was buddy with LaFont and the rest of that group. So I'm right now. Dot is enjoying the borscht, having the soup. And hello there, Dr. Alejandro 89. Hello, chainsaws that shoot other chainsaws. It's a raid. Welcome in, Raven, and all of you raiders. I enjoy chainsaws that shoot other chainsaws. I feel like they're the best chainsaws, especially if they're automatic chainsaws. Right? Automatic chainsaw shooting chainsaws. Welcome in, Raiders. We're just about to start the second part of this episode of City of Light and Shadow. And in the first half, our Regina, had a very pleasant day. I think it was just all niceness. She went to see the communists. They had some maneuvering, made some trades, set up some stuff. Then she went to go and had a heart-to-heart with Hannah that went differently than Hannah thought it would go. I don't know if it went differently than Regina thought it would go, but
I don't think Regina thought about it, which says everything.
yeah. And then she went to go see some criminals, a little bit of a mafia gang, and they had a really good rapport while hacking up a body, as you do.
Was it the whole body?
No,
Regina
just the
only one at the head.
Yeah, it was just a decapitation. And she did have a little soup. She had a little bit of the soup. I
had a polite amount of soup.
Because she's, she knows
to
the politeness.
To seal the deal. She had to. And you know what? You can't prove it because nobody else was there. Regina didn't have that soup. What soup? There was no soup. This is not the soup you are looking for.
There's going to be a deceit roll versus Tango's empathy, I think, in the future.
No.
So we sent... I'm going to ask you, did you want to send the head to Knochen, who's the head of everything, the SS, to Daniker, who is the subordinate of Hassel, but is buddy with LaFont,
Let's go all the way to the top. Let's make a point.
Okay.
We're going to the top.
You're going to Knochen.
Going to the top. Knaffel. The waffle.
The Bones, Dr. Bones.
Dr. Oh, I thought he was Mr. Bones.
I think both. I mean, it's his nickname. You know what I mean? Because he likes to kill people.
Bones.
Is what it is. Is what that is.
Guess what? So does Regina. So he doesn't scare her.
They should be friends. They should hang out and have tea.
You know what happens to Regina's friends?
You don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Okay, so it is now, let's say, about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. About-ish, 2, 3 probably.
Oh, oh God, yeah, okay.
What would you like to do?
I have to because it's Wednesday, isn't it?
No, it's Tuesday. This is still Tuesday. This is still the day.
Still Tuesday.
You
Okay,
have not
great.
slept.
So
you have not slept.
This is why Regina doesn't know what date it is. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
Okay, fine. If it's not Wednesday, if she grabs a paper off a street corner from a kid just to see what day it is not Wednesday, it's Tuesday, so she doesn't have to worry about meeting with Falstaff. That is a tomorrow goal.
There is all sorts of things on the news. You have a whole discussion about the great new anti-communist volunteer regiment that's being founded, and how Laval and Pétain are going to get there. You can tell by the news that this is all sort of propaganda news. That they love Laval. They love Laval because Laval is seen as being really, really pro-Nazi. And there's a lot of sort of propaganda about how they think that Pétain is not cooperative enough, and that there's this real push to have to sort of really support this politician Laval. There's still more news about the murder of Dormoy, this sort of left-wing candidate who was assassinated. He was under house arrest, and then he was assassinated. So he was under house arrest, and then he was assassinated. And they think it was by right-wing militia groups, and so but they can't find anyone. It's so weird. And so there's a lot of news about that. There's a whole bunch of discussion about is this the Vichy newspaper? This is the French newspapers that you can get in Paris. All of them go through the German propaganda department and also the French propaganda department. And the news that you get in Paris is pretty anti-Pétain because I think there's clearly political pressure to try to get more German-friendly people in power. There is, interestingly enough, there's also a discussion about the radio tower going down. They say that it went down just because of there was a storm. It was sort of an accidental thing, and that the radio will be back up. The radio center will be back up really soon, as soon as possible. It's not a big deal. Also, you should not be listening to Radio London because that's illegal. So none of that. There's some of that news in there that whatever you do not listen to Radio London. Do you have a question you'd like to ask of the news? Ongoing pressure to find the communists who killed the chief of police. And there's some critique of the brand new chief of police for not catching the criminals. It's been 2 weeks. And there's a little bit of there's some it's tricky because they're not going full out, but they're clearly undermining him a little bit.
Yeah.
There's clearly some sort of propaganda about him not sort of catching these people early enough that's trying to undermine him. And there's calls for the SS to sort of take over policing in Paris because clearly our people can't do it. So there's clearly a lot of can you give me academics?
I can actually. I can.
Yeah. This is for your basically your analysis.
Good.
One question.
Okay.
One question that's I would say a larger sort of an analysis, sort of your critical skills, sort of thinking about the various things happening in this sort of basically clearly controlled and edited and censored newspaper. there's a lot in there, right? There's like a lot in there in terms of like people being critiqued and other people sort of pushing back. There's like a lot of, and it's never direct, right? But there's a lot of, yeah.
Does it look like German intelligence is losing to Gestapo?
Ooh, that's a very good question. Can I answer that slightly differently than you asked?
Posed it? Sure. You at least know what I'm trying to achieve with the question.
Yes. Your answer would be German intelligence? Maybe. However, that is not the thing that stands out to you. What stands out to you is that it looks to you as if the military occupational forces are losing out to the Gestapo. And the military occupational forces are in charge of this place. Like if we're looking at a hierarchy, they're the number.
Are they going to be absorbed?
No, they can't be, because they're completely different organizations, right? Like the military and the SS are completely separate. But there's clearly a power struggle about who's actually in charge of Paris, of France, and technically, the military's in charge. It's just that you see one too many stories wherein the things that have happened, right, like the death of the chief of the military intelligence, various things, like many things that you have done, but other people have also done, all seem to be blamed on the military not having policing, not doing policing well enough. And the SS, the Gestapo are police. Like the SS is the Sicherheits service, and they house. They want
to exchange power structure. They want to become. They're looking for a way to dethrone the police.
And this the military. So basically, there's like a lot of reframing. So like there's a struggle between is this act, right? This act that happened when the communists blew up this thing. Is that a policing problem or is that a military problem?
Military problem. Yep.
And there's a lot of framing of these things as policing problems, which means that the Gestapo and the SS should be in charge of figuring these things out and not. So there's a lot of subtle undermining of both military intelligence, of the military organizational structure in general, in favor of the SS, the Gestapo, the other various police forces, and also an undermining of French sovereignty, because currently the French police have sort of, because people are being polite, have power to do a lot of policing. And this is another move to give the Gestapo, the SS, more power. And then there's also one other thing, and it's about who's in charge of protecting assets in Paris. And you're not quite certain what that means, protecting assets. And it has been the military, because they're actually in charge of everything.
Right.
And there's still these pushes to make the SS, the Gestapo. There's clearly a power play, and it looks to you as if the Gestapo's gathering through this sort of.
Yeah. They're building their cause.
Yeah, they're building their case.
Okay. Regina can't read any more of that. She slams the paper shut. And the paper reminds her of something.
Mm-hmm.
She gets an idea.
Mm-hmm.
She spent some time over 2 weeks stalking Calvet.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of knows his patterns.
Mm-hmm.
She knows he was and still somewhat is seeking Colette.
What did you, when you stalked him, which was over a break, what did you learn?
Discord.
So for those of you in chat who don't know, Marc Calvet was this military intelligence agent who they first saw in the club way back in season 1, when Falke, the colonel, the head of military intelligence, was also there. And he and Regina actually talked to each other. They had a pleasant conversation, which is where Regina realized he was not a Frenchman. And then she saw him stalking what she thought was her apartment for a while. And then she saw him talking to the Arctic Wolf, who was this woman brought in from Berlin by the Gestapo to sort of investigate what's going on, which was weird because in military intelligence and the Gestapo do not get along well at all. So she thought that was a little bit strange. And so she'd been watching him. And the next thing we know, and of course in that solo episode, you all know some things about Marc Calvet from Oscar's point of view. But Colette, who's their military intelligence contact, which as far as we know, she's a secretary there, was the secretary for Falke. She was like, you need to kill him. 2 weeks ago, she said, you need to kill this guy, do that real quick, and you need to make it look like some kind of an accident or something that was done by civilians. You got to just take care of that. And then they didn't for 2 weeks. And now she's not shown up for her meeting. But in the interim 2 weeks, you have been stalking him.
I have been working towards killing him. Okay, so here is what I know. I know that he lives in a garret apartment on the west side. I am fully aware that he works at a factory during the day.
As a matter of fact, that Peugeot factory that's come out with this brand new electric car that just got rolled out.
Electric car.
And it is, I will say it is, some people have been interested in electric cars, other companies, but the Peugeot is the first company that really did it. It's very, very new technology.
But this is where Regina's mind is jogged with the paper. He goes to Cafe Un once a week, which he has a single beer and then he leaves. He comes in with a newspaper and he leaves with a newspaper. And Regina is pretty certain that the newspapers are swapped by someone at the bar. Now, I'm going to guess that happens after hours once he's off shift.
That is correct. Same time every day, right about like 6 o'clock.
It's mid-afternoon, isn't it?
So it's late afternoon. It's like 2 or 3.
Regina doesn't have a lot of money. But she does know where she can get nice clothing. She needs something that she could wear to a bar. And so she's gonna try to sneak into Bricktops without them knowing that she's there, and she's gonna try to steal one of Sylvie's dresses.
Yeah. I actually imagine they're probably not even around at this point in time, right?
They're probably sleeping.
Yeah. So it's been a long day.
It's been, they say that, I know them. They always sleep. And so Regina comes in and she uses all of Sylvie's stuff on site to kind of doll herself up over the next hour or so. She gets her gun together, the whole 9 yards. Actually, okay, let me think about this in order. How would she play this? While there's still daylight, because I don't know what times the sun go down there.
I can tell you.
6, can you?
Yes, I can.
The sun goes down.
If you would like to know.
I would like to know when the sun goes down.
The sun goes down it looks like 10 p.m. It's actually, because it's summer.
So Regina has a little bit of time. I imagine he doesn't wait till 10 p.m. to go to the bar. He probably goes at
6 o'clock every.
He goes at 6. He goes at 6 every Tuesday.
Every Tuesday.
Right, she has just a few hours, and she's on the bike. So she's gonna bike over to his apartment. She wants to. Oh, you said she's seen it. So is there any intel that I've gathered? Can I make a roll to say I've gathered some additional intel on, like, does he have a window I can break into? Like, what is the what is the security sitch on his living?
You can. You would need to give me, I would say, Tradecraft.
Really, not an investigate?
Oh, well, it was over time. Breaking in is very much breaking in is a tradecraft, but general investigation is investigation. You could do that. Yeah.
I just want to know what I could do, not if I'm. Okay, a 4.
Oh, that's good.
I want to know the nooks and crannies of his apartment, basically.
So here's the thing. This building is he lives in one of these Houseman buildings, right? So 6 floors. The bottom floor are all stores, shops. There's entrance. There's a stairway that goes up to the 5th floor. There's a back stairway that goes up to the 6th floor. The front stairway only goes up to the 5th. And there's like a little half floor above the 1st, which is usually where people who like work in those shops might stay, or it might be storage. Then basically the floor above it, which would be like the 2nd floor, we would call it, is usually apartments for people who have a lot of money, right? There are usually not that many apartments on that floor. They're like the apartments are usually really large, multi-room. And then as you go, the next floor up has usually a nice balcony, slightly smaller apartments, but still actually quite reasonable and very good. And then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are usually more middle class sort of apartments, or slightly lower. They're pretty decent.
Okay.
Then there's the 6th floor, which you can only reach from the back staircase, which is not as nice. It's never as nice. The front staircase is usually nice and beautiful, right? And the back staircase is not. And that back staircase will take you up to the 6th floor. And the 6th floor is basically under the attic, right? So these small apartments that they're called maids apartments is what they're called. And they're usually, some of them are like under 100 square feet. They're super, super tiny. And they, like, these buildings, they usually don't have, there's usually a lot of them, right? So historically, they would be where all the maids would stay. And the back staircase is usually also where the kitchens are near where the kitchens are for all these apartments. So you'd usually have like the maids and servants and butlers would be living in these little apartments, and they would go down and do all their work. But nowadays, just poor people live there, usually really poor people. And they usually do not have bathrooms. Like there's usually just one bathroom on.
There's no plumbing.
Yeah. Well, there's like a little sink probably. Well, no, there's not. There's like
I was about to say up there. I doubt it.
No, there's a hand crank sort of like pump in the hallway, right? So like the bathrooms are in the hallway. There's a pump in the hallway, and these are like super, super tiny places, and there are lots and lots of them. And they also they've got like a balcony. They've got like, there's not a nice balcony up there.
So where does he stay?
He's up there in the garret apartment, which, you know that. I would have to ask you to tell me how you find out which apartment exactly is his, though. Through your research, I want you to tell me. Because you find out, right? You find out. But I want you to tell me how you get that information.
Yeah, Regina's looking for a way in.
You can just walk in. It's a public building.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine she probably followed him.
Following him up there would be almost impossible because the back staircase is like small and it's really.
So then I would have let him. Hang on. Let me think about it. Did it rain over those 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. Regina followed him one Tuesday night in the rain. And so when he went in the building, she could follow his wet footprints. Up the stairs to wherever apartment it ended up.
Yeah. And it's this may strike you as interesting because these are crappy apartments. Like, these are crappy apartments. They're so crappy that there's a weird housing crisis in Paris today because there's still like thousands and thousands of these apartments, but they are not up to code. Like, no one's legally allowed to live in these.
Nobody can live in them.
Yeah, so they're trying to do these renovations to make them, but they're all like in, great parts of Paris. But people still do live in them, like usually au pairs or immigrants, college students, but they like,
Got it.
So this is like, so he's in a super tiny, crappy apartment is where he's living for, which I suppose works with his cover as like a person who works at a factory.
Would I know that he goes home after checking the paper situation? He goes home after that? Okay.
Well, not always. It depends. Sometimes he goes to find, what you have found is that on Tuesdays, after he gets the paper and he deals with whatever he's doing, then he goes to try to find Colette. On the Tuesdays is when he tends to, like, historically, he's gone from that place dealing whatever he's dealing with.
But by the end of the day, he comes
Yes,
home.
he does. But he usually gets home a little bit later on Tuesdays than he does on the other days, unless he's meeting with other people.
Perfect. Okay. Regina puts this dress on. She like does her hair, does the makeup. She does the whole 9 while they're gone. She then puts on, like, gets an extra pair of pants from the closet and tucks this dress like in the pants, right? Belts it, buckles it, jacket on top, trying to hide the fact she's dressed this way. Back on the bike. She's got to get to the bar before the first contact does. Regina wants to know who is leaving the paper for Calvet. So she's gonna go in early. So she'll walk in nonchalant. Actually, I think when she gets there, then she can like take the pants off, right? Maybe she'll toss them somewhere near the trash bin outside, so they're maybe there possibly when she returns. That doesn't really matter, but then she can like let the dress drop and do the whole shebang. And she'll take her hat off and try to enter the bar a little bit more
Dolled up,
and she'll take a seat at a far corner, so she has like eye shot of the spot where he always leaves the paper.
Now, since there's a swap, you probably are going to have to assume that there must be information going both directions, right? So you're like, oh, right, because if he picks up something and he drops off something, then probably there's a double exchange, but, you know. The bar itself is quite dank, cramped, smoky. Everybody's smoking, and so it's like full of smoke.
Great.
You'll probably smell like cigarette smoke for a while.
Regina will join them. I'm getting nervous now that I'm here.
Yes.
I'm getting nervous now that Regina's here.
And it's full of people. It's really hard to keep eyes on what's happening, right? Because there's just so many people coming in and out. It's quite busy. And I'm going to need from you an awareness.
Ooh,
Average. So on an average roll, you basically have got it's not enough to get an advantage or anything like that, but it's a pretty full bar. You catch here or there a German accent, but it doesn't strike you as like a massive German bar or anything like that. Like it seems mostly French to you, but you catch like a German accent here or there, but there's nobody in uniform.
Okay.
But the loudness of it and the busyness of it makes you feel like, oh, this is a good cover. Like you could probably have a lot of secret conversations and people would not be able to overhear you.
Yeah. It's a good meeting spot. He's found a really secure location.
Yeah. And also there's a back door, right? You're like, okay, right. Like, so if you needed to, you could go out the back rather than the front. So there's like a couple, but also if somebody wanted to come in from the back, they would go by the WCs, the restrooms. So you could look like you were just coming from a restroom. So like there are multiple ways in and out of the place that would not necessarily look suspicious.
Do a lot of people use the back door?
It doesn't look like it to you, but it's hard to tell. You'd have to actually be sort of staked out over there to see if people are coming in through the back door.
Kind of coming in regularly.
Yeah, but you did notice it when you're coming in that like, oh, okay, this is a place with multiple entrances and exits. All right. It's very busy and dense so that you can get... Okay, right. So you kind of see that this is in terms of espionage, it's a pretty good space to like do things out in the open without
business. Yeah. Well, Regina sits back. She'll enjoy a drink. She's wearing one of Sylvie's dresses. So apropos in some kind of way, and she's kind of going to stake this place until she sees somebody enter with that newspaper, because that's what she's looking for, right? She's looking for the person that goes to that seat, that one seat. Drops the paper. She wants to get eyes on him, and then she'll get up and make a play for the bar because she has just a little bit of time before Calvet arrives to get that paper and get out.
Would you like a fate point?
Is the guy with the paper going to show up?
But you are a known lady of the evening. I believe that because you are a known lady of the evening, one of these soldiers that knows that about you is going to come to this bar and is going to distract you so you will miss that person.
Okay. Can I don't know if I can counter, but I'm going to try. Can I counter by saying he at least leaves the paper? I may miss the person.
Yes.
But I can still see the papers there.
Yes. You will. Okay. Yes. But you will miss the person.
I'll miss the person. All right. I will take that. I will, because I'm going to need that fate point here in just a second. I will take that fate point. To miss who the person is.
You're going to miss who the person is?
In exchange that the paper is still there when I'm done talking to this soldier. Yes.
The paper will still be there, but you are going to be distracted so that you're going to miss who is the drop-off, who the contact is. Yes. So you're sitting there looking scrumptious, and a fellow walks in civilian clothes, and he sits down not too far from you, but not super close. You're still waiting for the seat. And he sees you, recognizes you, and then steps over and sits right next to you. Oh, yes, I can update the fate points in the overlay. Thank you, Ger. 5. There you go. Thank you, Ger. Mademoiselle, it is very nice to see you. Here in this place, I did not know this is where you were working.
I'm not.
Oh, well, but for me, one Moment. Ich muss etwas auf Deutsch sagen, damit ich dieses Akzent so wieder haben kann. Also gut. I was stuck in French. Sorry. It's a problem. But surely you will make an exception for me. I mean, you're looking so lovely.
It was a busy night.
Oh, it's so early still. It's only.
How about I do you a little favor?
Mm-hmm.
You come find me. Where's the name of the place?
The El Dorado.
You go asking for Charlotte Dubois at the El Dorado.
Wait. Which El Dorado is this? Is this it's a small El Dorado? Or is it the one that's that one? Is it the one? Is it?
Are you trying to insult me?
No.
Then you know which one it is.
Sorry.
Regina's just gonna like flip the tables on him a little bit, and try to make him look, because she doesn't know the answer, so she's not gonna answer it.
Of course, a woman as beautiful as you would not be in a place like the other El Dorados. That's for only those people who have houses on the other side of the river. If you know what I mean. You probably wouldn't even know about that.
I don't.
But, yes. So I will see you at the.
That way I am refreshed and less tired.
Oh, don't worry. That man who cheated you out of money, he's taken care of.
Yes. I appreciate that.
We take care of the people here in Paris. How are you? Tell me, do you have brothers and sisters, or what is your family life like?
9. I am a widow.
Oh, you look too young to be a widow. You are so beautiful, and myself. I am from. I'm from Hanover myself, and I've been here in Paris for 2 weeks, and he's going to just start talking to you, and it is very clear that he wants intimacy, a friend.
Right.
Right. He wants the girlfriend experience. He wants you to be interested in him and his life, and he wants to know about your life, and it is very clear to you that he is having that conversation with you.
What was your name again?
Me, Marcus.
Marcus.
Yeah. So, would you maybe give me a tour?
Marcus. Do us both a little favor. Rest for the evening. Build up your stamina. And come visit me at the El Dorado.
All right. Thanks.
Until then, I'm tired, and I'd like to drink alone, please.
Oh, of course. And he waves to a couple people that he knows in the bar. He just he waves to as he
she leans over really close to his ear and she goes, "Watch this." And I peck a little kiss on his face, and I wave at his friends, and I go, "Now you can go be with your friends."
And he goes over, and as you watch, you recognize one of those fellows.
Oh fuck. And
actually you recognize all 3 of them in this table. And they were the 3 radio detector van people.
I was wondering, they were the ones I was thinking hanging in the meat locker. Okay.
And they are, as you know, military intelligence. Because they're on that van duty, right. And that's military intelligence.
I kind of wave, thanking them again for their valiant saving of me. And Regina gets up. She leaves him behind. She's done. She's so super fucking done.
But when you get up and look, there's a newspaper there.
Perfect. I go, until then, and I strut over to the bar, and I lean over the bar, and I go, "Can I have another?" And I'm gonna try to pop this newspaper open. I want to know what's in it. What is it?
Would you like to make a roll for me?
Oh my god.
This is gonna
what
be
is Regina rolling?
Tradecraft. Yeah. No, you could or stealth, either one.
Could I do stealth?
Yeah.
Okay. Stealth would at least give me a little possible.
Okay.
Okay. But you know what? Regina. No, I want this. Regina wants this. She needs to know this angle on him before she can do what she's planning on doing. She sees all the angles. And she did not dress like this with the expectation that it would not distract everyone around her from seeing what she was actually there to do. So I'm going to spend a fate point, and I'm going to bump that up to 5.
All right, then. You're going to probably need that for what's coming next. I'm going to give you an advantage.
Okay.
Got an advantage here. Well, actually, this would be a boost. Got a boost. And your boost, this is going to be important for you, is that you have got, you're right, you've got, you know the news. You know the news. You know the news. So here's the thing. You flip it open very subtly and nobody sees you do it, right? It's very subtle. Whoever dropped it off is probably still in the bar. Whoever dropped it off is probably still in the bar. So you know that you don't have lots of time.
Okay, I only have like a second to really peek.
A couple of seconds, right?
Okay.
And the reason why you know they're probably in there is because they've got to pick up their half, right? If it's an information exchange,
they're gonna wait for the exchange of the newspaper and then slip back to the bar. Okay.
Right. They're gonna they drop theirs off, and then when the switch happens, they're gonna pick up theirs, right? So you know that whoever is there is watching the newspaper, but you rolled really well. So they did not see you. Like you're able to sort of frame yourself so that they don't see you. Basically,
yeah, I imagine it's like a deep lean over the bars, and she like uses her body to kind of block it. What is it?
So you know somebody's watching you. You hope they don't see you sneak into this newspaper, but you do sneak into the newspaper, and you flip it a little bit, and there is a note. It is folded. What do? There's just a little
How
note.
big is it? How big is it? Is it a kind of a small note? I'm going to try it. I'm going to try again. I want it open.
Do you want to open it? Or do you want to take it?
Oh no, I have to leave it.
Okay.
I have to leave. My goal is to leave it. If this goes bad, I might take it. But
with the just to look at it, you don't have to roll again because that'll be still part of the former roll. Taking it would be a tradecraft, but you still get it. You open it up and it is in code.
Can I try to memorize it? Can I make a roll to put it to memory? Yes.
Academics.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Yes, I was built for this.
Yes, and so you're gonna get a boost for that one as well, which will help you with the decrypting
later on.
Yeah, and we'll call that one. We'll call it "Mind Like a Steel Trap." How about that? I like it.
Mind like a steel trap. Okay,
yes.
Yeah. I remember exactly the code. I'm like, they think they're smart.
And it's small, it's cramped, but you read the code, you memorize it. And then I imagine you sort of slip back out.
Yeah, I put it back and I slip. I might remember my vault. I would like to get. No, you know what? I don't even need to get eyes on Calvet. I know he's coming home. Right? I know that at the end of this day, after he goes and searches for Colette, wherever he thinks she is, his next stop is home. And I need to get the advantage. So when Regina's all done,
I'm going to ask you a really important question. How long do you stay in this bar?
That's what I'm trying to decide. Do I wait to see the exchange happen or do I leave before? Because
it should happen very soon, because that exchange, they don't let the newspaper sit in the bar very long. It's a very quick, comes in, And then very shortly, Calvet should be coming in to do the exchange.
I imagine she does the thing, the drink comes, she picks it up, she walks like she's gonna go to the washrooms in the back. You said there was like a back exit. And as she goes to exit,
Calvet should enter right about now.
Yeah, I want to put eyes on. I want to make sure he comes in, and I just want to I peep him, and then I get out the back.
He doesn't come in the door.
He doesn't come in.
You have stalked him for 2 weeks, and he has always been here on time for that exchange. And one half that exchange is here, and he is not here.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm at the back. I push out the back, and I want to peep around to the front. Do I see him? Is he just not coming in, or is he just not there?
Awareness.
Oh, that was not a good roll.
Succeed at a cost? Major cost? Or will you take the fail?
Oh, man. A major cost. I don't know what that is, do I?
It'll be bad, because that's the whole point of major costs, you know. They're never good.
Oh, no.
What I think will happen is that you're going to be waylaid. Something's going to happen to distract you, so you're not going to be able to get where you want to go on time.
You mean to his apartment? Because that's where I'm headed. I'm not going to make it to his apartment. I just really need to put eyes on the man.
I say take the fail.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take the fail. I fail. I guess I don't see nothing.
You don't see him at all out there. You also don't see whoever his contact was, right? Like you don't see that. So basically, you're just coming back around the front, and it's a busy day. You don't notice anything out of the ordinary. If there's anybody who's watching the space, you don't see them. If there's anybody stalking, or like if there are any other people who are doing like their espionage in this moment, you do not see anybody, and you do not see him at all. And spies are always on time. Whenever a spy is like 5 minutes late, it's a problem, because that's like being late is no good.
All right. I slip back around the corner and I search for my pants. I tuck the whole dress back in, right? I belt up and I throw the jacket on and I grab the bike. I ride to his apartment. What does he usually, does he walk into the bar? Like, does he usually ride into the bar? He
usually walks.
And he would be walking from the factory.
Well, he would actually take, from the factory, he's probably bicycling, right? So he's probably bicycling from the factory, because that's actually a really long way. The factory is actually fairly significantly out there. It's like, it's outside of Paris proper. It's in one of the suburbs. So he has to sort of bike in. And then he probably from there just, he's going to be bicycling, right? But he probably then drops his bicycle off before he goes to stalk Colette, because...
And he would drop it at home?
Depends. Sometimes he drops it near the stalking spot. Sometimes he doesn't. But his bicycle's not here either.
If I was about to say, so if Bike's not here and he didn't make it here, then Regina starts backtracking towards the factory because something's wrong and she can sense it. So she'll start the backtracking to cross his path in hopes of crossing.
I'm going to show you something. Let me see. I think I can show you from here. Where's our map of Paris? Let me get you here. Hello, chat. So if this is Paris, and over here is Bricktops, the factory is like probably out about here, right? It's sort of outside the city there. And so his apartment is over here. And that's also where Cafe Un is. So he usually bikes out over here. Sometimes he gets a ride, but usually he bikes out, which allows him all sorts of privacy. Then he comes back, goes to the Cafe Un, and then he travels all the way back over here to where you are to spy on Colette although he has not seen her for the last 2 weeks because she has not shown up. And then he comes back home, and his house is also in this area here, in the 17. So that's like that's his journey. That he mostly sort of sticks in this area of right in this sort of area of Paris, right on the west side, and does this work over there. But you do see him every once in a while sort of travel in. Now, military intelligence is over here, and he is almost never there. You never see him.
Yeah, no, I think what if his apartment is nearby, I would swing by to see if his bike is there. Like, did he go home? If he did and his bike's there, then she would check the apartment. If the bike is not there, then she's gonna start racing down the path towards the factory. Like, she would know how he got there because she's been stalking him. So I feel like she would be able to backtrack his usual route.
So you go up the front, right, to the front of this building. If there's a bicycle, it wouldn't be up front. Can I get from you? I want awareness is what I want. I want awareness. And there's another alternative also for investigation, so I'd like both to see what's better.
That's my awareness. My investigation. I just didn't roll well on that. But
okay, that's a 1, which is not good enough. Do you want to spend a fate point?
Yes, that would make it a
3. Which is enough.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. You are out front. You could maybe check out back to see if this bicycle's out there, because very often there's like an inner courtyard to these buildings where people would have their bicycles. And before you go in, maybe you're about to go in. I don't know if you are about to go in or not. You see something. You see something you saw before. And that's why it stands out to you. Normally, you wouldn't think about it. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't think about it much at all. But you see it first. You're like, wait, there's a van that's parked out front. And the van being parked out front is strange. It's strange because A, there are not that many cars out on the streets anymore, right? It's just like, so like anytime you see a car, it just kind of stands out to you as something that you notice because, again, there are just not that many of them. But this particular car you saw before, and you remember seeing it in front of Cafe Un once.
Oh, yeah.
You remember seeing it, now that you think about it, back by your apartment once.
The night I blew it up.
You think that it was one of the vehicles that picked up Marc Calvet. Because you know how he often goes, stalks, and then gets picked up in a vehicle and driven off somewhere?
Yeah.
This is the vehicle that has picked him up before. And you saw it at Cafe Un once. You saw it outside of your old apartment once. And you saw it, you never saw it in front of this apartment before. Like in all the time you were stalking him, which was every day for 2 weeks, you never saw that vehicle outside of his apartment, but you're seeing it there now. And it is, it looks to you like, I think what it's supposed to look like, I suppose is the best way to put it, is a sort of a nondescript French, like a shops van, right?
Like a flower van.
Yeah,
like a...
but that shop is not in this building, right? Like whatever that shop is not here. And this is like the third time you've seen it, and now it's a pattern. Do you know what I mean? Like you're like, there's a pattern.
Yeah. Now there's something happening here. Okay. But I don't see his bike.
You'd have to go inside the building into the courtyard.
Okay, I could do that. I'm undercover enough. I feel like I could pull that off. Kind of pulls the beret down a little bit lower, you know.
His bike is there.
watching him, but he's also possibly working with them. Ooh. Oh. Okay, I could make a really... I could self-compel.
Do it. I love a self-compel. What's your self-compel? Talk to me. I'm ready for it. Do you want a fate point?
I don't know. Okay, hang on. This would be a big fate point. Okay.
That's what compels are for.
I need... Okay, I could play this one of two ways. I could try to trick him if he's home. I don't know. I'm guessing he's home. The van would not still be here if he wasn't in that van, because usually he gets in and they drive away, right? So if they're still waiting here, he's not in the van yet. That means he's still in his apartment.
He should have been at work, and he should have been at that bar.
But he wasn't at either, but he's here.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think he'll help Regina. I don't think he will. There's one way or two ways into his apartment. Just the one.
One way.
The back stair.
Yeah. I mean, you go up the front stairs to the 5th floor, then go all the way down, and then go up, then go the back stairways up to the... So like there's like those two parallel stairways go up to the 5th.
Yeah.
And you could walk from one stairway to the next, but the back staircase for peasants is the only one that goes up to the 6th floor. What self-compel would you like to do?
Regina really needs him.
Mm-hmm.
She really, really, really needs him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is gonna mess so much stuff up. If I do this, it's gonna just mess our plans up so much. All right, she...
Hey, Chad, how you doing?
I know, Chad. I'm dying here. I can't decide if I want to... Okay, I'm not, I just don't... Okay, I'm gonna try to deceive the shit out of him. I'm gonna try... But he's met me before, so I don't get my
He has
bonus.
met you before.
Because he's met me before.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. You have a stunt that will give you a bonus, but he has met you before.
There's only one way into his apartment, so he's
correct.
gonna have to go through me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Regina does not do what she was gonna do yet. She goes straight up to his door.
Pause.
Okay.
Are you looking at Twitch right now?
No.
Please do. I need you to look at Twitch if you do not mind.
What?
Tell me when you're ready. The stream, yeah. Tell me when you're ready.
Oh.
Yeah. I need you to be looking at the stream.
I'm looking at the stream. Okay, I'm looking at the stream.
I just want you to know, because I don't think you saw it, this is what it looks like. This is your journey up there, just so you know. Here you go. Super tiny little teeny tiny little apartment there on the 6th floor. Very small. It's very nice. The stairwells are super narrow. The hallways are so narrow that you could like touch either side of the wall.
With your arms?
Yeah, if you put your arms out, you could touch both sides. And these are tiny places up there on the roof,
wow.
Right? And you've got this little inner courtyard, which is very, very nice.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, but...
Okay.
But...
Okay. Here's,
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's... Regina goes to the front door.
Here you go.
Do I see movement? Is he in there? Like shadows from under the door?
Give me an awareness. Give me an awareness is what I'm gonna need from you.
Ugh.
Oh, that
Regina does wear glasses for a reason.
You're gonna need to boost that.
No, it's not that big of a deal.
Okay. It is completely silent on the other end of the door. completely silent, and you see no light from underneath, and you hear nothing.
I kind of... how does Regina want to play this? There's no window way into this apartment? From the roof or anything?
On the outside of the 6th floor on the outside. These are crappy apartments. Yeah. These are not good apartments.
Okay,
and you are and it's dank, it's dark, there's almost no light. The hallway is cramped. There are lots of little doors, one by one, very close together. And the one stairwell is like this little spiral staircase that is a little creepy, actually, as well.
Regina checks the door handle. Mm-hmm. Is it locked?
Mm-hmm. It is.
I very gently rap on the door. Calvet.
You don't hear anything. You do hear things from apartments next door. The sounds of movement, a baby crying, shuffling of papers and feet. There's just there's general sort of sounds of life. The door, but you hear nothing. Yeah, the walls are sort of thin, but you hear nothing from the other side of this door at all.
I'm gonna try to lockpick this door open. This is not what I'm good at, but I'm gonna try. I did say I packed some things, so we're gonna tradecraft this sucker. Unless I can do it with stealth, which I doubt I can.
Tradecraft.
Hey!
Fair. You do have a free invoke because you're loaded for bear.
Nope, I'm saving that. I have a very specific moment I'm saving that for.
Would you like to partially succeed, because you tied, succeed at a minor cost, or fail but gain a boost?
What do I gain the boost on? Calvet?
On the situation.
Yeah, I'll fail to get the door open if it means I get a boost on the situation.
Yes. All right. We're not going to name it right now. We're going to leave that a little bit open.
I go.
I'm going to call it on alert. That's what we're going to call it.
On alert. Okay. Yeah, I need to know if he's in there or not.
You do.
I rap again. Calvet.
Give me an awareness.
1.
Not enough.
Awareness is just not very good.
If you spin the on alert, you'll get it.
Yeah, we could do that. Boost it to 3.
You rap on the door and you whisper Calvet. And as you rap, you notice something off, strange. It's, you know when you knock on a door, a thin door in a place like this, there's a ringing that happens. You know, like the knocking resounds. Even when you are knocking quietly, there's like it's like there are no sound waves moving at all. It feels to you like
somebody's on the other side of the door.
No.
Oh.
Because you look down and you see at the very bottom of the door, it's there's like sound dampening below the door. Like you can just see like there's like a fabric. Do you know what I mean? Like there's like a fabric.
So to muffle sound inside the apartment.
And when you knock, it's very muffled. And you were just whispering Calvet. And it occurs to you that you are not hearing any sounds from this apartment, whereas you are hearing sounds from other apartments. It seems to you as if there is some sound dampening happening inside that apartment of a fairly serious variety. But that does mean that they haven't heard you, if there's someone in there.
Can I try to pick the door again? Can I attempt to pick the door one more time?
You could, but you do note that there's clearly something blocking the door, right? Like at least some kind of fabric sound dampener, right? There's clearly, you can tell that something is like, if you pick the lock, there's probably something in front of the door.
But I mean, I would be able to move it. Is it like fabric? I guess I can't really tell.
Yeah, you don't know if this door is sealed shut with tape. You're not certain, but it does look to you as if...
Jesus, you see that paranoid?
You're not... The sound that you heard, that you should have heard more sound than you did. There's clearly something there.
Okay. I'm on the 6th floor.
You are.
Is there like a hallway, a window at the end of the hallway that like leads outside where I could crawl on the roof?
You could. It would be dangerous. How's your athletics?
What athletics?
Yeah.
Okay.
6th floor.
Okay.
You could get in, but remember.
Are we? Okay. I'm gonna. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna. Oh, I have an idea. It's a bad one. It's a really bad one.
I'm ready for bad ideas. I love it.
You said that there are some neighbors in their homes.
Yep.
Would you say that maybe one of the neighbors next door that shares a wall with him is not home?
Would you like to give me a fate point?
Yes.
Yes. One of the neighbors is not home. That is correct. That is true. That's a true statement.
Regina is going to try to get into that apartment because she doesn't have to be as quiet to do it. Can she? Is it like open? Can she like shoulder it? I don't know how
Lockpick versus athletics. It's up to you.
I mean, it's going to be the same.
Different
so
effect,
we'll just screw. Nope. Nope, that's a bad door.
Would you like to succeed at a major cost?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Easy peasy. Peasy. You shoulder. I want you to tell me how you shoulder your way through, and then I will tell you what happens.
I mean, I'm sure it looks like just what you imagine. Really sloppy. She's not a very large person. And she has to shoulder a door. And I imagine probably the last one might like dislocate it or.
Yep. Yeah. You hear that crack, right? And it's the door and also your shoulder. You're gonna take a mild consequence that you have a jacked up shoulder, my friend. You have a jacked up shoulder.
Great. Perfect.
But you get in. You get into this little tiny apartment.
I look around. Do they have a piece of furniture?
Oh gosh, this place. They have got a really small bed. They've got like a foot locker. There's like a wash basin. There's an iron stove that would take sort of coal or wood.
A chair. Okay.
Regina
goes straight over to the chair with her one good arm, and she
Before you do, I will note also that this place also has a balcony and a window out to the doorway. And I'm going to pull up. I just have to remind. I've got to sort of say that you've got this jacked up shoulder because you do, and I've got a free invoke on it, and that's just going to be important for later. And here, I'm just going to show you a map at the moment, just so you can see it. Because I figure you might want to. Here, let me just bring this to you. Other players have seen this map before, but here you go. Okay. So you are here in this apartment that's here, and these are super tiny. And there is like a narrow balcony. Also, each one of these rooms has a narrow, like there's a little door that will go to this narrow balcony. The balcony itself does not connect, but it's not that far of a jump.
I was about.
Because again, these are super small, very small apartments, and the walls are sloped. Right, they've got these like 45-degree sloped walls on the outside because you're in a apartment garret.
Okay. I'm gonna self-compel Regina to do something, which is gonna put all of this on a bit of a timer.
Okay.
If it goes down poorly.
What's the self-compel?
Regina looks around and she sees this stove.
Mm-hmm. And that's what it looks like. It's that super nice.
And this shitty apartment.
Yeah.
And she takes a deep breath and she walks over and imagines there's probably still burning embers.
It's during the day, so I would imagine, and it's also August, so I'd imagine not.
Oh. Regina's gonna start a fire.
You're gonna take the poor people's coal? You know how hard it is to get coal? It's fine. So you start the fire.
Regina is going to start a fire in this apartment. A very slow one, like nothing. She's not trying to like go up quickly, maybe something that's just near the stove that'll burn for a little bit and get hotter and hotter. And so she's going to try to
point of
start
order.
a fire.
Inside the stove or outside the stove?
Oh, the fire has to be set outside the stove.
Oh, I just wanted to know if you were starting a fire in the stove so you could like make tea, or if you were committing arson. I just was unclear.
Definitely the arson.
Okay.
Definitely. Definitely the arson part. And she's gonna and so the moment it looks like it's like burning and she's satisfied, then she will make the jump to the other balcony.
Okay. So this apartment again is small. I will tell you something about this apartment. Again, it's like a little bit less than 100 square feet total. And there's like 3 beds in there. Clearly a family is living in this place that has almost no room in it at all.
Can Regina grab a set of the sheets?
Oh yeah.
Regina grabs rips one of the sets of sheets off the bed. And she binds it to one end of the balcony and ties it tight with one hand. And then she's going to toss it to the other side, to the other balcony.
I'm going to need a roll from you.
Oh, no.
Not athletics first. I need something else because you're trying to create an advantage.
I am trying to create an advantage.
Yes, you are. That's clearly what you're up to right now. What role should this be? It could be...
I mean, there's always science or simple mechanics because...
Oh, yeah, that's fair. You could do that. I'll take it. I'll take mechanics to bring something together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it still may not be good.
Yeah, no, that's
okay. Too fair.
Yeah, that's fine. You only needed a 1. That was very easy. You will get an advantage for your athletics roll.
Okay, nice. Okay.
Just know it.
I'm sure I'm going. Okay, here I go. Regina pumps herself up and she jumps to the other one.
Give me athletics. Holding on. Yeah, and I'm going to just note, remember, you are
that's
very, very high up. You are 6 stories up on the top attic floor.
Yeah.
That is not enough.
No, okay, but that puts me at a 2.
That puts you at a 2.
That puts me at a 2.
Uh-huh.
And,
you need 1 more.
I see all the angles.
You do?
Actually, let me see. Did I create any advantages for myself on Calvet?
Let's see. What do we have here on our Calvet? You know the news.
I feel like I did.
You have a mind like a steel trap. You are loaded for bear. You know the face of the radio teams. You have some news people. You have evidence on Calvet's activities. You have a boost on him.
So see, could I use that boost in this case to have known that this might have been a way in, an option?
And be a little bit more prepared on that one?
Prepared.
Yes. We will take care of that boost.
So that would put it at a 4.
Which is enough.
Yeah!
To not die.
To not die. I'm sure it's not a pretty landing.
It's not a pretty landing. So I want you to tell me how you make it across from one little teeny gross balcony. And these are like narrow. Do you know what I mean? Like they're not very deep. Like you don't have a lot of space to the next one. And then also roll stealth.
Yeah, I imagine there's like, she grabs the...
Roll stealth first before you tell me. Because let's find out how noisy you are. It's
a lot of rolling. Okay, just a 1. Like I said, it's probably, she does not stick the landing, no doubt, in my mind.
Give me a second.
Okay, so I imagine...
I need to roll.
Well, I can tell you how she gets across.
He does not hear you.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, so here's what happens. Regina takes this sheet and she realizes there's like one of those arms where you like hang plants on the side of buildings, you know? She like throws the sheet over it and she creates like a fulcrum to be able to freaking Indiana Jones from one balcony to another balcony with this sheet. And that's how she gets across. And so she does manage to stick to landing. I imagine there's that moment on the edge where she's like, and then she like breathes.
It hurts.
That arm.
It hurts.
I know.
And you see before you the window that is into his little gross apartment.
Do I see him?
There is covering head to floor over this balcony. It looks to you like moving carpets, perhaps? Do you know what I mean? Like those really quilted, thick...
Oh god, this whole place is gonna go up like a freak.
But you can peek through. But it's clear to you that it has been, right?
Yeah, I want to look through to see what he's up to.
You cannot see much in there. It's all blocked out. You see just a slim bit, and you see this small, tiny apartment. And you see a chair. On the chair, you see Colette, and she is tied to the chair, and she's gagged, and she's bleeding. Her face is bruised. Her nose is bleeding. Her lip is split. And she is sort of tied to this chair. And you can't see him, but you can see like his shadow, right? You know he's in there, but like your visibility is very, very narrow. You can't really see much. But she has clearly been tortured.
Yep.
And this whole place has been set up so that whatever he's doing in there is not going to be heard from the outside.
Right.
And you can see.
But I don't see him.
You can see his shadow. He's not in that little narrow, slim bit that you can see. He's probably looming.
Can I?
Yes.
Can I reach for my gun
Mm-hmm.
and a Bowie knife hidden in these pants.
Or your boots, like you had some boots.
My boots. That's
Yeah.
right. I did have boots.
Mm-hmm. You cannot see him though.
Okay, let me think this one through. How would Regina do this?
Do you want to make me a discover roll for anything? You can if you want to. You don't have to if you don't want to. It's up to you. If there's anything you want to know.
She doesn't really know who to play right now, but she knows she's on a really short time frame. And so she needs to make and take action. So she is going to cash in on this boost and reach in and have taken a mirror. And she's going to use the mirror like in this crack, like against kind of pressed against the carpet to like see out. And she's going to aim her gun and she's going to shoot Calvet's knee. She's aiming to take his knee out. She'll shoot him, period, if she hits him. But like the real goal would be to take his knee out.
All right, let me, so the thing is, you're going to have to, let me take you over there and give you some, there you go. So there's poor visibility, which I've got an evoke on. And you also, there are a couple other aspects that you don't know about right now, but that is one of them. Go ahead.
Actually. Oh, do you want me to? I could really. I could really help us. Oh. Stop. Hang on, y'all. Y'all. I shoot Colette instead. I shoot Colette.
Where do you want to shoot her?
In the head.
Okay.
I want to kill Colette.
you do know you need a large number to kill her. Because she's a named NPC. She doesn't go down in 2.
You said she's been tortured.
She has been. That is correct.
Which I imagine that means that she is physically not as capable.
That is correct.
She's lost some blood.
She's there. She's gagged. You cannot hear anything because it's been soundproofed. There's a fire going on next door.
Yeah, no, I do. I'm gonna go. Okay. I'm gonna go with my original plan of shooting Calvet, because if I can get them both out, it's a win-win for her. But I know there are things that I don't. Okay. All right. I gotta get. Yeah. Okay. I could be evil Regina, or I could be straight Regina. Straight Regina does the mirror and takes an aim. She tries to set up an advantage and take an aim.
I have a question for you. Would you like a fate point?
For what?
You have the soul of a killer, right?
I do.
I feel like you want to kill Colette. I feel like that soul of a killer says that you want to kill your contact with military intelligence.
But for what reason?
I don't know. You said that you were interested in it.
Good reason. Yeah, I mean, her reason was more based on Calvet, like taking what Calvet needs in the moment to gain advantage. Because Colette, even if she's trying to overthrow the Reich,
maybe you think that if you kill her, then whatever it is, he can't get it.
That's actually what Regina was kind of thinking. But then she's wanting to get what he has anyway, so she's still going to want what Colette has. So the better option is just to get the both of them out. Play it like she saved Colette's ass, which is a plus for them.
By the way, I have just given you a compel, though. Would you like to accept it or not? You have, what do you have as a group? You have 2 fate points left.
Okay, I would get one. If I accepted it. No. I need to shoot.
And guess what else? If you take it, she'll just die. You can just shoot her in the head and kill her right away without even having to roll for it. I'll just have her murdered right there. Just for that fate point. It is a compel, though.
No.
I'm just saying, if you want, because you're the soul of the killer.
I can't.
You could just do it. You wouldn't even have to roll. It would just be like an exciting narration of you murdering her as she's tied to a chair, and
Okay.
You could just kill her if you want. I'll give you a fate point.
What if I shoot her but don't try to kill her?
The compel is that you kill her, because that will be the problem. What
does Colette have that they want? Okay. No! I don't want your compel. I don't want it.
Give me a fate point then. I'll just take it
off
the overlay.
No,
That's how it works.
I know.
And I'm just gonna note it. Because it's a compel, if you kill her, it's not gonna be great for you. I'm just gonna note that, right? Because
that.
But you can, so either you give me a fate point, but you have the soul of the killer, and I feel like you were thinking about it. So I just feel like it's it's on the table.
Thinking about it, I was. How many fate? I only have 2 fate points.
You only have
left,
2 fate points. You have some boosts and some,
Yeah, okay, you can take it. I can't shoot her. She's our contact at this
you
point.
could shoot her, because I'm offering if you wanted to.
I would tell you, 1 fate point's not worth it.
Okay, fine. Hey, that's what compels are for. They're for, like, the hard times, the hard choices. So tell me how you
think-
decide. Give me your internal monologue about this one.
I don't know anymore. I think
So you see her and you're contemplating it.
Regina wasn't expecting to see her there, and if she's being tortured, she needs a way to really get. The original plan was to get Colette on their side, anyways, by killing this man. So Regina considers just clearing their name, like getting them out from underneath.
Because if she's dead, then maybe you're free of
Then
all
maybe
that.
we're free,
Mhm.
but we're also protected underneath her in a way that we wouldn't be.
But if you killed her, then maybe no one would know that you're double agents and you'd be free.
I doubt that, considering the fact that Crazy Pete is still sucking air through a third hole in his head. So Regina takes a deep breath, and she's like, she can smell the smoke coming from the apartment.
Yes, she can.
This one's covered in carpet.
Yep.
She is going to go with the plan. The plan is
This door is not particularly sturdy, by the way. It's a glass.
It's a glass,
balcony
and it's got
door.
carpet on the other side.
Yeah.
Ugh, my body can't handle any more.
Sure you can.
Physical damage.
You have no consequences. Oh, you have one. You have one consequence. That's all.
I have one physical though. I can't take any more.
You've got 2 extra full consequence slots. Like you have a 4 and a 6. Like what could go wrong?
Right, Regina will. Do these windows like open in?
Yeah.
They open in.
He slaps her.
Oh, now I'm gonna have to kill him.
And
all right,
he's saying something to her, but you can't hear it. It's sort of low and intense, and then you see him like back away.
Regina. Oh.
You can smell the smoke happening next door.
All right, Regina reaches in her bag. She doesn't use it on a mirror. She reaches in her bag instead for something that she's used before. It's one of her favorite. It's one of her favorite things. She reaches in her bag and there's a bottle. This is that. What was the boost that I used? Or that I had?
Prep. Loaded
Prep.
for bear.
Loaded for bear. So, and it says chloroform on it. And she douses this rag of chloroform. And she like holds it in the good hand, not the bad hand. And she pulls his boot knife out and she puts it in her mouth and she launches herself through the door towards the shadow of Calvet.
Okay. Roll athletics.
Regina is not built for this, y'all.
You're action lady. That's a 1.
Did I at least get through the door?
Would you like to take some stress?
Oh, but I took the boost.
Oh, you did. You're
So
loaded
that
for
makes
bear.
it a 3.
Yes. You no problem. You move through. And I have roll 20 up on 2 different locations, so I can take that boost off of you. You burst through. When you burst through this room, this tiny small room, glass everywhere. It's just like there's like this sort of crash, and the curtain sort of moves to the side, right? And when you sort of burst through, you come into this place, and this apartment has got it's completely covered ceiling to floor with this sort of like moving blankets taped everywhere. The whole place is just taped with these thick carpets, and they're stained with blood a little bit, and it's hers. And she is in this chair tied there. She's not crying. She's not pleading. She's sitting there.
Yeah.
Basically kind of iron-jawed. And you can tell there is a bed. There is a bed underneath some of these sort of blankets, so he clearly must perhaps sleep here, but this does not look to you like an apartment that he really stays in unless he necessarily has to, I don't know, have company. But it seems that his company right now is Colette. He himself, at the moment, is standing there and he's wearing some work pants, a shirt, a button-down shirt. His shirt is rolled up. The sleeves are rolled up, and he is smoking a cigarette, and it's dangling loosely from his lips. And in his hand, he has a lead pipe.
Great.
And the lead pipe is, he's brandishing it, like, threateningly. And he turns and wheels at you, like, as you sort of crash through. I believe that you should be able to go first, though, because you crashed through the...
Can I try?
Mm-hmm. He is armed, right? He's got a lead pipe.
He is armed.
Mm-hmm. He's got a lead pipe on him. He is... he seems very alert, right?
I'm going to spend a fate point to create an advantage in this situation.
What would that advantage be?
I came tumbling through with blankets.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that I have kind of bound his body. My goal is to put this chloroform on his face. I want to knock him out.
Mm-hmm. Now, a knockout is not going to happen with a created advantage, because that is
no. I would want the advantage there for the roll to knock him out.
No, that's a mechanical. What you can do is you could say you could put an advantage on him that he's tangled up.
That works.
Right? That he, like when you come through with the blanket.
So he's tangled up, and then I can try to chloroform him.
Mm-hmm. Well armed. And let's spin your last. This is spin your last fate point on that one.
Yep. Okay.
And I am going to give you this one. Who are you going to pass it to?
Colette.
Okay.
I want to see what she does.
'Cause she's next. There you go. She is tied up. She's bound and gagged. She sees you. And you can see that there's this, like, relief in her eyes upon seeing you. Also a little bit of confusion. Like, how did you get here? That's weird. But she's not going to look a gift.
Is it? We're supposed to be agents.
Yep.
This was what you wanted me to do.
Yep. She cannot do much because she's got like multiple aspects on her that she cannot get off herself. She's bound and gagged and all that. So she kind of makes a gesture. No, this is what she's going to do. I'm going to have to roll for her first to see if this works, if you do not mind. That's a 3. And then I'm going to roll... Calvet's stealth. Ooh. I'm going to take that poor visibility and invoke it so that he beats her. So that she is like looking around the room trying to see if she can figure out a way to help you out in this situation. That's what she's trying to do. She's trying to figure out a way to like help you, right? Because like she's tied, she cannot move, but you can tell that her initial thought is not you get me out of here. It's what can I do to help you, right? And so she's trying to figure out what's going on. She has to pass it to Calvet. Calvet is going to untangle himself. He's going to remove that. He's going to try to remove that aspect from himself, is what he's going to try to do. And his athletics is only a 1. He moves this. He pulls off the moving curtains from himself, right? From these moving blankets. He rips them off, and he looks at you with first blank. And then he recognizes you.
We have about 5 minutes before this entire apartment goes up in flames.
What do you want to do? He has to pass it to you.
I remove the knife from my mouth and I reach for my gun and I say, we have 5 minutes before this entire apartment is ablaze. And I point my gun at him and I say, what are you doing here in Paris?
What move is this?
I'm going to try to...
Is this a mental attack? Is it a setup an
No,
advantage?
okay,
What is it? Give it to me.
Oh my
Give it
God,
to me.
okay,
Give it to
okay,
me.
okay.
Give it to
Regina
me.
has this chloroform in her hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
He has no idea that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Regina stands up, she holds the rag, she walks over to Colette, and she puts it over Colette's face. And will chloroform Colette to sleep.
Okay. I am okay.
To set up
Yeah.
and deceive that he thinks I'm on his side.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. I am going to need you to roll fighting.
I mean, she's bound, right?
Yeah. Those are all aspects that she's got like 3 bound aspects on her, which all have a free invokes on them.
Okay, great.
So you've got like 6 you can pull on her.
It's a catastrophic. All I'm doing is trying to put this on her face.
Would you like to re-roll it? What did you roll? That seems really bad.
I rolled all negatives.
Yeah.
No, I don't have fight, so.
Would you like to re-roll that with a fate point?
I can't. I don't have any more.
You have 1 left. There's 1 left. You
I
have
thought I
1
spent
left.
it.
You have
Okay.
1 left.
No, I need to save this for Calvet.
She has 3 invokes on her because she's tied up. It's bad for her.
Yeah, I mean, every invoke that I have on her, especially if they're free, I will stack them.
Okay. That is going to be... She has no stress left. Her first 2 consequence slots are full. She will not be taken out, but her last consequence is full now, which is messed up.
Bad.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
I know it's bad. I know it's bad.
It's bad. And she's going to be basically groggy, right? Like she's like
Great.
losing consciousness. And you have a free invoke on that. Or there's a free
Perfect.
invoke on it.
Free invoke on this situation.
No, on her being groggy. So
great.
On
Okay.
her, because you just put it, So she right now has no stress. Like all of her stress is full, and all of her consequences are full.
Okay. So when Regina's done, she drops a rag and kind of, hopefully when she's like, what chloroform does, which is like knock you out.
Roll your deceive.
Yeah.
And you can use that groggy, right, as a free invoke for your deceive,
4.
if you want to.
Plus a 2 makes it a 6.
Mm-hmm. So this is going to be against his empathy. Ooh, well that's interesting. I'm gonna roll his empathy right now. Guess how good his empathy is.
Don't tell me.
Okay,
No, do tell me how good is it?
it's a 1.
Okay, good.
He's not particularly empathetic.
Okay, good.
I roll a 1 out of your 6, which is not great for me, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I can get up to 5.
Bet not. I hope he's confused as hell.
I can get up to a 5. That's the best I can do. On alert, it will give me 2. I can get up to a 5, and that's 5 versus your 6.
Yes.
I'm going to take this as an attack on your part, and I am going to take. I'm going to take 3 shifts. Is what I'm going to do. I'm going to spend the on alert, so I'm no longer on alert. I'm going to take three stress. He's got 3 stress boxes, mental stress boxes. So he's wary. He looks at you, like not quite certain, right? If he should believe this or not. It's like he sort of believes you, but he's not quite certain what's going to happen here. He's not convinced to leave yet.
Do not be an idiot, Calvet.
Who do you pass it to?
Back to him.
Back to him?
Back to him. Tell me who you are. What are you doing here?
And he is going to...
Oh, I think I end with, I can help you.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't let me, I have to kill you.
He is going to look at you, and he's going to say, what are you doing here? In this place? I am trying to do the right thing, and I think that you should...
Tell me what you mean by the right thing.
What is best for everyone here?
Stop playing games.
There's a lot more going on here than you know.
Yes, and I would like to be a part of it.
How did you get here, and who are you working for? I am...
Working for everyone.
You can't work for everyone. You have to work for someone.
Says the man who works for everyone.
Do I? Or do I only look like it? He's going to, create an advantage on you. Is what he's going to do for his turn.
He's going to try to
He's going to try.
an advantage.
Yeah, he's going to use a deceive. You're going to have to resist with, empathy.
Well, I'm terrible at empathy.
He gets a free invoke, and that is that you are buying his story. He seems honest to you. There's something like he's being evasive, but he doesn't seem...
To get to the point, so that we're not...
He's gonna have to pass it to Colette.
Damn it.
He has to, right? He has to pass it to Colette because she has not taken her turn yet. And she is almost passed out. It's not working out so well for her right now.
Great. I need her to pass out. I need her to pass out.
She... Ooh, it's no good for her. She's going to, from the space where she's at, she wants to help you, and she does not like the situation she's in. She is going to, she's going to flip herself over in the chair.
Oh, tip over.
She's going to tip herself over towards him. She's going to try to throw herself onto his body.
Onto him.
Onto his body, is what she's going to do. And she's going to try to create an advantage on him. In that she's going to try to throw him off balance. Is what she's going to do. Okay. She rolls a 3. That's good. And he's going to roll his athletics. I'm going to spend my last fate, my only fate point, to make that a 2 rather than a 3, so that it's only 1 free invoke rather than 2. Because you do not need 2 free invokes on him. That is not a thing that you need. So she flips herself over, like she basically she's all bound, but she just rocks, and she just forces herself backwards because he's now looking at you, right onto him, and she clips his leg, and he is off balance.
Great.
And she passes it to you.
Gina needs him to cooperate.
He is physically
she doesn't
off
have
balance.
time to question him here. So she looks at him, she pulls her gun, and she shoots him in the kneecap.
Okay. Here's my question for you. What is your intent? Is it to harm him or put an aspect on him? Are you creating an aspect or are you trying to harm him?
Here's the thing. If he's off balance and there's a way Regina can knock him out, that is what she's attempting to do.
He's pretty healthy.
Yeah.
He's pretty healthy.
That's why we just the goal then is to make it so that he can't move on his own. If I take out one of his kneecaps, she's going to have to drag him, or he's going to have to stay and die.
Okay.
She's upping the stakes for him, basically.
You are trying to create advantage on him, is what that sounds like to me. Create advantage. Go ahead, do it.
I have a free invoke.
That she gave you for a 7.
A 7. So can I take out both kneecaps?
Well, it's gonna be you're gonna put out like that. Taking out.
Oh, that's right. It's the advantage on him. Yeah, so we'll make it a 7. Screw it. I've got the free invoke.
Well, he's going to dodge.
Okay.
Because he can.
He's off balance.
That's a 0.
And he's got 7.
So that's not great for him. But oh gosh, 7. 7 is a lot. I can get up to 6. That's as much as I can get up to. Which will... I don't want to... That's a lot. Oh gosh. That's a lot. Do I use them all? No. I feel like it's not worth it. You still find him trustworthy, right? Because he's still got that on you. But he is off balance, and so it's a little, and you just shoot him in the kneecaps. It's just, you knock them both out. Now, I'm going to say, because these are not consequences, because this is an aspect, it's not, like, you don't know how bad the damage is, but he goes down for now. Right now, he's not going anywhere.
Great.
Yeah, and he just drops to the ground.
Can I kick the pipe away? Like, I kick the pipe away,
yes.
And I run over and I use the knife to cut Colette's like hands and feet. I put the knife back in my boot, the gun in my cleavage, and
he starts yelling, but nobody can hear him.
Nobody can hear him
because the room has been soundproofed.
Yeah, we'll deal with that in a second. I take out her gag and I put it on him.
And she says,
"Stop speaking. We must move."
She almost said something, but you said that right. And so she gets up, and you can tell she's got a bit of a limp.
Can you walk?
And she rushes over and she grabs her purse, which is in the corner of the room, and it's been like sort of like turned out. She puts everything back in very quickly, and she grabs her shoes, which are also not on her feet right now, and she puts them on. And she's looking worse. She's looking groggy. She's looking like her face is all busted up.
I run over to the door, the main door, and I like slice it open, like all the carpet away, and I like peel it back, and I like kick the door, like unlock it and kick it open. And I'm like,
there is smoke billowing out into the hallway right now.
I'm like, go now. Stay low to the ground. I'm right behind you.
She doesn't go. She grabs one of Marc Calvet's arms to help you take him out of there.
To help me drag him? Mm-hmm. I look at her like, all right. And I've gagged him. I've got him by the scruff of the neck, and I'm going to drag his ass out. I was like,
he cannot move.
All you had to do was answer my question. You couldn't answer the question, could you? And so I'm just like dragging his ass out of this burning apartment.
Would you like a compel?
Ooh.
Here's the compel. I think that you cannot carry him with your shoulder. I think your shoulder is messed up enough that you can't carry him down you can't. There's chaos, there's fire going on. You are injured. She is injured. She's also super groggy. That I think that you two cannot carry him down.
I grab her. Okay. All right. I'll accept it. I'm gonna accept it.
Will you accept it?
Yep, I will accept.
You will accept it.
I can't drag Calvet out. I will accept this.
Okay.
But I accept it, and I turned to her and I kind of pushed her a little bit, and I was like, "Go." And I was like, "You sent me to kill him. I'll do it. Go." She
pauses. She registers what you're saying. It's difficult for her to do so, right? Because she's clearly been chloroformed, right? She's groggy. Right. And she nods, and she start stumbling down the stairwell, as you can start seeing people rushing out of the apartments.
I get Calvet really low on the ground because there's like smoke above us, and I probably pull a scarf or something.
Yep.
And I just deck him one. And I punch him really hard, and I was like, tell me what I need to know. You are gonna die in this building because you're being a hard-headed man. You're being a hard-headed man.
He says to you, as he's injured, as he's by the way, is that what move is that you're doing? I want to give you that chance.
I think
no,
I can't decide if it's intimidation.
She used her last fate point, by the way, chat. She used it.
But I just got one because I took that compel.
Yes, you did. I
took that compel.
Yes, you did. You just took that compel. Have a fate point, my friend.
I will take that.
Have that fate point
to the end.
Have it.
You know what? I'm gonna play this as rapport, and here's why.
Okay.
She decks him one, and she says, "You're being a hard-headed man. You were destined to die. I can pick up where you left off. She trusts me, unlike you. So tell me what I need to know so that you can burn with a little fucking dignity."
Is that a rapport or is that a provoke?
It's gonna be a rapport. Spy to spy, help me out a little bit.
Roll it. And are you, roll it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. It's terrible. Okay, do I have any more invokes on him? Or I do.
You do not. He's no longer well armed, though, however. He's no longer well armed. But everything's on fire.
So, can I just... It almost makes me just want to re-roll that.
There are some aspects here that are running around. Everything's on fire. There's smoke everywhere. There's confusion. Those things are out there, but you would need a fate point to invoke it.
Oh, come on. I was really hoping for that report. Yeah, I have one fate point.
Mm-hmm. He's going to say something to you.
Okay, I'm listening at this point.
He says, "Hey, listen to me. I know you work for the Resistance. I too work for the Resistance. That woman, she is evil. She's playing you. She has in her heart the downfall of you all. I've been trying to track her down. I've been playing multiple sides. I'm on your side. I'm on your side. You have to believe me."
If I get you out of this building.
He's gonna roll.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna roll his...
Is it deceive?
It is a deceive, my friend.
Damn him.
And he's gonna use both of his 2 invokes, which makes him trustworthy, to make that a 7.
Damn, I can't beat that. I mean, yeah, I can't beat that.
So, that was an attack because he has a feat that lets him use... So
what does he try? Does he want her to get him out?
His goal for this one is for you to get him out and to trust him and to believe that he is Resistance and she is no good. That is his goal.
She...
Take 7 shifts.
7?
Mm-hmm. Because he beat you by 7.
I don't think I can take 7. I mean, I guess I can.
Because that's mental. Yes, he can double invoke trustworthy because those are free invokes. Free invokes you can stack.
He didn't take them earlier.
Yep. Free invokes you can stack, but you just cannot stack fate points.
Would you consider this empathy roll a social roll?
It is.
Okay, he's a German.
He is.
He is not French. I get a +2 on social rolls when presenting myself as a good German to other good Germans.
That is true. That is true. Which is 5.
Okay, and then I can spend my fate point to make that a 4, so making it 3 is what I have to soak.
That is correct. That is correct. Which I believe you have that. I believe you have that open. Do you not?
Can I take the 3 box?
Yes, you can.
The 3 mental stress box. Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Regina will soak it, and she'll look at him.
He's very convincing, but Like, he does beat you. He beats you by 3, right? But there are no long-term consequences. It's like in the moment. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like he's
Okay. Regina takes us in and she slams him to the ground and she says, "Fine. I will clean this up and kill Colette. Start dragging your body out of the building. I'll come back for you." And I turn and start running down the hallway where Colette was. I need to catch up with her and put a bullet in her head now.
He's going to start crawling away. By the way, that's going to be really hard because he's got 2 broken kneecaps. Like two hurt knees.
That was the point.
Yep.
You wanted to be a little shithead about it. Okay. And here you are lying to me again. I'm just trying to.
I mean, that's what he does.
It's fine. I know it's okay. It's what Regina does. It's like staring in a mirror.
Yeah. It's what he does.
So she's going to try to, like head down the same way, and as soon as she can get a shot on her, she's going to take a shoot.
Okay. You have 1 fate point, do you not? You do, right? No, you used it.
I spent it.
Yeah.
I spent it.
You have no fate points.
I have no fate points for this, so it would be, yeah. It's gonna be all luck, y'all.
Yep.
I'm so nervous. This is not how any of this was supposed to go.
And I'm going to note that there is the aspect that it is smoky. It's confusing.
Is smoky.
There are people everywhere.
Question. So she would not see me coming, which I would feel like actually benefits me. Do I have any? I can't see it, but do I have anything on her?
You do actually have something on her. Let me get to your play sheet. Actually, I have it over here. You have hot on Colette's trail.
Yeah, I've been hot on Colette's trail for a while, and this is where it's going to go down. This is where it's going to end. Marc Calvet is going to die in this fire. She's going to fall off the face of the earth. And
I will note that you don't have any aspects on you because he's not put a consequence on you.
Right. But okay, so she okay. Yeah, as soon as I get like sights on her, Regina's going to try to shoot because she at least has maybe something. So is that free? Can I invoke that for free?
Yes, you can. It's your boost. It's your boost.
Okay, y'all. All right, everybody in chat.
So I want you to note this. Smoke is everywhere. Marc Calvet has told you that he is working for the Resistance, and that she is a liar. You saw him have a romantic dinner with one of your radio operators, right? You saw it. You saw him do it. You've seen him meeting with people who may very well be Resistance. And he's told you that he is on your side, that he is Resistance, that he's...
I don't believe either of them, in honesty.
And she is trying to make her way out, this woman who's been tortured by him. And...
Yeah,
you make it to
Regina
that landing, right? You make it to the landing, and you see her amongst this crowd of people who are freaking out and sort of streaming down this narrow, and it's bad because it's a very narrow stairway. So there's not a whole lot of space. What do you do? And is this a self-invoke? Is my question.
If I was Calvet.
Does Oscar's words sway this at all? Is a point that Jer says in chat.
Because Oscar said he knows that she is trying to overthrow the Reich.
And that Marc Calvet is working with the Gestapo.
Is working with Gestapo.
Also, it's a crowd.
I imagine there's she looks up the stairwell where she knows that he's slowly crawling his way across the hallway floor.
And he's got to go where you're going.
She looks down at her, and she has this moment where she's like, if I were him, I would have said anything to get out of this burning building. Regina holsters her gun and bustles down the stairs and puts one good arm under Colette.
So I take it you don't want to self-invoke?
No.
Self-compel?
No.
Be sure? Because, I mean, if you wanted to, I would totally give you a fate point for some murder in a crowd full of people, of witnesses, I would totally do that. If you wanted, you know.
Can I do something else instead?
Maybe, sure. I'm not the boss of you.
When I put my arm under her, I imagine she's rather weak, and I kind of take control of the situation.
By the way, Marc Calvet concedes this conflict, and you don't know where
he lives.
Yeah, and you don't know where he is. If you go back to look for him, he's not there.
It's okay, Will. He ain't walking nowhere.
He's not walking. That is true.
I was about to say, I'll snail trail his hiney wherever he's going. I'm not done yet. I pull her to the side and I say, it's funny. A dying man told me that you're working against my cell.
Who was this dying man?
The same one that tortured you.
Well, of course he'd say that. We have to move.
No. You have to answer my questions. Now.
You are in the middle of this crowd of people, like sort of bustling.
Yes. And I imagine I grab her.
Fire, right? Yeah.
I grab her. And
I'm going to just note, full on all of her consequences and full on all of her stress. She is
I just push
on
her
the
against
edge,
the wall.
right? She's on the edge.
And I go, listen. For whatever reason, I kind of like you. And I did not expect to see you tied to a chair, so consider this serendipitous.
People are bustling against you, right? There's jostling everywhere.
And Regina's trying to hold her in place, and she's like, but I need an answer now.
Hey, what is the question?
What are you doing here? Why did Calvet want you, and why do you want him dead?
I wanted him dead. To take him out. He's in danger.
He's Gestapo.
No. He's not. He's military intelligence, but he's a traitor.
Playing Gestapo?
I think he's working with them, meeting with them. I discovered that he's working against us. And her knees buckle a little bit.
And you? Why did he want you?
Wants to know what I know.
What do you know?
I cannot tell you here. You understand this. Take me somewhere safe. He got me.
Do you think I won't die in this burning building?
He got me on my way to see you. You owe this to me. Get me somewhere safe.
No, I think you owe this to me. Short and sweet. Or we both die here and it doesn't fucking matter.
You hear sirens in the back.
Quickly.
I have to know you won't leave me here.
Then let's hope what you have to say is good.
He wants to know if there's a conspiracy and who's in it.
What kind of conspiracy?
A conspiracy, the highest levels, to assassinate Hitler.
You're interested in the assassination of Hitler?
So that is what he wants to know about.
Well,
and people push past you again.
Yeah, she's like, well, I'm really glad I didn't shoot you when I had the chance. And I kind of like pick her up and I start moving with the crowd again and try to get her out of there.
You're going to have to basically lift her at this point as she starts to lose consciousness. Where do you take her?
The building is burning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have anywhere to take her in this neighborhood.
No.
I have a bike. I have a bicycle.
Mm-hmm.
Is she a large woman?
No, she actually is about your size. You actually are quite similar in build.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. Regina picks her up and puts her in the basket in the front, which I imagine is like a crate. Regina's like wrapped down or something, or maybe on the back, and kind of like tries to like set her in it. And she's gonna try to get them out of there.
Point of order. There is a van there.
Oh, yeah, but isn't that it's got people in it, right?
You don't know. You didn't ever look. I mean, there is a van there, but you never looked.
Okay. I go, don't die. And I set her in the bushes. I'm gonna run over to the van, and if I get closer, do I see like silhouettes of people?
There's no one in the front.
Is the door unlocked?
No.
Is the back door unlocked?
Yes.
Are there people back there?
No.
It's empty? What's in it?
Rope? Tape?
Yep, got it. Regina's like, it was Calvet's van the whole time. What an asshole. I run up to the front and I'm like, I got a hot wire. I'm gonna try to hot wire this van to get out of here.
Tradecraft or mechanics?
Ugh, the rolls are not with me tonight.
Do you want to succeed at a major cost?
What's the major cost?
There are eyes and ears everywhere. Someone sees you. Someone you do not want to see you. Sees you taking her.
Oh, how do I want to play this?
Let me ask you, where are you headed? Where are you going to take her?
All right.
Where are you going to take her?
Okay. All right, Regina. Regina needed a moment. Okay, she's gonna succeed at whoever. I'm gonna guess Calvet, but she doesn't have the patience for that right now. She's going to drag her over and put her in the front seat. Strap her up, right? So like she can try to stay somewhat conscious. And I'm like, I like smack her face and I'm like, stay with me.
And she's in and out. She's in and out.
Yeah. I'm like, listen, we're about to go somewhere, a safe house. You're going to stay for a few days. Nobody knows about this place. If you leave, I will hunt you down and kill you.
She's barely hearing you right now.
I smack her face again. If you are found out, I will personally kill you. I'm going out on a limb here because I believe the information that you have is so very valuable to me. And if I have to pry it from under your fingernails, I will have it.
She laughs. She says, "He couldn't get it from me. You won't either."
But I'm not him. And I kind of pat her on the shoulder. There's a reason Falker wanted me on his side. And it wasn't just because I look good in a dress. Don't underestimate me. Or my cell.
She says, "You're my cell."
Then we should make sure you live. So stay put for a few days. Don't go anywhere. Don't be seen. I will send a doctor when we arrive.
Where do you go?
We're going to Luke's house.
Okay.
And I park the van kind of around the corner, maybe in an alleyway. I go up. I like try to wipe the soot off my face. I walk up to the front door of his mother's house. And I pull the coat tight, and I'll rap on their door.
You know this apartment. You've been here before, and it's a fairly nice apartment. Papers have been forged, so they get to live in actually a much nicer place than they ever have. And it's evening. Right, it's a nice evening. It's they should both be home, and his mother opens the door, and she's there, and she's sort of surprised to see you.
Good evening.
Hello.
May I?
Yes.
I come in and like close the door, and I say, I know this is uncouth and extraordinarily rude, but I have a very big favor to ask.
Of course. Are you all right? Do you need a?
I'm fine. I'm going to take Luke for a few days. Is he around?
Yes, he's just gotten home from...
Luke, pack your bags. We're going camping.
And Luke sort of steps out, and he's in that sort of blue uniform of basically the French fascist youth, the Union of French Popular Front, and he sort of steps out and he goes, "What?"
I said we're going camping. Pack a bag, a tent, some clothes, boots.
There's a weird vibe in the room, and he's going to make his empathy roll. And he goes, and he just starts packing. And the mom is not quite certain what's happening. And
yes. She
like,
looks,
it's tense.
Looks,
like,
yep,
it's like,
yes.
Okay, what's going on here?
Regina looks at her and she says, you have been very hospitable and always very kind. I don't know how much you know about what Luke does with us at the bar, but you are a good woman. And for whatever reason, you helped Oscar, which tells me that we have similar views on the world, our place in it, and of what is happening in our city right now. I need a cover to leave the city for a few days. Luke's birthday is tomorrow. I have something I want to offer him. A gift. We're going to camping, just outside the city. While he is gone, I need you to take care of something valuable. Person. You are the best mother that I know.
All right, but what shall I say if he doesn't show up for his meeting?
What meeting?
He has to go to that. The chief of police says that he has to be a good French patriot for when the trial comes. When they catch who killed his father, he has to be a believable witness. If he's not...
When is this?
They don't have anyone yet, but the chief of police says that he must be above reproach so that he's safe, and so that when he identifies the killer, that he will be believed.
So he can't go camping for his birthday?
Well, I suppose. All right.
24 hours.
And when Luke comes out, he's changed, right, in his regular clothes, and he gives his mother a kiss on the cheek, and sort of looks at you as if he's going to war, and he just sort of nods like he's ready.
Okay. I take that in. I say, stay here. I go down and I get Colette, and I help her up to a couch or a bed. I'm not sure what's here.
It's actually a pretty nice place.
Hannah is going to come over, check on her. She should be fine, but groggy for the next few hours.
Her fingers are broken.
She's been tortured, and I'm just very honest with his mother. She is in need of help. Help that we can provide her, but I need a safe place for her.
She nods. And Colette...
Do not... Oh.
Colette says to you, before she passes out, she gestures to you to come closer. And as you come closer to her, she whispers to you two things. She says, first, take my shoes with you. Second, take my purse with you. The inner lining. Third, no one else knows about you. Just me. Just me. And she passes out.
I kind of pat her hand. She's going to be extremely dehydrated when she wakes up, and she's going to probably have a lot of questions. She was very groggy. Whatever you do, do not answer them. This woman needs help, but right now she is not our friend. She is our ally.
And Luke's mother sort of nods and just watches her son walk out because he's ready to go with you.
Are you well?
To the mother? And she looks at you with kind of a mixed set of feelings. She's really not quite certain what to do with you, really. She says, I'm better. I'm better.
The apartment?
It's good. I don't know exactly what your relationship is with my son. He talks about you all the time. He thinks very highly of you. He's been complaining that he hasn't been able to be at Bricktops for the last few weeks, but I said it wasn't wise. He's angry with me.
I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to do the best.
You are. There's a reason that I have grown fond of your son. In whatever strange way. He's a good kid. And doing what I do doesn't always lend itself to purpose or connection. You live mostly in the moment, and you assure that you don't make connection with a lot of people. Truth be told, I was afraid that Luke was going to give us up. But when I came to get him, to assure that wasn't going to happen, he showed quite a bit of bravery and heart. He did not hesitate, which told me that he is a good kid. A man soon. And we are unfortunately at war. And we need good men. Not because they need to be good soldiers, but because we need good leaders.
You think my son could be a leader?
I think your son already is. He just lacks the same appreciation for it as I do.
Madame Berger. His father was not a good man.
Yes, I was aware.
I don't think you are.
I am empathetic. Truly.
He said terrible things. He said terrible things to Luke. He said terrible things about all of those Jewish people that he sent away on his first day of work. And right now, my Luke is in a group with people who say those same things all the time. I don't want my son killed. He's all I have left. But I also don't want him to be like his father. I charge you with that responsibility. If you're going to take him in harm's way, you are responsible to make sure he does not become like his father, because he does not listen to me as much as he should.
He doesn't listen to me either.
Well, then that's two of us.
You've done a fine job. You're judging yourself too harshly. We do not get to pick who our family is.
No. Thank you for this house.
You should thank somebody else for this house. Do I know that man's name?
You don't.
Well, I hope it is more suitable.
Is that, man, is he all right? Oscar, my son calls him.
He would say so.
Will you be careful with my son? He's hurting. He wouldn't say. He never tells anyone that. But he is.
Yes, the loss of a father is difficult, even one such as his.
He tries to be brave. He tells everyone he doesn't care about anything and that he's hard.
Well, I know that's a lie. You don't have to tell me that.
It is. He's much... Inside, he's much softer than he lets on. And I will take care of this woman.
Thank you. I will take care of Luke.
Thank you.
He does listen to you, hear you.
Does he?
He may pretend he doesn't, but when push comes to shove.
Give him something for me for his birthday, will you?
You cannot give it to him yourself.
Well, give it to him on the day. It's the day before. Tradition.
Okay.
And she sort of pulls out like a small sort of package that's wrapped, and she hands it to you. It's wrapped in like newsprint. And when you grab it, it's soft, right? It looks, it's probably some sort of clothing of some sort, probably. And
okay.
Just...
I'll tuck it in my side satchel.
What should I do about the new chief of police?
Do.
He visits to check in on Luke. Not every day. He's been here twice.
Comes by, tell him he went camping with some of his friends.
He keeps asking questions.
About Luke's father?
Yes.
Isn't that over and done? They got the information they needed?
Yes, but he asks other questions.
Like what?
He asks about who Luke's father, my husband, who he spoke to, Francois, who his friends were in the department. He asks, and Luke knows none of those things, really. He asks me these questions. Which lieutenants were his friends? Where he went, who he spoke to? He asks so many questions. He asks Luke sometimes again to remind him what the Russian men looked like, but he mostly asks me questions about his father. He tells Luke to keep his nose clean, and I don't like it.
What do you know of him?
This man?
You say he comes by often. Yes.
Twice in 2 weeks is often.
Yes. What have you learned of him?
Give me a discover.
Okay.
What's that role?
What role would you like to make?
Investigate? Rapport?
Rapport would be good. Investigate.
Deceive? I'm not really
You're not deceiving her.
her.
You could give me rapport, empathy. You could give me. You could give me investigate if you wanted, but it would basically be her investigate. Sort of reading her time with him over time, if that makes any sense, right? It's basically a discover by proxy, right? Like you're sort of like rolling a discover for her, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I only rolled a 0.
Yeah.
That's okay. I say it's all right. You know, sometimes bad situations are actually a great opportunity. I told you that we are fighting this war for the city and its people. I know that is probably hard to believe coming from the mouth of a German.
Oh, I've seen so many Germans when my husband came back.
Yes. I guess I say that because you could be of a great help to us. If he truly comes here asking you questions, it means that he is vulnerable and he does not have the information that he needs.
He asked about the Germans too.
German intelligence?
No, whichever Germans my husband met with. When my husband would take us to parties, when he came back and forced me to go, he asked who was there, and he wanted to know everything about my husband, who brought him in, and everything.
Would you do me a favor?
Maybe.
And if it is too painful, please, do not worry. But over the next few days, since it'll be a little quiet and Luke is away, could you write down the names of some of these people, the individuals that your husband had contact with, the ones he keeps asking about? Maybe I can piece together the puzzle.
All right.
It would be extraordinarily helpful.
All right. I will. I can tell you one of them, a man, a German. I didn't see him in uniform. His name was Daneker, was his name.
Daneker. Okay.
They talked about Drancy. I don't know what that was.
The next time they speak of Drancy, do not let them know you are listening.
Well, I don't see those people anymore. I'm not invited to those things.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I'll have some food sent over. And I'll be back with Luke in 24 hours. It'll be good for him to go huff it in the woods.
Thank you. My son told me something the other day, 2 or 3 days ago. He said, I don't know how to say this. He said you had a friend, a special friend, a woman, and I just want to say that I'm relieved.
Regina kind of laughs, actually. It's been a long day. As silly as it sounds, there was one time in which I thought possibly an impromptu marriage between your son and I would solve his father problems.
Oh.
I laugh. I laugh a little bit, and Regina simply says, "But do not fret. We did not have to call in such desperate times." But yes, you'll get to meet her, actually. She's a doctor.
Oh.
She has a kind heart, like you.
Please, tell that man Oscar. Tell him thank you for saving my life.
I will make sure that he knows. You trust him.
I do. I looked in his eyes, and they were so sad. Also, he knows what it's like to have a father, like Luke has. He told me that.
Yes. It seems that we are all plagued with our fathers. Thank you again for your hospitality. I'll be back and we'll trade again. She cannot leave.
Yeah, it's fair.
Regina goes over and switches shoes with her.
Mm-hmm.
And takes her purse and puts it inside of her other bag. Regina does not carry a purse.
Yeah.
Talk about a way to like be called out. And so then Regina will kind of nod a thank you again and close the door behind her and go down to meet Luke.
And Luke's out front and he's smoking a cigarette and he's got a bit of attitude, a little bit of swagger. Like it's clear. It's a mix of this swagger, but also joy. Right? Like he looks like he doesn't care. You know what I mean? He doesn't care.
Right.
Whatever.
Regina goes, get in the van. We have to go dump it before we can go camping.
Okay. And he sort of like he gets in like, and there's this clear there's a slight spring in his step as if he's just happy to be back with the crew, but trying to act like he doesn't care.
She takes the van to the cleaners.
Mm-hmm.
And she drops it off and she gives them, she says, I don't have the keys, but consider it a thank you.
And I imagine you go camping after you get...
Yeah, we head back. We get Regina's pack, right? She looks at Hannah and she says, I'm going to be gone for a few days. I need to lie low. Oh, and she has a dislocated shoulder. Oops.
Oh, hold on now. You just don't get to leave like that.
Yeah, Regina like
no, come on
tries
now.
to, like,
no.
Put a pack over.
Yeah, no. I'm afraid that's... The minute she sees the dislocated shoulder, she's like... She frowns. Good enough. Good enough. That will go into recovery.
Okay.
And you will clear your physical stress. And
Right.
she's gonna like, bandage you up, give you a good, a good, brace it. I will be waiting. Well, I will go see this woman. What do I need to know about her?
Yes. This Luke's mother. The other woman, the one you're taking care of, she is a tricky one. I believe that she can help. I believe that with the right sway, she can get you the paperwork you need to be able to stay in Paris. Safely. More than Oscar's crafted ones. Real safety. But I need her to believe we're on her side.
All right.
She may have a lot of questions. I did, in fact, chloroform her. She was tortured and did drag herself out of the burning building.
No, you didn't. And she just sort of smiles as there's a thought that goes through her mind. Like there's an answer to that question that she has, but she doesn't say it out loud. But there's something that's very clear that goes across her mind.
Oh, she goes, no, I didn't torture her.
No, I know.
Oh.
You don't torture women.
I don't. I kind of make eyes at Luke, like maybe he heard that, maybe he didn't hear that. I don't know.
No, he's actually, it's this thing where he's like, I'm in the bunker, like this is my home, and he's like checking his barrel, like, and it's very clear he wants to be here again. Like it's so clear that he wants to be here and not where he's
I'm gonna take
at.
the kid camping. It's his birthday. Thought I'd teach him some practical skills. And like I said, I need to lie low. There's a man named Calvet. If he comes dragging himself into...
What does he look like?
Well, he's missing 2 knees now.
Okay, man with injured knees. What else? Describe him.
And Regina kind of gives her a description. She goes, look, the biggest thing is if you see Bricktops before I do, tell them to not speak to Calvet. Does she know who he is?
She's thinking, and she's trying to figure out if she remembers him. Wait, how broad were his shoulders?
Broad? He was kind of gruff and...
Was he at Brittops before?
Yes.
I think I saw him.
Where?
I was making my rounds, and he was, talking to another man.
What man?
The man who was, the man who took Sylvie.
Hustle. He is working for Gestapo. I want you to stay away from him.
They were having an argument.
Do you remember about what?
They were too far away. They were meeting on the street in passing, it seemed. But I remembered, I saw, it was him. I stopped because I saw Hassel before, and I recognized him. He wasn't in uniform, though. And they were arguing. It was last week. I didn't think much of it, but...
I believe that he may be following all of us. And he definitely tortured Colette, the woman that you're going to go see about. He is problematic. And if he managed to drag himself out of that burning building, then I'll be glad to pump him full of more lead. Until then, I have to go. It was a bit of a busy evening, and there's a lot of things at play.
All right. She gives you a look. It's a little playful. It's a little mischievous.
What?
You have something on your cheek.
Is it blood?
Let me look. She leans in a little closer. And she kisses you right there. It's just like a half kiss. She's like, it's gone. If you're going away.
That's tricky. Regina kind of turns around and looks at Luke, and she's
Luke is just like,
do you have all of your stuff?
Mm-hmm. And he picks up a little switchblade that he'd hidden in his barrel.
Can you ride a bike?
Yeah. I can do anything. Yes.
Okay. Regina like tosses her pack on, right? Like she's got the radio in one bag. It's a lot.
Yeah.
She's had a very long day, but this has to happen. She needs to get out of the city for a while, because I imagine Calvet is very angry.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine he's very angry right now. So she's got to get out of the city for a while. So she will. She's going to pedal the two of them north, probably into some of the greener area between there and the airstrip. Yeah. Do you want to know what goes down, or would you like to wait until next week?
We're going to wait till next week, but I need something from you first.
Okay.
I need you to roll Tradecraft.
For what?
To decode that message that Calvet got.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I gotta have some kind of bonus to this for like decoding messages, right?
Well, you're not that way. Tradecraft mostly is your code breaking, but what you do have is Mind Like a Steel Trap. You have that boost.
Oh yeah, that free boost.
Yes, you do.
Well, I'm gonna need it. That takes me to 2.
It does. You're also probably going to... You used Hot on Colette's trail, did you not?
No, I was gonna use it to shoot her, but I
didn't.
didn't actually do it.
You need another one, is what you need to get through this code. Because it's not an easy code. You need one more.
Yeah, but I can use the one Hot on Colette's trail. That's a free boost.
Yeah, but it's not for this code. This is Calvet's code.
Oh, that's right. Hang on.
You do have knows the news.
I do knows the news, and I got that on. We were sitting on that based on me flipping it open. So that could make it a 4.
Yes. So we will close our episode with this. You are out in the woods. What does your camp look like?
Oh, I imagine it's really quaint. Like they've got 2 basic military tents, a fire, right? Their packs. Yeah, it's quaint. He
pulls out a bottle of alcohol, like a small bit of alcohol, which he clearly got from the cleaners, right? Because where else is he going to get it? And as you sit there, sort of working, you decode this message. And the message...
You know what? Wait.
Please tell me.
She says, as he starts to drink, she goes, "Don't get too drunk. If you're hungover in the morning, we won't be breaking off the rifle."
What?
The rifle. She points to the sniper that she drug all the way out here that he had no idea was in that case. She goes, "If I'm going to leave it to you, you have to know how to shoot it."
You're not going anywhere, are you?
No.
Okay. Good.
She kind of smiles. "No, I'm not going anywhere. But I thought it would be an appropriate birthday gift. Teach you how to actually shoot.
Okay.
Might come in handy."
And he just points to it.
It's probably the middle of the night at this point. Like it's dark. And I was like, "In the morning, at first daylight, we will get up and we'll go find a tree. So like I said, don't get too drunk, or I'll leave you sleeping on the ground." She kind of smiles and she says, "You're 16 now. That's called responsibility."
Almost 17?
Oh, excuse me. Right, 17.
Basically grown?
Would you like to say it again to convince the both of us? She punches him kind of playfully on the arm. And she says, "I mean it, though. You deserve this. And you and I both know that we are at war. And that when push comes to shove, we have to be able to protect the people that we love."
And he does this thing that seems cool, but it's not, right? Like it seems like it's very, what's the word? Not rehearsed or not practiced. Just like, he just sort of like flops back. And he just sort of lays his head on your knee. Like imagine you're sort of sitting cross-legged on the ground, right? And he just sort of like leans back and he sort of puts his head on your leg. So he's laying down on the ground looking up at the stars. And he says, and it's like super cool, but it's clearly not. Like he just wanted to clearly to get closer to you, but was like, this is the cool way to do it. And he just leans up at the stars and he says, "I have so many stories to tell you."
Well, we've all got all night as long as you think you can bike back in the morning. But first, go open that bag.
What?
The bag. I point to my side satchel.
He gets up.
From you. She goes, "You shouldn't be so upset about it. It's a gift from your mother."
It's a complicated thing where clearly he's moved, but he doesn't want to seem like he's too moved because he's not a mama's boy. But then,
Regina says, "It's okay. You can smile. I wish I could still get gifts from my mother."
"You have to tell me all about it." And he pulls this out and he opens it up, and it is this hand knit scarf. And it is quite long, and it's very warm. And you can tell that it is made from a lot of different fabrics and different, like, that she sort of created this yarn.
Yeah.
And he looks at it. And he sort of wraps it around his neck.
It's dashing.
And you can tell he's thinking about that girl from the club. You can just tell. You can tell. And there's that question in his mind. Like, do you think she'll like it? But he doesn't say it. And he flops back down on your leg.
Yeah.
All right. Let me tell you. So, and he's going to just start talking to you about what he's doing, right, in the days. And
in the youth program or whatever.
Yeah, in the youth program. And it's mostly about like who he doesn't like and how ridiculous they are. And like he's talking a lot of smack about them. But of course, it just drifts over to talking about his friends, the Zazoos, he hasn't seen in 2 weeks. And
that he hasn't actually got to hang out
and he misses them. And he just wants to talk about how everybody at Bricktops is and how, like, do you need him? Like, it's just this moment. But in your mind, you're decoding that message that Marc Calvet got. And it's instructions. It was hard. It was tricky because it was a kind of a funky code to sort of figure it out. And as he's talking, you're doing it. And it's instructions from his handler in military intelligence. And the instructions are, keep romancing the woman. Your work with the resistance is excellent. Get the plans for the electric car. And once you're done, we'll eliminate the cell.
Oh, Regina laughs a little bit to herself when she finishes it. Good luck with that. Regina thinks of him dragging his body out of that building. Okay.
And Luke's like, no, it was hilarious. I couldn't imagine that. It was funny. Hey, thank you for taking me camping. They made fun of me.
Who?
Them, Charles and Etienne. We had to go on these hikes, and I've never been outside of the city before.
That's okay.
Well, they didn't think so. They made fun of me.
Who cares what they think? They're Nazi youth.
They're not cool, they're... But he says in English, they're unhip.
Yes, they are extraordinarily unhip. But I'm proud of you for sticking with it and feeding us information. I know it doesn't feel like shooting people on the streets, but it's important. And most people don't realize that the job of a spy is not to kill people. It's to get information. Because information is really powerful.
Regina?
Yes.
When can I come home?
I don't know yet. As soon as they stop watching you. I have some ideas, but you and your mother may not like them.
My idea is that I get to come back to work at the Bricktops.
You're in a tight spot. Yes? The fact of the matter is, you're doing what they want you to do so that they stop worrying about you. So that you can still see that girl you like. So that you can go home every night to your mother. The other option is much more difficult. And it means that you cannot see the girl that you like. You cannot go home every night to your mother. And I have a feeling that she would never let me live that down. So you are doing what you can, how you can. And you're safe. Your mother is safe. And you're getting us quite a bit of intel.
I just want to see Sylvie sing again and help with boxes and I don't know, have you yell at me a little bit.
I'm very tired tonight, so there will be no yelling. I cannot gift you this for your birthday.
No, but it's okay.
Tango gets first dibs on my yelling.
Oh. But you'll teach me to shoot tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning. Daybreak.
Also, what are those sounds? And he like notes that they're all the sounds of the wilderness.
Yes. You're not the only thing that lives on this planet. That's a cricket. I don't know what, but I have no idea what bugs are native to France. I have no idea what bugs are native to France. I'm at like imagine like locusts probably of some kind in this farmland. Bugs mostly. The yip maybe of a fox.
He just kind of curls up and falls asleep on your lap. And when he does, he actually kind of like hugs your leg as like
I lean over and don't drool on me.
And that's where we're going to end it, my friend. That is where we're going to end it. You with some information.
Yeah, okay.
With a Marc Calvet who is out in the wind.
Well, if you mean his legs are flapping in the wind.
They are. They are. First off, I want to thank everybody for being here. We got through this. It was a
long one, y'all, but I had plans and every bit of it needed to happen.
And now other things are going to happen.
Thank you so much for sticking with me.
Thank you for sticking with us, everybody. That was amazing. I would like to give some shout outs to those. We have a donation. Germaine Guillotine donated $25 with a poem.
Oh.
A poem. By the way, we do need a title. Dot. Oh. You're looking at titles in chat. That's your job. Not as quick, not as clean, but possibly just as effective. Definitely more hands-on and personal. We have titles, right? More colas will never make me sad. That's pretty cool, and I wish I'd seen more. Darned holiday shoppers, Lady Liberty. Oh, arts and tradecrafts. That's a good one. I don't know what's up with Twitch. Twitch is being a little iffy.
Yeah, it is. It's been a little iffy.
Were you getting it over on your end?
I was trying to think what else.
Without a leg to stand on.
Oh, that's mean.
There was something from Prax about mothers. From Prax about mothers. Ooh. Williams donated 100 bits and says, "My arm hurts, but it was worth it. Thanks." Yeah, your arm is a little.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a little rough.
It hurts. It leaks.
There was something about mothers. Mother, may I? Mother, may I?
Mother, may I? I don't know. It's there it is.
I think I like arts and tradecrafts.
Through the Ladies of Paris.
Oh. Through the Ladies of Paris?
Yeah, that was one that Prax had tossed out. I hope just dropped it. Yeah, I don't oh wait, what was the one? Same shoes, different path.
Oh.
Was the aspect we put into play with the
Yeah. Let's do that. Same shoes, different path, because that actually applies to a bunch of people.
Yes, it does.
A bunch of people. There are going to be consequences for this session.
Yeah, I know there's going to be a lot of consequences.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of consequences. But you do know, although you cannot tell them because you were away, that Calvet and Hassel met and argued on the street last week about something she did.
Well, it's okay. I got a lot of things I got to report back. They're going to probably think everything's like gone to shit and back.
So many consequences. I just do want to note that I do love you all, chat, and also Dot. So whatever happens is just what's going to happen. That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's it. I would like Dot.
I mean, what's Calvet gonna do? Go dragging himself up to Gestapo headquarters?
He's
gonna be met with a box on the stoop.
That would probably blow his cover. Because he is not officially working for Gestapo. That is not his job.
German intelligence.
He's officially working for German intelligence. And German intelligence is like, great, this is your assignment as an undercover agent. You're supposed to infiltrate the resistance, get the stuff, right?
Great. Oh, right? And we're going to have a talk with what's her face that's been dating him. Woo, Regina's going to have things to say.
Also, everybody, spoilers channel in our Discord if you want to talk about this episode, so that the rest of the cast don't know.
Regina's probably not going to tell them about mailing the box.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Probably not going to tell them about that. She's definitely going to tell them about Calvet because they all need to watch their backs regarding Calvet.
Oh, speaking of Calvet, hey everybody, hey chat, I just want to let you know something. I don't know if you can see this, but I have a little clock that I made. It's super exciting. It's a clock. It is currently half full for violence. And right now, we just had some exciting violence, and Marc Calvet got away. So we're going to click that clock forward just one more tick. Just one more tick. That's it. Just one more tick. Yeah. Just here's the thing. Courier 3, I have clocks. I just haven't let them know. I just have had them. But I was like, here, I'll just let you know because I want to stress them out more. That's it. I just feel like having the clock will be more stressful. So yeah. Dot, could you tell us who you are? Could you tell us where we can find you? And then could you tell me your burning question?
Oh my God, yeah.
And you have a breakthrough as you have a breakthrough and an extra refresh, a bonus refresh for our Regina. So I want to ask you, how do you grow? How does Regina grow out of this moment?
I've been really thinking it's time to change her high concept.
No, you have to introduce yourself first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Dot. You can find me online as Little Red Dot. I play games of roll dice. I tell stories. We went so over, so I'm not going to jump into everything that I do, but you can catch me over at Kobold Press's channel where I produce their shows. You can check me out on my channel, this channel, all kinds of channels. I also do some podcasting. Just there's stuff out there. Go find me. I'm sure I'll also be in chat. I can't be in the spoiler chat.
That is true. If you could, then you could talk about it with us, which would be great. But
right, but I can't.
Yeah, because there's some spoilers in there.
Pontificate without me, because y'all know that I love the spoilers.
Look, there was a lot of talk about Oscar being Gestapo. None of you knew that yet, so that's why you couldn't be in there. And also the things that Tango said to the communists were also. I'm just saying, they're just things that y'all didn't need to know.
He's got a lot to answer for. Regina's gonna have a lot of feelings.
Somebody let Courier post a link. By the way, will a couple days of camping remove all of that stress? Yes, it will, because she gets to have some time with Luke, who is
they're gonna
so happy to be there.
Maybe not. Yeah, her dislocated shoulder is recovering.
Yeah, that takes 2 days.
Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm sorry.
And tell us what your burning question is, and then tell us about your personal breakthrough from Regina. And you can think about it at season-wide and culminating in this moment.
Okay, well...
Also vote for Dot in the audio for swords.
Burning question. I have so many burning questions now. Because there was some information we learned at the end where oh God, there's so much. Oscar thinks that he's working for Gestapo, but he's really German intelligence, which Regina knows.
He is, but he's also working for Gestapo.
Well, not anymore. He's not. Well, he might be.
Not officially.
Not officially. Def can't prove she was there, which is nice. Okay, burning question. I want to know. I want to know what Colette's going to come to the table with now that Regina saved her. I think Colette was really hesitant before, and she was still really trying to figure us out. And I think the accidental stepping in and saving her from this, and actually solving the problem, at least except for the killing of Calvet,
because he needs to go.
because yeah, it's okay. He's got a bullet with his name written all over it. Just I had 2 for his knees first, so
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I'll be back for the rest of it. But like, yeah, there's I'm thinking that Colette will let us in on more things now, and she will be more willing to work with us and not just let us work for her, which will be an interesting like shift in dynamic.
But you do
so my
know,
burning question is a lot about Colette.
You do know that I mean, there was that thing where she told you that nobody else knows about you.
Right, which is also something which is like, if we just got rid of her, then nobody would know about us.
That is
and we'd
correct.
Like slip under the radar. But there is still there's a lot of opportunity with Colette, and if what she's saying is actually true, now that's a war ender. That's not bombing people in the streets. That's cutting off the source. And for Regina, that's the fight that she wants to be fighting. That I think is what she was trying to say to Mother Courage, right? It's like that's the fight she wants to be fighting. Like, take out the most important pieces and let's not fight a war. We're playing a game of chess, right? So
in her purse, in her purse, if you go into the lining, there's a small scrap of paper that has got 5 names that are encoded, like, so you don't know who they are.
Stuff for Regina. Okay.
And some of them have like check marks, some of them are crosses, and there's like some that's question marked.
Yeah.
But I need from you history.
Right now?
Yeah, I need your history roll, and that'll be your last thing that you need to know.
Academics history. Do I get any bonuses because
+1
history?
+1 for history.
To the die roll or to the end of the roll?
To the end of the roll. 3. You don't know these names at all, right? They're clearly in code, except there's one code name. And it strikes you. It's you're thinking about it, right? You're like, wait, that reminds me of something. It reminds me of something. And it's a code name, and it's a battle. It was a World War I battle.
Which one?
Which one is not important, but who won it is important.
Oh.
And you know who won it, being a German who traveled in very, very high-ranking circles. It could be only one person. A man named Admiral Wilhelm Canaris. And you know this because you worked for German military intelligence, and he is the man who's in charge of all of German military intelligence. And on this list that she has been keeping so very secret, there are some names that you do not know. You don't know the code names for the rest of them, but you know this one because you've met him before, and you know what he looks like. And like, there's like the code name. If you knew him very, very well, and you were a student of history, and you knew like the sort of like this big long past,
right,
you could sort of put those code words together to be like, oh, okay,
this is that person.
This is that person. It is on that list of 5 names is the entire head of German military intelligence.
She's got a hit list.
It's there's a check mark on that list.
Oh.
On his name. So like there's like 6 names.
There's a check mark next to his name specifically.
Mm-hmm. And the other names are also check marked, and one has a question mark. So it's like 5 check marked and 1 question mark.
Interesting. Okay, I'll have to sip that later when I have the brain power.
Yeah. And,
okay.
And then in the heel of her shoe was a cyanide pill.
Okay. She is all right. I don't know. I think it's time to change my high concept, but I'm not sure exactly what I want to do yet. I feel like at this point, Regina needs to better own her German identity. Has only gotten her so far.
Mm-hmm.
Now she's living the life of a spy. And she's living the life of a spy that's trying to not see a war happen, like a real war happen. So I need to rethink that. I like the rest of these because like the trouble has changed, my faction one has changed, the relationship one changed a little bit.
Is your trouble the same? I have a question about that, because your trouble is that you are the soul of a killer. But when confronted with a number of people who also have souls of killers, you did not respond as if they were fellow travelers. And I am thinking about just the whole episode. I'm just wondering, I'm just going to put it out there. Is that your trouble at the moment?
I don't know, somewhere on that. I
Somewhere
can't
on
change
it.
everything, right?
You can change your high concept and one of your other aspects.
Yeah, but see, her issue with the, if we're back on this whole communist thing, her issue with the communists is not that they're killing people. It's about, I'm going to say this again, it's about how.
Yep.
It's
And
about
why.
intent and why
Yep.
they do what they do. And for them, there's a lot of ego behind it. And it's the same kind of ego
Yep.
that is behind the Germans
Yep.
and the kind of things that Regina has seen the Germans do in how they go about making their points and the propaganda that they print. Like, they're using all the same tactics. They're just doing it for what they believe is the right reason, and Regina sees that as people die that way. That's how we get, she's not ungrateful for their help, but that's not how she operates. That's not how their cell operates. And being close knit with people that do operate that way puts them in grave danger. That's just the fact of the matter, and that's a hard pill to swallow. But she can't trust Mother Courage, one, because they wear the same shoes. She knows that woman. She knows that woman will turn on them in a heartbeat if it means the lives of her cell, just like Regina
and her children.
Throw the communists and her children. Throw the communists under the bus if it means her cell and her family. And so there is an understanding there, which means that they are never going to be friends. She's never going to drink her soup. She's never going to sip the soup, because they it's like staring in a mirror, just waiting on one of the two of them to make a move. And so it's a strangely contended relationship. And Mother Courage can try to sell it as something else, but that's what it is. That's what it is.
Well, I'm excited to see how you're going to advance your character with a new refresh as well, a bonus refresh. So that's very exciting. Chat, thank you all for being here. This has been lovely. You all have been wonderful. I am sad that Twitch is being twitchy, but Twitch is going to Twitch. You all have been wonderful. I have a recording. That's what's going to go on YouTube. And so it'll be good no matter what. And I'm troopersjp. I was your GM. You can find Dot, vote for Dot on the Audioverse Awards. You can find her tomorrow.
Until the 7th.
You can find her tomorrow at Silence of Shadows. Over on Roll For It.
Silence of Shadow, Vampire Times.
You can also find her next week on Thursday. Will be Nova.
We'll be doing Overlight. It's
with
premiering,
me.
So come check that out. Yep.
And you can find her at all the good places, and you can find me tomorrow noon for my video game, and then 8 p.m. for the Regiment with Prax over at Praxagora the Smophoria. And give yourself some love. We're gonna go, and we're gonna go. That's it. We're leaving. That's it. We're going. Also, Nightbot, be nice. Come on, Nightbot, be nice. There's going to be consequences.
Nightbot's just trying to do his job.
It's true.
Don't hate on Nightbot.
We're going. We will. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm really excited for what's going to happen next. Other people won't be, and I don't know who those other people are going to be, though. But you know what? Regina's in the woods with Luke, so they're safe. That's it.
They're laying low.
Thank you, everybody, and expect some cool stuff coming up in the future. I suspect next week's going to be really exciting, and the week after, and then also the week after, which is that's it. We have 3 more episodes left for season 2. So, thank you, everybody. Take care. Bye.